Hey everybody, how you doing? I'm Pabs, a wrestling VTuber and an artist, and I have my window overhead. Why is that? Why is that? Can I just maybe hang on? Did that fix it? Yes, it did. Fabulous. I'm Pabs, a wrestling VTuber and an artist, and today we're going to be playing Esoteric Ebb, which has been a lot of fun so far. Last week we found a dead elf, which is apparently kind of a big deal. Not sure kind of where we go from here, but I'm sure we'll figure something out, right? I like this has to be something we can understand more of, I had hope. Uh, Bless. Okay, right, these are my spell slots. I remember these. Okay, questing tree. Right, where's the elf? Here we go. Elven connection. You found an elven corpse under the tea shop rubble. It's been moved to the Lich House for safekeeping. Biscom gave a post-mortem. The elf died from the fire instantaneously. But I guess... Hang on. Maybe we should just talk to Snell, because I think he'll know what to do. What should we do today? Good question. We have a few good clues, if you ask me. Local Asgels did hang out at the tea shop quite a lot. They could very well know something about our unfortunate elf. Maybe we should try to make contact? I know they've got some members living in the holes. Gonna go knock on some doors. He shudders loudly. You do that. I'll be back up. Okay. So, oh yeah, I should probably also take off my yucky sash. The key can stay with me. That doesn't really affect anything. The braces of thievery, we could probably just keep those on us. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have them. I think all these either negatively affect our stat. Why is this rat T-posing? That's still bothering me. It gives you -1 charisma, so I probably shouldn't hang on to it for too long. I'm also not probably going to keep the tiny dictator around unless I absolutely have to, just because of the fact that I feel like having something that I pilfered from a halfling just flying around my head, it would maybe make a bad impression. It feels like. Alright, these guys cleared out. That's new. Okay, so a couple of things to do. Right, there is this new merchant down here. Also, we got that side quest from the lady who plays guitar to convince the dragon to give her a couple more days on rent. Ooh, new thing. Don't mind if I do. Loose change and a cardamom treat. Oh, baby. Okay. Actually, hang on. Big Seagull. I was wondering if I could maybe try to tempt it with a cardamom treat, but honestly, considering the ecological implications that could have, where it could, like, start bothering tourists for their treats and recognize that it can get food from those people, I think it would not be a good idea to maybe introduce that as a mechanism to the local ecosystem. Sleeping. For service, come back after midnight-ish. I forget who that is supposed to be. If I recall correctly, however, we could probably just go through here. Oh, hey, it's you guys. I should say before I talk with these guys. I feel like they could probably kick my ass a little bit. What's your deal? Hey. You? I like your hat. And you? Lord Cleric. I guess we could maybe I guess we could talk to this guy? I don't know what we would get out of it. Rollo Malik. The boy greets you with a hesitant collective grunt and mumble. Oh, the kid mouths and glares at you. He's terrified. What are you doing here? I'm here to fuck you guys up. Look around. There's some kind of cult? Cult? No, it's a meeting, an important meeting. He looks at Stimbuskin, who gives him a shrug. Oh god, it sounds like a cult. It's not, I promise. Could you leave? Glare at him and breathe heavily. What, are you mad at me? You see him nervously glance to his friend who sits quietly, attempting not to meet your gaze. It's just, look, you really screwed us over on Water Lane. We worked hard to put a stop to that illegal newspaper. For the city. Your organization is equally illegal. Or at least equally in the gray zone. Well, I disagree. We're just a political club. They're a newspaper without a license. A club? Called the Resistance? Norvikian Resistance, and, yes. Now look, we're gonna start the meeting. Don't interrupt. He glares at SNELL for a second. Alright, Norvikian Resistance members, thank you for attending today's meeting. Important meeting. Shut up, Goblin, says a lanky kid and sparks a tiny fire from his hands. He laughs. You think you look cool doing that? Damn child. The magic boy clears his throat. Esoteric Initiate Earth Niece, here. The large one stands up and raises his fist into the air. Stenbuskin! Yes! Don't shout, the quiet kid mutters. I'm here. Roll. He gives a nervous look to you. Then he mutters, Master of Whispers. Your companion stifles a laugh. I told you it was a bad title. It should be First Spy. No, that sounds like a magazine protagonist. And Master of Whispers doesn't? It was the official title of Earth's Spy Master. Do I look like a master? He hisses. Then he goes quiet once more. Rollo awkwardly clears his throat. Also present is the visiting Lord Cleric. And his helper. Oh, I'm the help, am I? This is a joke, right? No! Cleric, we might not be the many right here, but there are tons of members of the Norvikian Resistance around the city. This is a serious political movement. He gives the three other kids a nervous look. I mean, we're getting there. He claps his fist to his chest. Meeting begins. The large boy cheers. Sweet! When do we go home? Home? No, There's not that much to talk about, right? Yeah, my dad doesn't like it when I stay out like this. Come on, you guys. The election is just around the freaking corner. And I've got a mission. Big mission. Like, actually. Let him babble. I've received word from our contact. You know, the short guy with the weird beard? Halfling or dwarf? No, just a short human. A resistance movement member? Yeah. We don't have too much info on the other groups, but there's this guy we called Shield Guard. He's in the palace. Probably a cleric. He knew magic and stuff. Word? A letter. He dropped off a letter with a resistance seal. He smirks. Half of Earth's red eye and half a shield. It's really cool. What are your orders? Just like he told us about the chant being printed here on Tolstad, this time he let us know about another problem. An even bigger threat. Racism? No. Although hatred against humans is a big issue. Not what I meant. Gender inequity? No. The disillusionment of the youth? No. It couldn't be. Capitalism? No, well, kind of. It's not... Free Striders? No, it's... No, wait, yeah. Yeah, it's the Free Striders. Go on. He told me that the Ascani Reeds Trade Company, that's a Free Strider company, they apparently have some very important documents hidden under their offices in Water Lane. Specifically a contract for a deal called the Harbor Accords. He wants us to... well, actually, he didn't specify what we should do. He never really does. but he strongly implied that we should seize it for the state. But, you know, without being detected. Stealthily. He wants you to steal from a free strider company. He wants us to seize it. Stealthily, he repeats. Tell me more about this contract. He shrugs. It's apparently very secretive, but the contract is kept inside of the office. What do you know about this company? It's an evil free strider parasite sucking the city from its resources. You mean sucking the resources from the city? It's all made clear in our manifesto. I have no interest in reading it. Okay, good. It's exclusive anyway. God, I'm gonna get so many kicks out of bullying these teenagers. What do you know about the building? I heard it's guarded. I heard it's guarded pretty heavily. They've got a hippogriff on the roof. Griffin. It's a griffin. Griffon is a common spelling in Norvik. Although griffin, griffon, and griffin can appear in various places across the Minorian lands. Whatever. Don't think there's a magical lock, though. That's usually hard for places with a lot of movement going on. The goblin squints. You sure know a lot about security, kid. In response, the kid looks around. My brother works as a locksmith. He does arcane locks sometimes. So what are you gonna do? He thinks for a second. We just need to sneak in. When it's dark, locate the safe and crack it. It's apparently hidden behind a mirror. The info wasn't very specific, but hey, how many mirrors can they have, right? The boys silently intensely glare around the roller mill. Like I said, Dad doesn't want me out on the streets at night, so I'm a skip. Isn't stealing illegal? Yes, then, it is. Don't be pussies. Their leader gives a frustrated groan. This is the real deal. We can make a difference. Rollo, I don't think it's a good idea. You know what the free striders do. Oh yeah. Litigation, litigation, litigation. I agree, it's a bad idea. Damn it. He then turns to you and opens his mouth, then closes it and shakes his head. Sneaking in and stealing? Sounds honorable. But should you really do it if it's a free strider joint? Yes! Fuck 'em. Well, screw it, we'll make up some excuse. But that sucks. Unless, he says and gestures toward you. Unless the cleric here wants to do it, then yeah, sure, we'll skip. I'm gonna fuck him up. This is an illegal organization conspiring against the city. Don't you guys have jobs? What did you say your free strider contract was? It's a Scotty Reed's trade company. It's on Waterlane View, next to the warehouse and the bookbinder. Yeah, that. Seems like they got it in a safe or something, probably hidden. But I believe in you. Your companion rubs his eyes. He is trying not to comment, with all his strength. This is an illegal organization conspiring against the city. The large kid perks up. The quiet kid glances between you and Rollo. The lanky kid responds to a weak spark in his hands, looking nervous. What? No, it's not. Yeah-huh. No, it's not. But either way, you can't. Yeah, but I'm watching you. Okay. Alright, that's all for now. Thank you, citizen. Or actually, maybe I should ask about the tea shop. Sure, hit me. Look to the others. All of you. I need the truth. We'll tell you anything we know. Yeah. The quiet kid nods. What do you know about the tea shop's owner? Some bird folk, I don't know, we'll never talk to the guy. Rest of you? They shrug collectively. You ever hang out in the tea shop? No, of course not. It's an Asgul hangout. Modissa was there a lot from what I understand, but she knows a lot about it. Okay. Great. Just say the word if you need anything else. Alright. Good luck with your, attempted theft, I guess. Not really. I hope you eat shit out there. Bye-bye. Actually, this must lead to the rest of the... Is this still locked? Refuses to budge. Okay. That must lead to the back office. Haven't been there in a while, but I think they closed down a while ago. Heard rumors from some goblins that worked here. I think the owner fired them all out of nowhere. Dexterity 15, DC 50. Okay. I have a 1d20 plus 1. Strength DC 23, force the door open. Okay, we're definitely gonna need to pick this. And I'm going to need to get my dex up. Okay, intelligence, constitution, intelligence. Ugh. I hate having to wear my yucky cloak. This one removes dexterity, which is not what we want. I guess we'll have to try it. Okay, we do have advantage on this. Let's give it a shot. Oh, baby! Your fingers work the mechanism with precision. Click, click, click. The lock gives way. The door swings open. You see nothing but black beyond. Complete, utter darkness. Can't see a damn thing in here. Well, let's try to navigate the darkness. You stumble inside, carefully allowing your vision to get used to the complete darkness of this underground storage chamber? Office space? Why don't I take the lead? You know what? Yeah, go for it. And we have advantage on this. It's a DC 11 wisdom check. We get +6. We would have to fuck up real bad. You move slowly, hands outstretched. Your fingers brush against walls, around obstacles. Eventually, your eyes adjust to the faint light from the doorway. You can make out shapes now. Careful, Cleric. Broken crates, scattered papers, a complete mess. And on the floor, shattered glowstones. They must have fallen from the ceiling when the tea shop exploded. You wade through the debris. This place has been abandoned for some time. Dust covers everything. What a dump. Well, is there anything useful? You sift through papers and crates. Most of it is worthless. Old receipts, inventory lists. But then you find something. Ooh! A notice. Official letterhead. Notice of termination. Collective action violation. You scan the text. The roller mill owner fired everyone. They try to form an ASCII union. All workers dismissed. Effective immediately. Brutal. That explains why this place is empty. The owner shut down rather than deal with organized labor. The workers deserved better. They did. But the world rarely gives people what they deserve. Tale as old as time. Or at least as old as factory work. It's bourgeoisie bullshit all the way to the top. Bourgeoisie. He's showing his bleeding heart. SNELL is correct. Sadly. It's awful. He shakes his head. Ignore me. I'm getting tired here. You continue deeper into the chamber. At the back, you find an office. The owner's private space. Check the desk. Old papers, ledgers, more termination notices, and then a drawer. Locked, but poorly. Alley-oop! The drawer slides open with a snap. Inside lies a smooth stone, one with several faces adorned on the sides. It pulses faintly with esoteric energy. A magic item. Examine the stone. You pick it up carefully. A sending pebble. A magic item capable of casting a weak version of the sending spell, only reaching targets within a kilometer. Due to it not requiring a receiving magic item, unlike a regular sending stone, it is exceedingly expensive and rare. Oh shit, these are expensive. Well, mine now. Time to leave. This place has given you all it can. I'm not finding anything else here. Let's go. You make your way back through the darkness. What a lovely delve. And now we have a fancy, expensive sending pebble. +1 wisdom and charisma. Oh yeah, that's going in the place of my yucky cloak. The constant spell slot requirement of sending has created many off-brand versions capable of short-distance messaging. During the Coastal War, Arcanist forces were often equipped with the so-called Pebble, a stone of casting sending on any familiar target within a kilometer. You hold up the Pebble. Please don't bother anyone with that, Cleric. You think about who you could send a message to. There are a few targets you have in mind. Sending a message to a tier. Hey tier, what you doing? Send a message to Lady Sageleaf. Hi Lady Sageleaf, working on the tea shop. Just wanted to check in and let you know that everything's going good. Send a message to Old Ziz. Hey Old Ziz, got any cool riddles that fit into 30 words or less? God. Send a message to Viskin. It's the Cleric. I'm just calling to let you know I've got a Pebble of Sending. Cool, huh? But yeah, I can use it to do that. You can. The Pebble of Sending is a powerful magic item. Not quite as versatile as a Stone of Sending. The differences being, the stone can send to anyone on the current plane of existence. The Pebble has a limit of 1 mile. But it doesn't exactly run out of charges, so use it as much as you want. Then sell it later. Okay, that sounds like it could be really, really handy. Ooh, I love my stupid little rock. Hello, giant lobster. I almost called you a giant crab, which would have been taxonomically incorrect. Okay, the idol is on that ledge right now. Oh, actually, wait, hang on. If I pray at the thingamabob, could I use my... Hang on, prepare spells. Do I have... Okay, prayer of healing, shield of faith... Comprehend languages, here we go. Okay, bless, cure wounds. I don't need charm person right now. Or I guess I could use it anyway. But yeah, where's comprehend languages? Here we go. This spell doesn't decode secret messages in a text or glyph, such as arcane sigil that isn't part of a written language. That could come in handy. I did forget what we were exactly supposed to do. Scunny Reed Trading Company. Beware, we are in the lair of capitalists. A framed article titled Octavio Durelius, Hero of Waterlane. This rug is fake from Frukfram. How very glib. A mirror, with something behind it. A guy. He keeps shuffling about. What's your deal? You look into the flames of the fire pit. Tinitul, hired smoke method. Method, an elemental spirit, formed by primal energies. They are known to be selfish and violent, yet useful when captured by controlling magic, or given the right incentive. A hissing voice calls out to you. Didn't your mother ever tell you it's rude to stare? Oh shit, look closer. Squat down and look closer. Your eyes adjust to the brightness of the fire. A figure lies upon the lit timber. Like a solid puff of smoke, materialized into a solid chunk. It is a method, a primal spirit. This one appears to be made out of smoke and heat. I apologize. Good. You know your place. I'm Tinatul. Terrible to meet you. Lovely to meet you as well. I'm... Don't care, it interrupts you. It looks back and forth between you and SNELL. I'm in charge here, so don't do anything nasty or I'll report you to the Tusk Lady. Tusk Lady. Amazing. Your goblin companion squints into the fire. Then he whispers to you, I hate these things. Is there something I can do to get you to look the other way? Look, I'm bound here, you know? Only higher orders would allow me to look the other way. What if I scream very loudly? It sighs. A puff of smoke wisps into the air. If you were an elemental lord or something, that'd change things, but you're not, so... Danger, fear, pain. Prove that you're a worthy elemental lord by sticking your hand in the fire. DC 2. You lowered yourself before him. Is there no other way? I mean, I don't have a sweet spot for... I do have a sweet spot for crowns, too. How big of a sweet spot? How about 500 crowns? Sure, something like that. I could look the other way for that. What would he need money for? This elemental does not seek value out of your coinage. He most likely enjoys the material itself. Well, I can't afford that. Fair, you don't look like you would. Okay, bye. Oh, that's a nice sword. An incredible sword hangs upon the wall. Big Tusk Lady, I don't know, I know we have not been on the best terms. Can I have that sword, please? Please, 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 please. A coastal hemisphere. Ooh, yeah? You approach the half-sphere. The 8 bands. You see Divini Torum, Ascan, Reeds, and Vorgeny. It accurately depicts the best calculated distances we've got. Better not mess with it too much. My oafish, clumsy fingers would probably demolish it with a single errant. Where the fuck are we? Hey man, where are we? Ooh, I don't know anything about this guy. Dwarf Exile. A guy. Dwarf. Average height. Collected, down to earth. True to his feelings. Decently smart. Chill. Cool. Nice to animals. Not much else to it. Oh yeah? What kind of voice should I give this guy? Maybe I should also give him like a surfer voice. Or maybe like a hippie voice. Hey man. Along the docks you see a bustling of humans and dwarves. Cargo moving about among hard, salty waves hitting the pier. The grand port of Waterlane. You see only a glimpse of the dockyard from here. This is where the business happens. Though this is the quiet side. Looking across the span, you see most ships are docked on the West Walk, or Waterlane West, whatever they call it these days. On the edge behind the Freestrider HQ, a number of dock workers are hanging around, drinking and talking. One of them, a long-haired dwarf with droopy eyes, throws you a cool head nod. You look like a cleric. Oh yes, I'm the cleric. I thought that'd be clear by now. By now. I got an achievement for saying that I'm the cleric 10 times. You carry the weight and pride of a true cleric. Gained 50 XP. I've never met you before, man. I mean, it is pretty obvious. Alright. I mean, who else would dress like this? The goblin gestures towards you and your outfit. True, I guess. What's up? Nothing much. Work is over for some, starting for others. It's like a tidal wave hitting the shore, you know? Like a never-ending search for capital. What's your story? My story, man? Yeah, tell me. Jesus! I'm not that interesting. I just did like what most exiles did. As the VK got all stale and no one would find a job, we moved downriver. Earth was really cool back in the day with all that stuff. My dad took me and my sister all the way down. We worked on the GSP, you know. Never got into construction myself, but since I finished school, I've been on the docks. Not here. I've only worked on Waterlane for a year or two. But I've been out all over the city, man. The GSP outlet, Ice Bay Point, North Housing. Had a gig with a factory on North Wall before the Bone Purge. But they shut down once they took down the zombies. So yeah, not a huge fan of the Freestriders, but the AR pays well. Nice folks, too. Beyond that, I'm looking for a wife at the moment. Had my eyes on this gal who lived in the hills last year, but she liked my friend Jack more. I don't blame her, he's got a real nice mustache. Though it's getting hard saving up for a house these days, so I'm not sure if I'll even be able to afford the whole family life, you know? So true, Avicness. Maybe I should vote Asgalist. Just nod. A regular dwarven tale. Typical below-average worker. Thanks for asking. Clerics don't usually act all nice and kindly, you know. He goes in for a fist bump. Do it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You hear Snell audibly yawn behind you. Hey, can you let me down into that door over there? Nah, man. Only the Freeze Striders got access there. Who should I talk to? Aurelius, I guess? No. Wait. He's never here. That guy's supposed to be the managing officer, you know. But Vera's pretty good, too. Is Vera's the boss? Apparently. It's a bit messy now before the election. Which is understandable, so I won't complain too much. Cool. Can I go up? Oh. Hi, Birdie. Okay, interesting. The orc stands among fancy furniture. A crackling fireplace lights up her face as you approach. Welcome to the Ascani Reeds Trading Company, Cleric. It's the orc lady again. Beware her manipulation. Yes, and also tell her she looks lovely. Hello, Agent. How's the free... You look lovely to meet you again, Agent Vera. Hello, Agent. How's the free striding going? That's not a verb I usually hear. But it's going well. We're currently deep in paperwork with a new partner. A lot of work. She walks over to the desk, grabbing a piece of paper. It could be a good idea to search the guild warehouse below. Not only to find some goodies, but also to check what's going on in and out of the city. This wonderful free strider lady is the one who decides who comes and goes. So, talk her into letting you enter her warehouse. If you ask that, she will think you mean something very different. I can gladly report to you that the business with the dwarves was eventually solved after you left. Though through entirely peaceful methods, thankfully. How? A contact at the palace helped me recruit 2 Virginie gentlemen. Uh-oh. The giant kind of gentleman. When Alphonse saw them coming, he very quickly packed everything up and left. To tell the truth, I hoped for them to put up some resistance. You use the threat of violence to push past their legal arguments, then? She gives you a smug smirk. Yes. She knows when to bend and when to break, clearly. That is your choice. I have no opinion on your choice. Mainly because I am apolitical. I am not... I would not fucking say that. Sounds kind of fascist. That's a big word. Proud of you, she says and winks. Why did I take damage from that? I mean, I guess... oh, hey. Ideological Stampede OLZ1. You have kind of a cool name, but I still gotta block you, unfortunately. Or ban you. Whatever. Did she just sass me so hard that I took damage? That's hardcore. Now, is there anything the Ascani Reeds Trade Company can do and help you with today, Cleric? About the tea shop owner. One greasy bird, but he's good at his job. What about him? What do you know about him? He's a yobu. Speaks through those mimicry voices. Mimicry? Mimic. Horrifying, shape-shifting monster. Capable of copying the looks of any object it discovers, although with some size limitations depending on the type. If you touch it, you'll get stuck and probably eaten. We've worked with him in the past. There was some kind of conflict with the ownership of his property at one point. With the HWBT, it was resolved. Where could I find him? No clue. Okay, another question. Why did I take hit point damage from her sassing me like that? Although maybe it is damage from the wink. She does have a very handsome face. Any news about the tea shop? She sighs and grabs an envelope on the table. Darrow put a stop to any official investigation. He even had his guardian angel place an arcane lock on the entryway. Oh, you mean Atir? Yes, a celestial pet. I like her. I like you more than her. I like her. Do you? I've had the displeasure to deal with her a few times here on Tolstad, ever since she was handed the reins of Coin Lord Lapdog. She seems to enjoy mocking us lesser creatures, coming off almost petty. Strange behavior for such a transcendent creature. She adjusts her posture. Now, she opens the envelope and reads for you. Bystanders suffered minor injuries. No real casualties found after a quick search of the premises. The flames were put down within the hour. Eyewitnesses indicate the flames appeared alongside a loud explosion. A few unnamed people also mentioned the flames were blue for a short moment. Blue flames, huh? There goes... the rest goes along with our info. Good to have it corroborated. Where'd you hear all this? She smiles. We have our sources too, my friend. Blue flames, interesting. Indeed. Clearly it indicates some type of magical origin. Sorry, I mean esoteric. Esoteric origin. She winks. Esoterical gives her a thumbs up. Call it whatever you want, but it sure came from a spell. She nods. And you didn't have any of these witnesses recorded? None, I'm afraid. We heard the Halfways had one direct witness who identified himself. A frank fellow. But we found nothing more on that thread. The goblin mutters something to himself. He says, that stupid fucking name, along with some profanities you do not want to hear. How quick was the search afterwards? She smirks. Apparently only 10 minutes. Damn, that was quick. What's more interesting is that the official report does not mention any lead investigator apart from Darrow himself and the militia org. So my guess is they just didn't do anything after the militia put out all the flames and secured the structure. I'm a neutral... That's insane, they can't just do nothing. Well, clearly they can. She does not care, but she is intrigued. Thanks for the info. What's with the thing in the fireplace? I am not a thing! Don't mind him, he's harmless. I don't know how exactly we came over the contract, but I believe it was a Kagameshian fellow who handed it over. A smoke method. It keeps track of unwanted visitors. So don't touch anything, Cleric, unless you like getting seared. She smiles. Her tusks gleam. Tell me about the griffin on the roof. Griffin on the roof. The orc laughs at your words. That really sounds like a magazine tale. I swear I've read it at some point. It really does, right? Technically, the griffin is not allowed to use our building as a nest. However, by sheer happenstance, it has become one of the many unwritten and unofficial exceptions around here. I have simply learned to make do as one does. Who owns it? One of our temporary guests. A high-ranking member of the Free Striders, come to visit for the election. One of those types. Ah, an exotic pet owner. I'm familiar with the type. And it just sleeps here all day? For now. I hear he'll be heading out after the election. Can't wait. Is it annoying to deal with? Yes. Though the real answer to that involved describing griffin droppings, and I'd prefer to keep away from that. Huh. Cool. Vera is avoiding answering many things about this creature. For one, because she does not wish to think about it. For second, because she is not allowed to say anything about its owner. Bureaucratic reasons, sure. Okay. Hey, can I have that spell scroll over there? Oh, that? Just a little something left behind by my superior during his latest visit. Don't touch it, please. Okay, good to know that I wasn't supposed to touch that then. Could I get access to the guild warehouse? Of course, we could have that arranged. It would take some time, of course. Security clearance and such. Unless you... Unless... I suppose it could be sped up if you were to help me out in the matter I'm dealing with at the moment. Would you be interested? I can hear it out. Great. She walks over to a drawer and pulls out several papers. I've got a perfect task for a strong cleric like yourself. She stuffs a yellow document in your hand. AEFAs. A what? An Askani Economic Free Strider Accord. We've been previously unable to hand them out due to a number of legal reasons that are being stripped away once we, if we, land in a good position of the future government. So, in preparation, we are opening talks with a number of local entrepreneurs. Having these handed out by an official cleric would make the process a whole lot more official, greatly expediting the process. At least our numbers seem to indicate that folk are much more agreeable to city officials than our own staff. I'm guessing you can assume why. You want me to hand out pamphlets? Oh no! She taps a document in your hand. These are legal documents showing every clause in the local EFA. Very generous terms. That will greatly assist the local corporations in growth, revenue, and stability. We're not all talk, you know. We do actually support local infrastructures and businesses quite heavily. Uh-huh, sure. And the first step is getting those businesses to actually join in our court. You want me to hand out contracts? Yes, mostly for them to take a look at. Once we get 3 Tolstad businesses on paper, we have met our pre-election quota. That will make my bosses very happy. That would make me very happy. 3 businesses, huh? Yes, of course, if you want to deliver them to more, just go ahead. The businesses need to be established, but not necessarily registered. If you're not sure, you can hand them out anyway. Off the top of my head, I can recommend visiting Viscon's Lich House and the Drunk Sphinx, of course. But I'm sure you can find more. She winks. Come back once you've handed them out. I'll be sure to return the favor. Okay, so she wants those 2 in particular. I think it would be really funny. Okay, so I can think of a few different businesses that I could hand these out to, right? Off the top of my head, the child who runs the newspaper stand, maybe the traveling merchant, which would be really funny. I don't know for a third, maybe the halfling psychologist. Okay. I guess that's all for now. Are those like an actual physical thing that I received? No, they're just some kind of benign item. Okay. What is this anyway? Scroll with a note on it. 4 emergencies. Probably definitely shouldn't touch that then. Okay. I know the mirror has something behind it, but if I want to do anything here, I'll have to get past that weird smoke demon, or I guess whatever the hell that thing is, technically. I don't know what to call it. It said it was a method, but that sounds like a... I don't know what to call that. I guess I should just probably call it what its actual name is, huh? I feel like that'll avoid most of the issues. Hey, buddy. How you doing? He waves a hand in front of him. Life is pain. Now what do you want? Never mind. Okay, there's nothing new we can talk to him about. But that's fine. Okay. I don't think we can pick up our spellbook just yet, so I guess we're probably going to go dungeon delving for a little while longer. We could also start knocking on some doors with the Asgalists, which... I think this is the place for that? I'm not entirely sure. I think this is SNELL's pad, right? Dormitory out of commission. Okay. And this would be... Smee, son of Strokeback. Ayo? You approach the green door. An apartment in the halls, like any other. Check who lives here. Smee. One of the Asgals. Nice guy. Alright, time to check. You knock twice in polite fashion. Let's wait. Standing in the pillar crossing like this, just waiting. It's calming. Don't think they heard, Cleric. Maybe bang on the door a little bit? Within seconds, a slit on the door slides open. From within, you see the glance of a hairy face. Okay, I gave this guy like a Cockney accent, didn't I? No milk! Why not? Greetings, citizen! You hear a grumble on the other side of the door. Oh, it's you. Yes, I'm the cleric. Yes, that's pretty clear. I have 55 experience points from continuing to introduce myself as the cleric. Well, you weren't in the way for us, but I have to ask. And I need to ask... How do I do Cockney again? What I need to ask you, Mr. Cityman, you friend or foe to the movement? You're just gonna trust me if I tell you I'm a friend? I suppose. So trusting. What a wonderful person. I'm a friend, I'm voting Asgalist. Good. As long as you're a friend, I suppose we could answer some questions. But I don't quite believe you. He sounds conflicted. Are you really an Asgal? I need to prove I'm Asgal? Yes, you do. Advantage, SNELL knows them, -5 DC, you sided with Medusa. Yeah, alright, this should be easy. Oh yeah! I'm a real Asgal, a real dwarf! Take a deep breath. What are you? Scream and sing the Asgalian folk song, We Own the Mines in Dwarvish. Asgalens to our upcoming court! Everyone in the Pillar Cross is now looking in your direction. You absolute embarrassment. SNELL takes out his fingers from his ears. Are you done? Everyone heard your voice, from the deepest corner of the city below. As your voice fades from the deepest echo of the earth, Alphonse mumbles something from beyond the door. Please, please, stop, Mr. Cityman. Do you believe me now? Yes, please, just stop. Your embarrassing display appears to have made him pity you, to such a degree that he's willing to let bygones be bygones. This groundbreaking approach to social manipulation is truly horrifying. What can I say? I'm good at what I do. He closes the slit. You hear some yelling from beyond. Then you hear a click in the door. It is open. Time to make some friends. Yippee! Ooh, a printing press. Oh, hey girl, how you doing? I remember I rolled pretty badly on this one. Maybe I'll do better this time. Nope. Maybe for this guy? I don't think that's any better either. Nope. How about you? Is that a wrestling belt? Holy shit. How about you? Also no. Visual propaganda. Yeah, I guess you would have to take a propaganda added if it is visual. A glorious and powerful symbol of the Vizca champion. Why do you guys have a fucking wrestling belt in here? That's awesome, but why? The human woman frantically checks the pipes and rolling cogs on the thick copper press. She just gives you a quick glance, but she seems to recognize you. Mr. Cleric! Or actually, I gave her like a refined voice, didn't I? Mr. Cleric, you keep popping up. I'm here to help the cause. You are? Okay. I guess you've already proved yourself. Thanks to you, we got the papers delivered, with a slight delay. Totally worth it, though, just to see those assholes' faces when you told them off. Rollo and his idiot friends keep interrupting at the worst possible time. Maybe now they'll finally stop. But I'm busy here. I'm very busy. Can you be quick? What is it you're here for? And why do you have the quiet HWBT guy with you? He weirds me out. Look, I'm just an observer, or a cleric handler, I guess. She lets out a short laugh. Okay, I get it. Cleric handler. That's good. SNELL shrugs. So what's this thing? Copper press? She answers without looking up. For the chant. Did you set this whole thing up yourself? Why, you don't think I could? She does not want you to undermine her. Look at the very heavy machinery. No, you could not carry this yourself. It's impressive, no matter who you are. She clicks her tongue and glances at you. I'm the second forewoman among the youth Asgals. My mentor, she founded the youth Asgals. From scratch. So, I've got a lot to live up to. I'd helped a bit before taking on the editing role, so I've run with the youth Asgals since I was a kid. But I didn't expect to take over all the Tolstad stuff. Well, I'm happy to do it. I'll admit that I'm spread a bit thin. Honestly, it's... Until the election, we're all giving it 200%. Now, do you have any other questions, or can I get back to work? Who writes all the articles? We've got a circle, anonymous journalists, and no, I'm not giving you names. Why anonymous? She clicks her tongue and mumbles out a poem. Only bad folk live to see their likeness set in stone. And so the Ascal movement's close to being branded as heretical disease. And also, the Ascal movement is close to being branded as a heretical disease. We're keeping a low profile. She sighs. But I do write a bit myself, mostly to fill out the pages. What kind of writing are you inspired by? She laughs. I highly doubt you know any author I enjoy. Tough words from someone who probably only reads modern trash. Try me. She hits you with a grin. What have you unleashed? I enjoy Lady Saim Kofrin. Her poem series should be mandatory reading for every young girl in Norvik if it were up to me. You'll be stuck here all day. Ville Aberg is my favorite modern Ascal author. It's fiction, but it's like so much more than that. I also love Vanessa de Crawdad. She really has this, ethereal nature to her, don't you agree? The last one is fake. You made that last one up! She laughs. You got me. Just wanted to make sure you were awake. Okay, any more? Oh, and politically, I'm really into the early work of Helga Hemlin as well. It is genuinely inspiring to read her collection of early texts, back when the Norvikian suffragette movement was just getting started. Bad memories. Did you know that she went from a peasant widow to the headline of the biggest ever city protest in the span of 4 months? Yeah, Mom worked a lot back then. Cool. Anyway, don't mention Mom. Wait, that was your mom? She mindlessly tinkers away. Okay, I've got some other things to ask. Is there anything I can do to be of assistance? She looks you up and down. You really want to help? Yeah. Okay then. I do have a quest for you if you're up for it. Sure. Stare at her and breathe loudly. Please, stop having that as an option. Yes, give me the quest. It's really more of a task, like a fetch quest. Slightly less exciting. If it's got quest in the title, I'm up for it. Look, I've got a massive final printout before Election Day. It's going to be our best edition yet. I've already written an article that shows my vision for a radical and egalitarian revolution of Norvik. It will be distributed all over the city, countryside included. But we are tight on ink. They must need a special type of ink to print with copper sheets. Is it hard to get this ink? Yes, mostly because everyone needs it. I usually get some off a vendor I know, but they are indisposed at the moment. Election stuff, you know? Why is she lying about this vendor? From what I understand, the entire shipment of Quillwill cartridges is just stuck in the guild warehouse. Fuck! Since I only need a single set of cartridges to finish off the election edition, I could just walk in there and snatch it. I've even paid for it already. But the Ascani Reed's trade company controls it, and they will not let me inside. Not in 100 eras. Why not? I mean, they're freestriders. They wouldn't let a non-affiliated merchant inside in normal cases, but me being a known Ascal youth member, I'm for sure not getting inside. If you want to help the cause, that's one way to do it. It'll actually allow us to reach the entire city on election day instead of just, 60% of it. Tell me more about this vendor of yours. She shrugs. Some shady guy I barely know. Got the contract from my predecessor. Okay, I'll try gaining access to the warehouse. It's down on the water lane, right next to the Ascani Reed's trading company. Should be hard to miss. Huh. Anywhere else I can find this ink you need? Okay, just special Quillwills will do. Arcano machines like this are picky beasts. They drink what they drink. If you can get in, check the guild warehouse on the water lane. Okay. I think that's about it. The guy that I'm supposed to talk to is probably the Cockney guy. Mr. Cityman! You see a throng of dwarves shuffling around inside the tiny apartment. The smell of confined sweat reminds me of that summer you spent as a farmhand on the plantation. Terrible memories. Welcome to the Asgalian Sanctuary on Tolstad. For short, AST. Hell's bells, it's like they're stacked on top of one another. An apartment full of nothing but dwarven willpower. What a wonderful sanctuary you've built here. It's central, and it's small. He draws in air through his teeth and looks around. But we use what we've got to full efficiency. But now the question is, what can you do for the Scallion Workers' Party? Yes, give me a quest right now. The dwarf sucks in a deep breath to his teeth. Then he glances to his men before nodding slowly. We don't really need anything right now. What? No. Despair? I've got 5 men out on Waterlane docks. I'm preparing speeches and overseeing poster distribution, all in preparation for the Great March, day before Election Day. He looks like he's thinking of several other things he needs to be doing right now. So, no real need for a spell-slinging cleric here, I'm afraid. Fairs. It is what it is. Elections are won through organization and press, not magic. Those days are long gone. A fool speaks of things he does not understand. Shut up, intelligence. If you wish to help them, do not offer a cleric. Instead, offer assistance in their printing. Speak with Modissa. So, we may or may not have found a dead elf in the tea shop. His face stiffens. He realizes something. An elf, you say? A dead one. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey Jay, what's up? Welcome everyone. I'm Pavs, the writing VTuber and artist, and right now we are doing some investigation work for a dead elf that we found. How's a Minecraft stream? How's the second half of it? Hang on, / shout out at Golden Axe Mage. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're chatting right now with this dwarf who seems to know something about the dead elf we found, but who knows? He knows something. You can read him like an open book? Not right now. We're in the middle of something. Stay silent until he breaks. The elf. Was she in the fire? Yeah. But why didn't they didn't look properly. You know how it is. That is unfortunate. You see Modissa glance over to you, listening on the conversation with a deep frown. Pajanatea was a friend of the movement. I suspect that she would be involved with this somehow. But the dwarf closes his eyes. I hoped she'd simply left the city. Who was she? Ilum elf. Strange mix-up, I agree. But she was kind. He looks away as he says it. Hey, Grandblast! Who did she work for? Herself, from what I understand. Understood. Officially, she was connected with the Ilum Embassy, or whatever they call it. The Outreach. That's the one. So, what, she was secretly an Asgalist? I wouldn't go so far, but she helped. Whatever she was, she shared information that was always helpful. Information? She'd tell me things whenever I saw her. Intercepted messages sometimes leveraged to use in labor disputes. Just wandering the Equestrian Wasteland. I thought I'd drop by. Nice to have you. Yeah, wandering the Equestrian Wasteland. What the? Jay? Hello again? How did that happen? Yeah, wandering the Equestrian Wasteland almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Yeah, you raided in twice. I don't know why that happened. The battle bus took off twice. I don't know. Twitch can be funny sometimes, but yeah, welcome in. How was the second half of the stream? We're chatting up this dwarf. Double raid? Yes, I suppose? I guess it counts, yeah. Bunnies bounced twice, that's true. Bunnies bounced twice does sound like a fun parody of of Sekiro or James Bond. Business in the palace, polling numbers before they published, opposition that had yet to strike. I'm sure we would have gotten ahead of that PPG issue had she'd still been around. James Bond is where my head went. Right? Same here. His eyes grow dark. Thinking about it, she helped immensely over these last few years. Countless times. So I don't care what she identified as. I'm holding up a big neon lit sign that says politically. We don't know what she identified as politically. Stream was good. We got a lot of eggs. Nice work. Sekiro James Bond combination parody. I really do have a concept for a terrible James Bond game. Can you imagine James Bond parry slop? Can you imagine just like a fucking Soulsborne James Bond game? I could kind of see it, honestly. I feel like you could do it. I don't think it would be... I think you would have to do a lot of monumental lifting, and you would have to live with the branding of being the James Bond parry slop game forever, but I think you could do it. I think there's good cause to say that it's possible. I mean, Sean Connery Bond basically fought with, like, he did have a parry, he picked people up and threw them. I don't know if that counts as a parry. That sounds more like a throw. You could do it Batman Arkham style? I guess so, huh? New GoldenEye sequel going in a crazy direction. Maybe so. You know what? Maybe what the new GoldenEye system needs is like a similar thing to the axe parry from Resident Evil Requiem. Fascinated by that concept, frankly. I feel like you could do something with it. I don't know what, but you could. Sounds like a bad Hitman spin if they tried. I don't know if Hitman is ever going to get another video game. I think they might just be continuing to do Hitman 2 forever. Or Hitman 3. I don't remember how many there are. I've never played a Hitman game, come to think of it. In my eyes, she was an asshole, through and through. Okay. Was she connected with the Free Striders? I'm sure she was somehow. Otherwise, she wouldn't know half the stuff she sent over. What about the city? Did she know people in the palace? He nods. Don't have details, but yes, I'm sure. Did she have any enemies? Lots, I imagine. I warned her many times that granting us so much information could land her in danger. She didn't care. She sounds like she was the best kind of person, huh? Kill James Bond, the video game. The point of it is that Bond is an effigy of so many things that sucks in the world. A dog should spy in an avatar of death and dysphoria and decline. You know what? Having like I guess... Maybe it would almost be like a reverse Souls game where, like, instead of you challenging a very tough boss over and over, the same dipshit keeps coming after you, and it's just like an endless assassination attempt from James Bond. Or I guess somebody who's like James Bond. What about the Ilum? What did she think about them? You know, I asked her once. Now, she didn't exactly give me a straight answer, but something in my gut told me that she was trapped. That's what she looked like a trapped animal. Suppose that's why I hoped she'd just upped and left when we didn't hear from her. She deserved to be free, the gal. To be stuck down in a damn tea shop. It's foul, really. You know anything about a necklace of fireballs? Oh, a what? A dwarf would not know much about this, you imagine. You mean the magic item? He knows nothing. That reaction is genuine. That's the one. Ring any bells? He shakes his head slowly. Don't think so? Those are dangerous, aren't they? It's the one that started the Coast War. He stares at you for a moment. His granite block of a brain is working it out. Slowly. Just give him a second. Hold on. Did the tea shop blow up because of one of those damn things? Possibly. I'm looking into it. Well, do! I don't want that kind of filth in Norvik. If there are those kinds of weapons lying around here, I'd want it taken care of. We don't want another coast war started over a damn evil fool with a bomb. The fucking no whistle. It would have been so fucking funny to do that. Really evil, but kind of wanted to touch it. Kind of wanted to hit him with it. Okay. So the dead elf was kind of a quintuple agent. Like, she was working for the Ilum, but she also just was kind of hanging out with the Asgulus a lot. Okay. She sounds like she was just the best kind of person, huh? She was alright, he mutters as his expression falls. Aw, buddy. That's all for now. Thank you, citizen. Maybe I should talk to the guy upstairs as well. I feel like I could learn something, and I really want that wrestling belt. Please, 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 please let me have it. I want to have it. Okay. I also gave this guy a Cockney accent. Oi. The dwarf mutters his greeting with the impact of a growing flower. What would be the impact of a growing flower? I don't know. Give my man a shot of the belt, please. Look at how big I am. Look at how armored I am. I'm like if Scott Steiner was the chainmail helmet, but like 100%. I could cut the promo, I promise. The dwarf. Okay, impact of a growing flower. What does that mean? Is that just like, does that mean like weekly? I think it means weekly, right? In terms of just sheer impact. What do you know about the tea shop? Nothing, really. He grunts and gestures toward Alphonse. Ask the foreman. Yell, hey Alphonse! Zimmy says he knows something about the incriminating about the tea shop. Yeah, I'll go do that, thanks. He nods. He nods nervously. You and me? No, I'm not gonna tell him that you and me should be friends. I'm like a pseudo cop or something, man. We shouldn't be friends. You should despise me with all your being. The bathroom. It's surprisingly clean inside. Brother, that is all I needed to know. A copper press. The most important invention of the arcane era. Yo, word? The machine hums in the corner. A wonder of the late arcane era. Look over the machinery. It's humming along. They keep it running since it's usually a hassle to get the Mago engine going. The girl's exchanging some parts, probably tinkering with the auto press plates. It's time consuming to get a copper press set up for a print, but once it's going, it can go forever. Or until it runs out of ink. How does this thing work, like actually? A series of thin copper plates, or wafers, are magically configured to align with the alignment pages. This process takes time, and stacking the wafers in the right order excuse me, and stacking the wafers in the right order and making sure the pages are lined up properly can take many test prints. Thank you for your time, printer. Have you thanked your local printer today? You shouldn't. Printers are a demonic device, and we only use them with begrudging will, but, you know, they're not so bad once in a while. A rough carving on the door says R&A. No reason to be particularly interested in this room. Okay. But when they're a lady, we should thank them. True! Okay, which way do I need to go? Dialogue from Deltarune World? What? Really? About printers? What the hell? You know what? Never mind. I'm just going to accept that any old bullshit you tell me about Deltarune could be true. I haven't actually played anything beyond Chapter 2. I'm waiting for the full game to release so I can eventually do the whole thing. It's a joke because objects are alive in Deltarune. Oh yeah, aren't they? Good to know. What's new, Mushroom Lady? The elf looks you up and down as you approach. Enjoy it in 2028, 2030 then. Will do. Suzumura Akira is in Deltarune. Really? Huh. I think I gave her like a sickly voice. Human. A friendly greeting. Okay, I don't think we should say we found an elf in the tea shop, one of your friends. I feel like that has weirdly racial connotations. Dog, you're gonna be waiting like 7 more years at least. Listen, I've waited longer for worse things. I can handle it. We should probably ask her about the elf then. You. Her normally wide smile fades. An Elim, I presume. I do not consort with their kind. I'm afraid I cannot help in any way apart from offering you a free piece of advice. A tip, if you will. Please. She makes a coughing-ish sound. Tread carefully. The roots of Elim grow far and deep. They will strangle you given the chance. Do not anger the Mender's shadow. Understood. I'll be careful. Her smile returns. Good, she nods. Good. Alright, bye. I like that lady. But yeah, no, I'm guessing, listen, I'm guessing that Deltarune, I think like chapter 5 is on like a pretty good path to being completed, but then it's gonna be chapter 6, and later on after that, the 7th chapter. Okay, I'm going to save before I talk to this lady, because I think last time she sassed me so hard, I went to go hide in a barrel. Joking about Suzumura Akira being in Deltarune, he's from Choco Senshi Charge Area in 1996. Huh. Elaborate on why that has a connection to Deltarune. I feel like that's a really clever joke, but maybe I didn't understand it. Appreciate you wording that very carefully not to say those numbers sequentially. Listen, I know better than to fall into certain traps linguistically. Maybe there will come a day where I just have to... where I can just say the phrase 6 and then follow it up with immediately with 7, but without anybody needing to comment on it or without it warranting any comment whatsoever. But that is not today. No connection, I just think it's funny. Oh, I see. He says more women have fallen in love with me than there are nuclear bombs in the world. Depending on the progression of nuclear deterrence and disarmament in the given universe, that could be either an insane brag or like a very humble one. Okay, I can't behold her again. Cleric, the lady leans back in her throne. You've returned. Fact-checking charge area on BS. I think there's like 287 nuclear weapons still existent in the world, so those would still be some pretty good numbers. Like, I remember it's definitely 200 plus nuclear weapons. It's also pronounced Sanzerion, like it's French. I'm gonna make an executive decision not to respect that, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I was also supposed to ask her about rent. The lady laughs. She might need an extension by a week. Her laughter intensifies. And why would you care for my little songbird? Smitten, are we? She promised me a flower crown in return. Her eyes narrow. Why do you want a flower crown? It's cute. Clench your fist. Another cackle escapes the dragon. Fine. I'll grant her an extension. It wouldn't be the first time. But in return, you must do something for me. Her grin widens. An evil thought crosses her mind. Dance for me, Cleric. Oh boy! Are you sure? Oh, today just keeps getting better and better. What? Dance. They are mocking you. What a terrible feeling. She is just bullying you, but why not do it? This might hurt your self-esteem quite a bit. Careful. It would be pretty hard to put on a show as a one-man dance crew. I'd suggest declining. Chapter 5 is closed with some hints as to its content, and then Chapter 6 through 7 are we do not know a damn thing. Okay, cool. Well, she asked with a broad grin, a little dance for dear Nearly's rent extension. What say you? She clearly does not expect you to actually do this. You see Snell slowly shake his head to you. Oh, DC 18. Okay, I did save. I'm going to completely spill my spaghetti. But listen. I am a proficient and advanced social engineer. I have pioneered the field of making people pity me hard enough to get me what I want. What are the odds I roll a nat 20 on this? Your feet start tapping, arms swinging. You feel the pressure of all these goblins staring at you. At first you hear chuckles, then a mocking laugh. A step to the right, a step to the left. Their judging eyes focused on your embarrassing footing and rhythm. What the hell are you doing? After a minute of this hellish performance, you stop, awkwardly and without cause, as Lady Sagely's smirk widens in front of you. This is it. This is rock bottom. I took 5 hit points of damage! Cure wounds. I may have committed social suicide, but I'm getting a flower crown out of this, so why should I be upset? What a dance, Cleric! You simply must do that again someday. The extension! Try not to cry. The lady sighs and waves her claw. It's granted. She can pay whenever she wants. She laughs, along with dozens of other goblins in the garden. SNELL rubs his eyes. I'll never get that out of my head. By the gods, Cleric! Now go speak with Nearly again. Please. Oh yeah, we should also probably give her an actual update on the tea shop. Well, well. Her eyes focus in on you, and the room seems to shrink. Go on, Cleric. SNELL takes a deep breath next to you. He is expecting the worst. Me pregunto si Deltarune acabará antes de One Piece. One Piece is gonna outlast Deltarune, Grand Blast. Like, I don't think it's even a question. One Piece is going to go into, like, 2035. I have no idea I don't know if that's going to be accurate, but I'm guessing it's going to go into, like, 2030s at minimum. Deltarune maybe as well, but I feel like One Piece will be going on for at least another 3 years. It might not. I mean, we are getting pretty deep in there from what I understand. But I would be surprised if it wraps up before Deltarune. Or actually, you know what? What would be funnier? If Deltarune finishes production before One Piece ends, or if One Piece ends before Deltarune finishes production? Some food for thought. Anyway, there was a dead elf? She lifts her head and gives you a cold expression. She is shocked by this news. Do you have an identity? We do know who it is, though. The corpse was heavily damaged. Oda's been hauling ass, but he still needs another 5 to 10 years. I'm guessing 5. More on 5's end, maybe? If One Piece ended first, that would be insane. It would feel really weird. It would feel really, really weird. Obviously. Anything new to report? Perhaps something actually useful. Charisma DC 15. Convince her that you're an idiot. Why? Gotta head out and get comatose on Easter chocolate. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you for your hard work. Enjoy your chocolate. Okay. DC 21% to the full story till Lady Sage leave. Hold on, I can just play dumb? Okay. -2 DC, -2 DC, -2 DC, -3 DC. Okay. A brooch survived the flames. A brooch? Show me. Now. Sure. The lady expects a leaf in her tiny hands. Tab key, typically elven, and magical. Her eyes lift, landing on you. Yet also ruined. Magic items are not supposed to break. What do you think? If this brooch was indeed destroyed by this inferno, then the origin of that fire must have been magical. And that's what I believe to be the case. Who walks around with a melted magical brooch? True. It's pretty strong evidence. She turns it over in her claw. The brooch itself is indicative of a high-ranking elven power. This symbol is worn by members of the Mentor's court. The Mentor? Ilim. The dragon growls at you. Her witnesses have spun this band into chaos more times than I... If her shadow was responsible for this... Can I have it back? That's helpful evidence. The dragon tosses it to you with a frown. I do not wish her mark anywhere upon the lance. Okay. There were 9 explosions. Hang on. Her eyes focus in, like fiery spotlights placed upon your soul. Elaborate. Not to SNELL and say, you go. SNELL steps in with a quick bow. My lady, the cleric and I are certain of the cause of the explosion. A necklace of fireballs. The chamber goes dead silent. She scoffs. This explosion could not have been produced by arcanist mimicry. You're speaking of a divine era or even older artifact. Yes, my lady. While other options are possible, it is highly likely due to... He stops and gives you a glance. He is asking for assistance. Do you grant it? Several delayed fireballs or 9 separate casters. Both unlikely. He nods to you and continues. The goblin is grateful. A fully stocked and charged necklace of fireballs is the most reasonable explanation. Reasonable, yet vexing. Simply raising more questions. Yes, my lady, I'm afraid so. She frowns and scratches her claws on her wooden throne. What else? Okay. Wait, I'm not going to tell her that a copy of the Undercommon survived the flames because that's not really helpful. The DC for this one has been reduced significantly then. Metal door was melted off its hinges. Melt? It was bent. Bent metal. I funded that shop. The door was hardstone, was it not? Dwarven made. It does not simply melt. I double-checked. It was hardstone. To melt hardstone, that would require an incredible heat. Yes, upwards of dragonfire. She gives you a disgusted scowl. That is good information. Well done. Okay, DC 10, that's pretty good. The T-machine thing was active at the time of the explosion. The T-machine? He exhales. The T-machine. It was in the process of brewing tea. We even found some tea leaves inside. Interesting. Considering the shop was closed at the time, that is quite the clue. Perhaps his elf was making tea, perhaps the elf expected company. That'd make sense. One more question. What kind of tea leaves were in the machine? Why is she interested in that? Snell gives you a glance. I'll show her the leaves. He takes one sniff at the dry leaves and frowns. Ukwal. A Kargameshian plant. Her eyes hold fear. What is she not telling you? Next, what else? Huh. Interesting. Okay, DC 7. I think we're ready to present the full story. Oh, thank God. Yes. You go over the details, the broad strokes, putting the events into a clear, chronological order. Lady Sageleaf listens patiently as you explain it all. The tea shop owner was not there. But the elf was. And the elf clearly had a reason to sit in the closed tea shop. The elf was in possession of a fully stocked necklace of fireballs. The goblin's chieftain's lips curl into a slight smile, which then turns into a grim frown. Go on. She finds your explanation intellectually stimulating. Time to lay out the entire plot, from the beginning. The one thing that didn't make sense to me from the start was why a tea shop? She shrugs. Why indeed? He glances between his queen and yourself. Careful now. You know the truth. You understand it. No one... Okay. Did the caption transcribe broad strokes as LeBron strokes? That would be really funny. Because that would mean I would say LeBron more often than broad. Do I know the truth? I think it might have been a deal gone wrong. Because I think then that would mean... Okay. I don't think it was an assassination. Because if we're assuming that the elf had the necklace of fireballs, that was probably some kind of failsafe or something like that. LeBronly speaking, I think that's most likely. Okay, I'm going to go for that. It feels more likely than it was an assassination. Because it sounds like trying to kill an elf is a really dumb idea. She contemplates your words for a few seconds. A deal, you say? Would not surprise me. drummer appears exactly the type to mediate nefarious business. I do not believe for a second this was a planned attack. There are too many important targets so close. Had it been a simple fireball spell, perhaps. SNELL, do you know how rare this artifact is, this necklace of fireballs? He nods. Exceedingly rare, my lady. Perhaps not a single bead. Those float around the coast from time to time. Still expensive, but... Remnants of the coastal war. Each bead, if detonated together, would result in the blast increasing in power. 1 level per bead. And 1 level per bead. And it starts on 3rd level as any normal fireball spell would. 9 beads would then mean... Her smile widens. 11th level. Really? Wait, okay, so... Level 3... Okay, wait, no. She speaks the words like they're delicious. Oh boy. Simple math, the goblin says, looking concerned. Whisper, cool. That's some Arcanist bullshit. Huh. Isn't that against the rules of magic? She scoffs. There are no rules. Not really. The Arcanists push boundaries beyond mortality and reason. She scoffs loudly and with an air of annoyance. I'm just impressed the dwarven masonry still stands. I assumed such power would tear reality itself asunder. But no, it simply scorched a lot hotter. I should also mention there was a gold chain in the hands of the elf. A gold chain? As in, that must be the necklace then. It actually survived the blast? It turned to dust after it was removed from the corpse. The goblin chieftain clicks her tongue and leans back in her throne. Interesting. When spent, the core chain must have retained some magic. Though trifled with, of course. The lady glances to Snell, then back to you. Well done. You have convinced me of this perspective. For now, at least. The lady grows silent and begins twirling a ring on her finger. How is the cleric's health, Snell? Well, I took some damage from being mortally humiliated, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Health, my lady? Do you believe he should require some magical assistance? The goblin mutters and gives you a good look. Yeah. She takes off the ring and tosses it to you. Wield it well, human. It will keep you up and running. She leans on her claw and glares at you. This joint venture is not yet finished. Snell? Cleric? Yes, my lady. You need to find the responsible party and bring them to justice. That is what you do, is it not? I'm more of a fair trial kind of guy than a swift justice kind of guy. I kind of want to be a smartass, but I do think she might kill me. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Then bring me someone for a trial. The elf might be dead, but I'm certain whoever is responsible here is not. Speak with the relevant parties. Find out everything about this elf. Locate the missing witness, this Frank son of Frank, dressed in yellow. Fake name or not, if he can be found, you must do it. And then there's the question of the poor fool drummer, of course. You have until the election. Be quick about it. Time is running thin. Okay. The tea shop owner's whereabout? Who knows? He probably already left the city. If he's stupid enough to hide in some corner, cowering like the craven fool he is, then find him and make him talk. Oh yeah, that's the other reason we might have wanted to go to the, the Free Strider warehouse. We might find the crate there. So now we have 3 reasons to go. 1, the simple fact that we could find some valuable loot in there. 2, we could find the bird guy. And 3, we need that printer ink. God, it just hit me how much of a modern problem it is to have run out for ink for a printer. Speaking of ink, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Do you know anything about this dead elf? She groans. There were words of a certain elf making friends within political circles here on Tolstad. I'm assuming this is the one. I would suggest speaking with those connected. The Ask Elves for their involvement with the tea shop, Viskin for the post-mortem, and of course the corpse itself. That you should be able to handle. Okay, and what about Frank son of Frank? We don't know much. Some whispers about a man dressed in yellow rushing downwards. Perhaps he fled to the city below. The fellow's probably dead or dying in that case. Either way, find him. Keep at it. Okay. So we delivered our report to the old lady, and it is neither good nor bad, but we've at least convinced her that we're not complete incompetents. So I guess that's probably good. +1 strength, +2 dexterity, +1 wisdom and charisma. Oh yeah, we also have this ring of regeneration. Gives 1d4 HP per hour. +1 constitution. Ooh, we could probably use that a little bit. Probably gonna have it in place of this key. Okay. I guess our best bet would be good. We could do two things. We could either head out and deliver those papers for the free strider. And again, I have a pretty good idea of who I could give out those papers to. But there's a lot of different things we could tackle. I think if we focus on doing the free strider side quest, I think that would be best. Do I actually have the... Hang on, I might need to grab those papers real quick. Wouldn't hurt to check in with the actual place. I need to remember her name. Hi, Agent Vera. So the guild warehouse... No. Okay. You actually have to get some people to sign the papers, it appears. 3 local entrepreneurs. Okay, cool. So I do have the papers, they're just not visible in my inventory. Okay, we will give one to a child, because that seems like a great idea. I guess we could maybe also give one to the Asgard printing press. It would be... I don't know. I don't know who we can give these to. Maybe we can also talk and fool the... Norvikian resistance guy... idiots into doing it. Hang on. That's all for now. Okay, so I know from those guys. Oh yeah, we could. If the singer is still up here, we could talk to her and let her know that we got her the extension, and we can get our flower crown, which is a win for every. Okay, she's not here. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Okay. Ooh, wait. Could we get the duck to sign one of these? That would be really funny. I think the duck is supposed to be like some kind of free agent or something. The Iron Tin Can Knight Man dude does not acknowledge your presence. Okay. So that's a no from the duck, but that was to be expected. I am not surprised by that. I keep looking at the phrase LeBronly speaking, and I think it's really changing up my dictionary a little bit. Oh yes, newspaper child. Huh? Oh, hi, it's you again. Buying something? Hear anything about any assassins on Tolstad? We probably shouldn't know. About the owner of this kiosk, Talassos. Pretty nice merman. Can I speak with him? I guess he's not very talkative, but he usually fishes behind the kiosk in the afternoons. That's his only break from work, I think. Fishes behind the kiosks in the afternoon. Okay. LeBronly speaking sounds like something Raph would say. Yeah. I think it's because she at one point hit us with a low Kinuanly. Wait, is this Talassus? Oh wait, no. We could probably get him to talk with the Free Striders. Ah, hello again, Cleric. Can I help you? He's not exactly happy to speak with you, but he is happy to gain your favor. What does the law have to say about really powerful magic items? Like what? Generally speaking, magic items are classified under the same stuff as regular spells. That is, cantrip-tier effects are free to use. Low-tier magic, 1st to 3rd level, requires affiliations with certain groups or city licenses. There's obviously a gray zone, since more magical items can't be easily aligned with a spell tier, but the city usually looks the other way for anything that doesn't actively disrupt peace. Ask him the other stuff first, and then seek into the necklace question. Do you have any magical items? Sure, got an ink pot that never runs out. Got some of those nifty papers that fly to whoever you think of when you toss it out of a window. Been thinking of splashing some crowns on a sending pebble, but man, those things are expensive! What about magical weapons? I mean, Norvik is pretty libertarian on the weapons front, at least compared to some cities around the coast. Cool, so we live in the equivalent of a place that doesn't have gun control. I know citizens can get licenses for magical family heirlooms. You know, my grandpa killed a troll with this axe and now it makes you bleed green and cut down trees with a single chop type thing. Like I said, the city usually looks the other way, even if the law says you're not allowed to wield any of the really wild shit. What about potions? Haha, yes! That is a great question. A potion is defined as any consumable object capable of granting a magical effect upon the consumer. They are technically magic items as well. However, unlike certain city-states, Norvik does have a list of approved potions. Stuff like Vorjani River Blood, or whatever it's called. Or those non-alcoholic ales that make you more confident. It's hypocritical in a sense. In another, more economical sense, it is genius. Norvik has become a home for mass production of potions over the last decade, ever since that list was made. Ever wonder why there's so many hags in Norvik? That's why. I believe they prefer the term gilfs. Economic incentives, baby! What about a necklace of fireballs? What can you tell me about it? Ha ha! A famous magic item. Or infamous. Just to be clear, he says, clearing his throat, I am not in any way connected to the imp that started the Coast War. Wait, that was you guys? But man, did that guy stir some shit. Legendary shit. He used a necklace of fireballs when he blew up that airship, you know, for the assassination of Princess Ilona that I'm sure you read about in school. Oh, NOF is what we in the business call a necklace of fireballs. Lots of places and reads have specific laws regarding NOFs. Arcanists left behind a ton after the war. Whenever a cache is uncovered, you inevitably get a bunch of NOFs circulating in the coasts. How rare would a fully stocked NOF be? Okay, what laws do they have about NOFs? None! They're not too common as can. They're covered under the normal magic item clauses. Strictly forbidden as higher tier magic. Even if, technically, he loves that word, the word tastes good to him. Technically, an NOF with a single bead attached would only act as a 3rd level spell, which is considered low tier magic. Technically speaking. How rare would a fully stocked NOF be? He laughs, letting out a slow and insidious sound. Very. I'm sure one or two nine-headed NOFs have circulated the coast in the past year. Years. In the early Arcane era, I'm sure some wizards made fully stocked NOFs. But it's not very practical, is it? The mass-produced ones you'd find on artillery corps or flight bombers, they've usually got 3 to 6 beads. Cheaper to produce that way, from what I've heard. Has there been any case of a 9-headed NOF being used? He looks away and thinks for a bit. I know NOFs were used in acts of terrorism in the wake of the Free Strider Rebellion, but I can't tell you a single documented case where a fully stocked NOF has been confirmed. Cool. That's we're in untrod territory. That's always good to know. Not very practical, is it? The difference between 3 or 4 beads exploding in 9 is, well, honestly, it's negligible. Human flesh and even iron, it'll melt either way. The size of the explosion won't increase with more beads. Only the heat increases. Unless you just desperately want to melt, I don't know, adamantine? No reason to trigger them all at the same time. Huh. What spell level would that be? 11th? Yeah, ridiculous number. The Arcanist sure did some wacky shit with spells over the 9th back in the day. I saw this guy once, right? He turned his brain into a library with a single spell. Don't ask me how I got invited to that party, but boy, was it weird to watch. Cool. I have some questions about a PPG. A permission of public gathering? Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at. He throws a look over his shoulder. He is aware of the dwarf's plight. What would you look for if you were investigating a PPG? Wording. Legalese can get pretty complicated, and a good barrister could twist that stuff into oblivion. Other than that, I'd check the basics. Name, spelling, dates. A single lithographic error can cause a landslide of troubles. I know from experience. Can I have a PPG? Not for me. Ask Darrow. Nicholas Darrow, chosen magistrate of Tolstad. A man known for little else than being the great-grandson of Borgo Darrow, the legendary right-hand man of Earth. Or maybe don't, unless you've got some really important message to deliver to the people. Okay. Okay, that's all I need to know about that. Citizen. Okay, so we've learned some more stuff about the 9th level spell. Not really useful stuff, particularly, but... meh. Okay. So, we would need... to deliver those... Oh, no, not open until sunset. Right. I guess we should still talk to Viskin. Maybe he'll have some ideas about where we can pawn these off to. I'm gonna drink a little bit more water. Okay. Back on the grind. Hey, maybe I can give it to the lizard. Kobold, I'm sorry. Hand him an AEFA. Hey, here's the thing from the Free Striders. Oh. He lifted lightly, reading the text. An economic accord. How quaint. I have to hand them out to help Agent Vera. I know very well about the free way of business in the East. I have no interest dealing with these methods unless I am forced to in the event of a governmental shift, which, considering that you have been instructed in handing these out, is most likely exactly what's gonna happen. Thus, I will indeed most likely sign this in the end. He is being a bitch about it. Who cares? The future is coming, old man. You don't sound too happy about that. It is the way of things. I much preferred the rule of Earth. The so-called meritocratic capitalistic society of reeds is based on foul bureaucracy. Nothing else. I will manage it well, but in principle I will stew in resentment. Yeah, same. Give him a fist bump. He meets your fist in the air. Then he places the paper on his desk among many other documents. Is that all? Yeah, I guess. Ooh, maybe... Wait, aren't you technically a... I'm not gonna get any more out of him, am I? Oh, maybe I am! Usually kobolds are only dangerous in large numbers. This one appears extremely deadly on his own. There's something deeper in his connection to his master. This kobold holds the Pale Man as a highest possible value. Literally, his personal god. Spooky, but okay. Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes. Okay. I have some questions for you. Short question. Go. Yeah, actually, I don't really have that many questions. Okay, so that's one. I probably should have told him not to sign it. Or, you know what, Viskin strikes me as like the guy who says he's apolitical, so if he's gonna sign it, that's on him. Still, what else should I do? Oh, maybe it would be really funny if I asked the Asgulus to tell them to ask them if they can make the... I don't know, does the Asgulus Press count as a individual business? That's an interesting question. I guess I should probably just ask them directly, huh? I think that would be the fastest way. Okay, that's Snell's door. Is this... Arde? Nope. Questing tree. What have we got that's new? Ooh, wait, we can take root on this one. What else have we got? Class conflict. Ooh, we can also take root on this one. You know what? I find these conversations amusing. Let's do it. They must have realized by now. You're not just some government goon. You are... Of course not. I am the Cleric. That's right. The one and only. Norvik's protector and hero of the downtrodden. The Cleric. This is your calling. Your duty. Your life. Since you joined the Earth Guards to make sense of this unruly life of yours. This is your calling. This is where you found your zealotry. Your love for the city. Your meaning in life. Feels the clericalness. Tell me more about the Cleric. With that name as your pride, you will keep going. Through divine, sacred magic. Your healing spells are increased by an extra proficiency. Your heals can also be increased by your strength modifier instead of your wisdom modifier, if it is higher. Interesting, okay. I am ready to make a decision. Oh yeah. Say it. I'm the Cleric! Earth be blessed, you are. Feel like you found yourself. Feels the aura. Okay, interesting. Imagine gassing yourself up so hard that your spells get stronger. I think that's kind of what happens in Jujutsu Kaisen. Which is really funny. Okay. We can also take root over here. I mean, it makes sense though, right? Because spells are very much like an intellectual brain thing. So it would make sense that if you had like some kind of bizarre delusion, or if you thought yourself that you were stronger than you actually were, that should have some kind of impact on your spells. What is loneliness? Excuse me? What is it? That feeling in your chest. The knowledge of lacking, of being without. This thing hanging veil-like as a connective tissue between others. Is it something, or is it simply void? What's this got to do with the tea shop? Everything. It is the central theme. So... You came here to solve a mystery. Yet what you find is everything working against you. Like, why didn't I get access to the tea shop straight away? Indeed. Political forces working against each other. Not in direct competition, but indirectly, as the election looms over all folk. Mage scholars have been studying this for years. Half of the supplements nowadays for casters are placebos, but they work better than the real things. That would be funny to think about, right? Like, genuinely, like that one comic of like, Master, what is this power? And the sage being like, I don't know, that's scary. But instead of being like, I don't know, that's scary, the sage would be like, feel it, feel you are the dragon, feel it in your bones. To just keep gassing up their student, and you know, at some point you will realize that you're not actually the dragon with like a capital D dragon. But, you know, by then, hopefully you will have actually gotten strong enough that you won't actually need that delusion, so, you know. Being Chuni should give you a +1 bonus to spellcasting. a coin lord who wishes nothing to be brought to light under his reign, a chieftain who wishes to hold her domain tightly, caught between a poor woman in a tea shop. I'm well on my way to dealing with this already. Just gotta keep going a bit further. That is true. For you, despite these tribulations, it has proven a revitalization, a return to form. This last year has been terrible. It was just a demotion, I've been through worse. But now, you are on your way to handle it all. All thanks to my buddy SNELL. Yes, his presence is a good in your life. He is, potentially, a friend. Friendship is not a necessity, nor is beauty, nor is love. They do not help you survive in this world. Rather, each of these things give value to survival. So the empty hole in your chest does not open up as wide at the end of your next quest. When the silence of your tower office or room at mom's apartment does not engulf you quite so suddenly and hastily. But then you can ask yourself another question. What is tea, really? What is this, some kind of philosophical question? A warm liquid, filtered through leaves of various distinguished plants, only to be served to free-spirited, youthful folk of common cloth. A drink of the post-war era. And then this drink explodes. It does not. However, you see at the center of Norvik, in the middle of the chilled river Torna, sits a fortress. One filled with folk, each of them flowing through alleys and tunnels and streets, at the center of which you find a tea shop. Stepping through its doors, you are immediately hit by a wave of exotic aromas. There are folk of all kinds debating, playing music, and exchanging ideas within these walls. Stack of newspapers thrown about the tables. Behind the counter you see a dark feathered creature serving freshly brewed cups. This is the tea shop. There are many like it in Norvik. There is nothing special about this one, apart from the fact that this one blew up. I used to love tea shops. It was the best years of your life. It was the closest you ever came to having real friends. Most of it spent drinking halfling tea in Varvi, one of the 5 districts in Norvik, located in and around the Great Steam Pit in northwestern Norvik. With people. Oh, shut up. They used you. Aren't you the one always going about exploited labor? Well, that's you. A lonely kid tricked into pushing dwarf propaganda. That's all. It's not so simple. They were also kids. Miran, she was trying to... Former leader and founder of the Asgal Youth. Currently the only female foreman among the Norvik Asgal Council. You don't need them. Nothing to cry over. Nothing lost. Everything gained, however. If you hadn't gotten arrested, you would have never joined the Earthguard. It was destiny. A group of Asgalists turning on each other, running to the hills. To survive that? It builds character. Keep this goblin at arm's length. You don't know where he's been or what his intentions are. You will make it as a lone cleric against the world. As always. No, don't push him away. You gotta reel him in, just like everyone else. Your main problem from the beginning has been one thing. Honesty. You keep showing your true colors. Nobody likes that. Keep it friendly. Keep it light. Everyone should enjoy your company. They can enjoy your company without it being a winning game. But if they enjoy your company, you win. Everyone wins, including you. Ignore this idiocy. Focus on your spells. Learning, retaining knowledge, and applying it during your downtime. Become an even greater master of memorization. Okay, tell me more about Lone Cleric. You're a man. You don't need friends. Oh boy. Taking a short rest means kneeling down in the dirt, a fist placed upon your chest, your brow dripping, pearls of sweat falling down upon your bulging pecs, in the dark, alone, by yourself. flying solo. You don't need friends. You're a man. At the start of your short rest, heal an additional amount equal to the level of exhaustion you have. That doesn't sound very fun. What about Master Memorizer? Normally, your absolute genius allows you to recover a spell slot during whatever breathers you take. Focus on this. The rest is useless. During your short rest, you restore 2 random spell slots instead of 1. Now what about Friendly Company? SNELL is a good person. You enjoy his company. Just his presence during a breather is enough to make you feel good at heart. The feeling is somewhat mutual. Who cares what he thinks? You seriously need to learn how to make friends. For real. That includes manipulating them into actually sticking around. During short rests, always roll hit die with advantage. SNELL also gains extra proficiency in his initiative rolls. So is this a wise or charismatic thing to choose? It's a mix, really. Like with alignment, it is all about intention. Do you view socialization as a zero-sum game? No? Then you're dumb. No, you are not. A relationship is what you make it. If you assume it to be cold calculation, then that is what you're going to get. Okay, let's go with Friendly Company, because let's be honest, having SNELL move first during initiative is probably going to be helpful. I don't really take short rests anyway, so... You know, I think that's probably the best one. You will be a great friend. A true friend. And so you shall remain. Also, hang on. I gotta tab out of the game real quick because my, hang on. My night light turned on, the kind of screen dimming thing that happens later in the evening. So let's just get that back in. Boy, that was a really weird brain trip that I just had. Let's keep moving. I wonder... Ooh, wait, maybe the scholar might be considered a business, or maybe the owl guy. Gonna have to check either way. Open at sundown. Never mind, we'll have to start with the halfling. I might have called him a dwarf just now. That was my bad. Okay... Okay, nothing from this guy, but that's fine. We don't really... We don't always need to talk to him. Go down here. I can't really go down here, yeah? Yeah, I guess not. Wait, maybe I can talk to this guy? Nope. This is tough. I don't know many entrepreneurs, mostly because the word in and of itself kind of disgusts me. God, that is such a nice sword. I really want it. I guess we should go dungeon delving for a little while longer. I feel like I haven't really gotten to the bottom of that just yet, and it feels like it's going to be important for the future. Is it over here? No. But that's fine, actually. This gets me to where I need to... No, it doesn't get me to where I need to go. Or does it? Wait, I think up here is the entrance to the... Drunk Sphinx opens at 6. Okay. Oh wait, over here, I think. Maybe. Oh yeah, I have some dexterity increasing artifacts, don't I? High above. Set a hole in the bark. Okay. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I suggest not doing that. Well, he didn't tell me not to climb that tree. Or he did suggest not doing that. I don't know if that's because that whatever's up there I'm not supposed to touch, or if he's just worried I'm gonna break my fool neck. Okay, just a bit more. Please get down from there, Cleric. Oh, fine. Sanity strikes like lightning, huh? Now can we go? I guess. I wish I had my cantrips. Didn't I need comprehend languages for something? Yes, I did for this thing. Okay. The Berbis Draconum Mars Occulta. Occult Dragon Speech. Okay, here we go. Comprehend languages. You mutter the words to yourself and carefully tap the frail paper. The words then pop into place, as they should. I wipe the sweat from my brow. The lair is hot. My companion was consumed by the lower beast in the first wave. I saw his soul yet still screaming at me as I stepped up into the auditorium. No, I would not allow myself a meek death. The book details a first-hand account of one of many lambs, the strongest of their tribes who were sent to fight before the great green dragon Tisserel Danur. To the last of the great dragons of old Diminor to still reign at this time in the early divine era. The author, Calum, was one of the few to survive. He writes how he ended up in the good favor of the Queen of Tree after many years of servitude. But he never gave up his dream of killing each of them. This is fascinating. Keep reading. Time. Books consume time. We can read the full book. A long decade in those halls I spent in toil. I never relented nor did I show truth. She saw something in me. Perhaps it was my bloodlust. Calum became the loyal first human of Tisserel Danur, a type of manservant. He was by her side at all times, and he listened to her every word, documenting it. The book contains a long series of transcripts, seemingly directly from the ancient dragon herself, and it slowly reveals how the author learns not just the basic tongue of Draconic, but all the high humans spoke, but rather the deeper power behind those words. To a human, playing the strings was amusing to them. To her. For none could ever dream of handling anything but the most shallow of songs. Until the day I understood. This is fascinating. The story is told to all who are taught magic, how the first Arcanist stole the knowledge from his dragon masters. But this you have not heard. Calum Diminori listened to the ancient dragon until he understood. Dragons control their strings not just with words, but with their voice. So what? Would somebody who could control the magic with their voice would be like what? Some kind of dragonborn? Once that clicked, the book explains, he learned how to tap into the words of power, higher tier magic. It goes on to, with incredible detail, explain exactly how his research went on during those years, how he managed to produce and procure and transcribe dozens of previously dragon-only spells. He did not master all of them himself, but he did master some, and most importantly, he trained himself until he could cast a spell of Jor's limits. That would be what we call today a 9th level spell. It goes on for pages describing basic stuff about the Draconic Civil War, similar to the things you read in school, how all of Diminor fell in their raging. In that chaos, humans were starting to rebel. It was with great pleasure I turned on her, when I saw my great cousin Dagdulin Dim appear with that sacred standard, yet he did not wield strength enough to break her. Thus, the last of the great serpents fell to me, to my one word of power I had learned just for her. Kill. Power word kill. The most famous of the power words. How interesting. Is this truly how it came to pass into human hands? Thus the era of the worm was faded, with man raised in its place. I am Calum of the Minori. My words shape worlds. Myself, Jor, is what I am become. The book ends with instructions on various draconic magical theory, most of which you already know. Elementary. However, look at that final cantrip on the page. Look at that mage hand. Ooh! I love mage hand. You run your fingers over the script. Yes. This is the personal transcription of the spell Mage Hand by this mythical Calum. Ooh, baby! What a masterpiece. Look at that scripture. To imagine that you are sharing in such glory. This is a much more sleek implementation of Mage Hand than any you have ever come by before. You could perform great feats with this. What, reach for apples? Apples! Holy shit. This'll let you steal shit from a distance, won't it? Yes, although it is not as subtle as you might imagine. If you get caught. Never in a million years. Fascinating. Calum's Mage Hand. Ooh, what can I use this on? Ooh, wait, I could use that to grab the eggs from outside. Yes! I don't know why, but I imagine those will come in handy. Boom, Mage Hand. Gull's Nest. Scary beasts, those gulls, but whoever made this nest isn't around, so... Could you imagine the goodies? Could be worth to climb out. Okay... Let's just go ahead and trifle this. Obsidian Gauntlet! Ooh! What's this do? A weird stone that has been polished into a fist. It is grappling with a tentacle. Who made this? And for what nefarious purpose? +1 constitution, +1 charisma, advantage against aberrations. That sounds handy. Mage Hand dismissed. Ooh, I bet we can even get into that tree now. Maybe. But yeah, now I have a Mage Hand. Isn't that cool? Things like telekinesis have always deeply appealed to me. Okay. Between the branches, a hole in the bark. Something glimmers. Get up there. Can't I use Mage Hand? Oh, that's smart. It probably will not work. Not being able to see inside the tree hollow makes it difficult. I bet I can try it anyway. Since your senses are only slightly connected with the esoteric string of your magical hand, it feels strange when your magical fingers attempt to penetrate the hole. It's not working. God damn it. Alright, bye tree. Stupid Mage Hand spoils my fun. Although I did get that obsidian gauntlet out of it, so again, I can't be too... Why is that goblin just hanging out on the roof? Hey, how's the weather up there? Okay, nothing around here. Ooh, wait, I bet now I could probably get into... Okay, whatever that's going on. Whatever's going on with that is none of my business. But... Okay, could I convince her to... Hey, you're an local entrepreneur, right? I suppose. Wait, I gave her like a... What kind of voice did I give her? I forgot. I'm gonna give her like a very floaty voice. I suppose, she says and grabs the paper. Ah, one of these. I see. Not entirely sure I reached the requirements of being local, but I suppose it can't hurt to look over the legals here. Thank you. That's all for now. Thank you. I bet I can use my Mage Hand for all kinds of naughty stuff. Nothing here yet, though. I am very thrilled to have it. I'm sorry I talked disrespectfully to it earlier. Wait, what's a spell book? Calum's Mage Hand. A spectral floating hands Hand appears at the point you choose within range. You can use your action to control the hand. You can use the hand to manipulate an object, open an unlocked door or container, and retrieve an item from an open container. Any trifle check attempted with the hand can be rolled with your intelligence modifier. Ooh. Okay, interesting and very helpful to know. I'm not much of a trifler myself, but it is very handy. Okay, could I use my mage hand to try... Hang on. I'm gonna save in case I eat shit in front of the youth here. But yeah, couldn't I just use this to grab that? Once it comes by? Easy does it. Easy does it. No, not that. This thing. Yeah, come on. Snell, move! Okay, pickpocket item intelligence check. I don't know if that's such a good idea. What is that? Something stuck to the gear. Hmm. Can I please, there we go. The cogs keep spinning, but you notice something. A shiny red thing stuck to the inner part of the top wheel. The addendum. That's what that's called? A addendum? It is called a addendum. You approach the cog and the sticky red thing stuck to it. In the addendum. Addendum? Dexterity, DC 18, grab the sticky red things in front of the cog without losing your fingers. Oh wait, could we use the grease spell here? With a moment of focus, a splash of magical grease appears all over the cogs. Within seconds, as it spreads throughout the system, the speed of it all ramps up. Whoa! The whole place is shaking. You really sped that shit up. I'm not sure for what reason, but I'm sure you had a plan here. Plus 2 DC. You greased that sucker up. You stupid fucker. Okay, well, let's reload then. I don't know what I was expecting to achieve with that precisely. But it was kind of funny, so you know what? I should be permitted to do it. Okay, it should show up on the addendum any moment here. Okay. DC 18. Let's do it! Pickpocket failure. Wait, I don't get a downside from that though. Let me try. Yeah, like there's no negative to trying it. I can just kind of reach over and... Hang on. Locked? God damn it. Whatever. I'll live. Okay, dismiss the mage hand. I feel like it would be very impolite to just have your mage hand out at all times. I just kind of want to mage hand everything is the thing. I feel, like, again, telekinesis is such a cool concept that I really want to do something with it, but I can't, there's really not much that can be done. Okay, so we got 2 out of the 3 AFA things, or whatever. I guess the last one we would deliver to the drunken Sphinx. So we're back at the original kind of idea that we had, that we needed to explore the dungeon a little more. So let's go do that. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, there's what's her name? The Flower Crown girl. We'll figure that out later though. Okay, from here, I think we can use the steps over here to go up. Not here. Maybe to the left. Yep, that's the one. This should get us to the Viscon's workshop. Fuck! It didn't. Alright. Whatever, we'll take the long way around. Traveling doesn't actually cost any time, so... We'll figure out a way to deal with it. Still, I am very thrilled that we got the mage hand. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there was anything new to chat with for Viscon once we talked about him about the document back there, so... Yo, whoa, a rat! What's this? You approach a crate full of sand. They've imported sand to Norvik. For what, glass blowing? Inspect the crate. You notice a little marking on the back with the letters HWBT. The lid has been tossed behind it. Looking closer, you can see how the lid has been bludgeoned. Their splinters and the nails that are supposed to keep the crate shut have been ripped out. Anything special about the sand? It's just sand. Bullshit. That says DC 18 failure. Hang on, if I... Yeah, my intelligence is currently at 16. If I get out the tiny dictator... Let's try this. Look at the sand. By the great men of Diminor. This is cursed sand of the Maw, also known as mosquito sand, from Heishi. Whatever you do, do not touch it. Hey, Snell, what's up with this weird crate of sand? Eh? The goblin glances over at what you're doing. Let me see, that's a... His eyes shoot open. Very, very wide. Nope! Back off! Right now! He pushes you away from it. Listen to him, he is above you. Do as he says. As the two of you are a few steps away from the crate, he takes a breath. That, Cleric, is a crate of mosquito sand! Without explaining further, the goblin sneaks up on the crate and grabs the lid. Moving more carefully than you've ever seen him move before, he gently places the lid on top of the crate once more. Something must have startled it to make it push open the lid like that. He wipes some sweat from his brow. What would it have done to me if... Well, from what I understand, it would have choked you, drained you of your blood, and slowly mushed you inside the crate. Now let's leave it the fuck alone. Okay. Why do you have that? Like, I'm not saying you're not allowed to have it, I would just like to know why. Alright, let's swap out the tiny dictator for the Ring of Regeneration. Also, apparently we've made some more progress on our questing tree. Rustled Feathers, Elven Connection, Dragon of Tolstad, Essence of Inflorescence, Star Witness, Phoenix Folio, 300 pieces, Primal Kin, Lost Mines of Tul Amon, 6th edition. There's a powerful spellcaster named Bon Devol. Okay. Cult hit, right. They were trying to kill me. Okay, they wanted to steal a document from the Freeze Striders on behalf of their secret contact within the Resistance. Copper Press Fever. Capital Dominion. Okay, you've handed an AEFA to Viscon. Okay, Election Week. I don't know which one of these is new. Or maybe it was because I handed off that AEFA. Who knows? Time to fuck around in the dungeon, I guess. I feel much safer now that I have this Ring of Regeneration with me. I'm gonna be real pissed off if somebody has reset some of the traps in here. Also, how much incense do I have? 9. Okay, I'm gonna recover one first level spell slot, just in case. Probably don't need it, but I would rather still have it. Okay. Mage Hand, right. I should save in case this goes super wrong. Run Fakla gives you a 10-foot light. The mage hand quickly grabs the torch and flies it through the gel towards you. The speed of it is clearly faster than the cube can react. Nice. It lands in your hand. You feel the rough and gel-covered surface stick to your glove. With the torch in your hand, you feel the esoteric tingle. Turn it off. The click reverberates through the cube. Then it shudders. Oh. Oh god, it's getting mad. Uh-oh. You see the gelatinous cube shake, more violently for every passing second. It is searching for heat. Within the cube, you can see what could only be described as cracks. Oh. It appears to be falling asunder. Flopping and jerking, ayo, the many pieces of the cube are flung across the chamber. Ah, this explains it. This is not a cube. Smaller pieces smashed against the walls of the chamber, causing terrible tremor, until ultimately, each and every piece has escaped into the ventilation slits. You are covered in it. It burns. The goblin carefully steps up to you, looking around. Didn't expect that. Seriously, great job. You see the last pieces of goop slip down into the cracks near the walls. What actually happened here? Gelatinous cubes are able to unite for a short duration. However, if more than two were to pack together, the combination would become unstable within seconds. What happened here was obvious. A multitude of cubes all came together to enjoy the endless heat coming from the Drun torch. The heat, or perhaps due to some cosmological chance, the unity of cubes found an equilibrium, which was then disturbed once you turned off the heat source. The cube sure dropped a lot of stuff around the place. Let's see if there's anything interesting. You hear an excitement in his voice. He clears his throat. Related to the tea shop, that is. The goblin wants some loot. Who can blame him? There are pouches spread around the chamber. Perhaps magic items left behind by previous victims. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Okay, what's this thing? Docile stress cube. And some crowns. What's this thing? A translucent, somewhat firm gelatinous cube. These used to be sold as toys or pets. Today, they're illegal. Probably because they can technically still dissolve human flesh. Albeit very, very slowly. Interesting. +1 wisdom, though. This, though. Rune Fakla. A common magic item, used by dwarves during mining and architectural operations. It's stuck in self-roaming mode, since you don't know the passphrase. But hey, it lights the way. Ooh. That could be useful. +1 wisdom. Probably gonna need to swap it out for this. It would be good to have a light in all of this. Oh! Damn, adventurers sure have it rough. Piece of paper. +1 dexterity, -2 strength. Some kind of adventuring log. You look at the wrinkled piece of paper. Its contents half legible through grime and stains. An adventuring log. However, there is something about this renting text that could prove useful. Ooh. You squint at the faded text. Most of it is mundane. Supply lists, coordinates, complaints. But at the bottom, something different. A passage written in another hand. Older. More deliberate. The text shifts into formal script. Dominus nostrum mox redibit, posteria lus insignia datatur. Magnus thesaurus esuti intramuros sedis amisae isait, sub pedibus proditorum. Spiritum filii eius primogeniti inventiet cum eulocus sum. Ossa eius captiva in illis arcanis aulis tenentur. Presentia spurse ducis goblinorum stabilitia. Quam diu illa terram illa tenet, Divini reliques non movebuntur, sed ingressum obsignavi. Solum vero secatoria pertur. Ave Jesus, ignis litu verat. Draconic. Classical draconic. But not quite right. Oh, well then. You cast a spell touching the paper. The words shift in your mind, translating themselves. Our master will soon return, his descendants lay in wait. The great trove of his Esuth sits within the walls of the lost seat, under the feet of the traitors. I have found and spoken with the spirit of his firstborn son. His bones are caught in those arcane halls, kept stable by the presence of a filthy goblin chiefess. Hey, don't talk about don't speak about that about the dragon. As long as she holds that ground, his divine remnants will not move. But I have sealed the entrance. It will only open for a true follower. Hail Esuth, may fire sweep the closed. A dragon cultist wrote this. Esuth, the ancient red dragon, long dead. The trove of Esuth, a legendary horde. These adventurers were hunting for it, and they failed, obviously. Dragon cultists, always so dramatic. Worshipping dead gods tends to make people theatrical. Huh. Interesting. Not really sure how that's my problem, but, well, that's how it is. What's this? Before you stands an iron door. At its center, a 5-pointed star has been etched deep into the metal. Esoteric energy emanates from the surface. This door is sealed with powerful magic. A faint hum vibrates through the iron. That's a fancy door. The star symbol. It's connected to something. Examine the star symbol. You lean closer to inspect the etched star. 4 points. Perfectly symmetrical. The work of a master craftsman. Or a wizard. Probably both. Each point of the star glows faintly with residual magic. Any ideas, Snell? About your fancy mystery dungeon door? He crosses his arms and stares at it. Not really my area of expertise, Cleric. But I bet you need some kind of password. Or spell. Or, you know, he mimes his fist breaking something with his fists. Subtle. Very subtle. But what he means here is violence. Smash it. Or perhaps think for a bit. Obviously, there should be a way to get inside. Hang on. Maybe later. I saw that apparently there's a rat nearby. Yoink! You're coming with me! Wait, there's 2 of these! A red rat. It is clearly scared and lashes out towards your fingers, but it remains calm as long as you hold a firm grip. Why do I have a rat collection? Why do I have a rat collection? Apparently grease can help here, which is fun. Try the door handle. You reach for the handle and pull. Nothing. It doesn't budge. Not even slightly. No, the door is completely sealed. How about a keyhole? No keyhole. No lock mechanism visible at all. This door does not open with a key. It is purely magical. This wizard knew what they were doing. You think it was a wizard? It's the star symbol, the seal. It's all wizard work. Fair point. Something valuable indeed. Or something dangerous. What kind of magic is sealing this? Arcane lock, without a doubt. Powerful stuff. Higher level than most seals you've encountered. Whoever placed the spell knew what they were doing. The star is likely a focus point of the enchantment. Can I dispel it? The spell magic could work, theoretically. But this seal feels particularly robust. You would need to be very skilled to break through. Password? A word or phrase that unseals the door instantly, but you would have to know what it is. Guessing would be difficult, especially with a wizard's seal. They tend to be creative. No way I could break it down. I mean, break down the door. I know I can break it down. I have the self-confidence for that, but I mean the door specifically. The door is iron. Thick iron. Breaking through metal and magic. And the seal might fight back. Magical wards often do. Okay. 22 DC for that intelligence. Apparently I can use grease here? You lean in close, listening. Nothing. Complete silence. The door is too thick. Or there's nothing beyond. Or something is waiting very, very quietly. What about grease? You quickly cast grease on the mystery door, which does seem to work, although you're not sure by how much. DC 16, smash open the door. Before that, let's stack it in our favor as much as possible. Okay, so DC 16 needs strength. So, not the rat, presumably. The broken sword would probably help. Which one of these can give me strength? Okay, this can. Do any of these also give me strength? No, these are all constitution and wisdom. No strength, no strength. This one actually takes away my strength, which is like... It is very much the opposite of what I wanted to do. Ooh, wait, maybe the pocket watch could help here. Greased up. Give it worth a shot. Hoorah! Oh, baby! You channel every ounce of strength into your assault. The iron door groans under the pressure. Your muscles scream in protest. The star symbols flickers and dim. One more push! With a deafening crack, the magical seal shatters. Blue fragments of energy scatter like glass. The door swings inward, defeated. You did it. Through sheer brute force. Holy shit! You actually broke a wizard's seal with your bare hands! He looks genuinely impressed. Ah, well, you know me. Inside, you see a faint light emanating from within. Soft. Almost inviting. Well, after you, Cleric. The goblin gestures towards the open doorway. Brute force, let's go! Hey, Michelle. You do have to love it when the solution to a problem can just be you punch it really hard. It shouldn't always be the solution. It sometimes cannot be a valid solution, but sometimes when the stars align, it's a valid solution, and it looks you can aura farm while doing it. There's no sweeter taste. Now then, what secrets did this wizard hide? All right, time to swap my loadout for something that's more cleric friendly. Yeah, for sure. You gotta be real smart with it, but when it can work, it feels so good. Ooh. Shit, this is like an actual workshop. Okay. Dancing light. Yo, wait. That's a cantrip. Okay. Bit of phosphorus, Ildwood, or a glow globe shard. You create a torch-sized light within range, making it appear as a torch, lantern, or glowing orb that hovers in the air for the duration. Whichever form you choose, the light sheds the light sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius. Handy. Okay, there's lots to look at here. A monster manual, but most pages are ruined. Does that say not a mimic? You can hear the wind outside. An illusion, surely. The light is not real. How strange. A stack of cryptic books. I love cryptic! A stack of books sits crooked on the floor, half buried under layers of dust. The blue light from the window appears to land upon the surface and stick, as if it's not real. You recognize the binding style. These are late Arcane era. One tome is clearly arcane. The cover bears ward marks that make your eyes itch. Doesn't seem like there's any danger here, right now at least. You want to check out some books, if you want to check out some books, go for it. I'll chill a while. Decipher the warded tome. Or I could use comprehend languages. Comprehend languages in Greece have been my MVPs for this playthrough. The spell brightens your ability to read these chaotic books. Well done. This will surely make understanding the journals easier as well. Okay, this is an intelligence check. I can probably swing it. I have confidence in my bullshit. Nah, 24 versus DC 12. I read the fuck out of these books. The wards recognize your competence. They part like curtains. Inside you find a treatise on sensory magic. Illusions. This Hagenshags was studying the relationship between perception and reality. Yeah, I'm shagging some hags if you know what I mean. What Hagenshags? One of the most powerful magocratic families in Old Dominor. Comprehend languages is such a goated spell when you don't gotta be slinging attack spells all the time. For real. I've always found... Okay, so listen. I'm not a huge magic guy. I prefer martial arts and whatnot. But I do feel like the spells that interest me the most aren't the ones that like let you electrocute a guy with your fingertips like some kind of god, or cast fire down upon those who would besmirch your name. I love the ones that have non-combat uses. The ones like Grease, the ones like Comprehend Languages. I feel like all of those are really interesting, and they have such a rich application outside of the context of an adventuring story. Like, they make the world feel so much more fleshed out. Yeah, tell me about Shag and Hags. One of the most powerful magocratic families in Old Dominor. Known for their potions and necromancy. Spawned from the seed of the Shadow Lord, a god and theocratic ruler of the Divine Era. Rigorously, mathematically, hundreds of pages of experiments of the mixing of illusion and divination. He posits the mind does not receive reality. It constructs it. Each moment your senses gather fragments. Color, sound, pressure, heat. Then something deeper. Something he calls the interpretive layer assembles those fragments into a coherent world. The question he asks, not so directly, what happens when you tamper with that layer? Not showing someone a fake image, not casting darkness over their eyes, rather reaching into the mechanism itself through esoteric means, thus adjusting the assembly. They lend themselves well to both creative puzzles and creative solutions. I love a good lightning bolt or fireball, but sometimes a simple identify is just so useful. Right? I don't know how to put it. The practicality of it is very appealing to me. I'm gonna drink some water, though. This does not appear too far-fetched. But yeah, rather reaching into the mechanism itself through esoteric means, thus adjusting the assembly. That sounds worryingly plausible. It does. This seems to align well with the scholarly basis of your education. However, the next part does not. The last half of this tome. Throughout many trials, mostly performed on himself, you gather, this man who calls himself a Hagenshags, he shows results pointing towards a measurable conduit within every string. One visible only through this altered layer. The bloom of jour lies upon each caster, he writes, all channeled through the gates, invisible, hidden. Even the outer gods are blind. How else would the lich sustain himself? How else do the pockets both increase below and decrease above? Only I can see the truth. Only I can master the relic left by Umbra Nexus. All I need is to locate it. That one word. One key to unlock a world of total dominance in the new era. All I need is power word ebb. Madness. The type of madness only born from revealed truth. Cool! The wards seal themselves behind you, satisfied perhaps that you treated their contents with respect. Okay, so, that's really scary. Let's not think about that too much. What's this though? Arcane music box. An ancient arcane box with strange knobs and buttons. Each turns to make some screeching foul sound. You are unable to do anything beautiful, artistic, or functional with this. Wait, this is a keyboard. This is literally like an Like a... like one of those red little pianos that you see on Amazon sometimes. It even has knobs and dials. What the fuck? I bet somebody who with a lick of musical talent could probably do something impressive with this. That, unfortunately, is not me. Okay, what about these scrolls, though? No? Nothing? I could have sworn I could have gotten some scrolls from that. Whatever. Let's... Okay. So, not to act like I know better, but that sign that says not a mimic and the treasure chest here... Not a mimic. Okay, is... You squat down in front of a dusty chest. There does not seem to be any padlock or locking mechanism on it. You should be able to open it easily. Right, so that's a mimic. Glance at the sign above it. It says not a mimic. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, sign. So the chest is a mimic, right? I'm too fair and coded because I'd go for the chest with or without the sign. Listen. Greatness lends itself to those who make bold decisions. Sometimes you gotta go for the chest. Mimics are difficult to spot, even at close range. Be wary. The odds speak for it. All the common signifiers are here. Mimics are known to love the chest shape. Well, that makes two of us. What should I do? Touching the chest will surely end poorly. Also heard that a lot. So, not that? Perhaps poke it from a distance, with mage hand preferably. Mimics cannot be reasoned with, so perhaps avoiding the chest entirely might be a suitable option. You do notice something interesting about the sign. Something is behind the sign. Let's cast Mage Hand and have it touch the chest from a distance. The floating arcane hand appears out of nowhere and floats towards the chest. It lands upon the surface, tapping it, scratching it. The chest does not react. The hand pops out of existence. Guess I can open it? Yes, you can. There does not appear to be an immediate threat. This is strange. Something is off. I flip the hatch! You kneel in front of the chest and unlock it. There's no other mechanism keeping it locked. So you can just open it? Alright! What an anticlimax. Well then. What do we got? Crowns, potion of healing, and incense. Wait, can I still do something with the books? No. No, I cannot. Okay, so then the sign. What's up with the sign? You stare at the sign. Your companion joins in on the staring as well. It does indeed say, not a mimic. So who put the sign here? An interesting question. There are many mysteries in the city below, including the shifting tunnels and strangely intense esoteric pockets. Normally, magic like this would be quite rare and this close to the coast, but the city below is special. So this sign could very well have been a manifestation of an esoteric event. In other words, the sign could very well be a natural phenomenon of Jor. Touch the sign? Why do I feel like I could touch the sign? It is but one possibility out of many. Okay, but should I touch the sign? Perhaps you should think about it first. Think about it a lot. Did one of your goblin buddies put this sign up? My goblin buddies? He does not enjoy the tone of that friends. Do you not have any friends, Snell? He's just like you. For real. That's not... He stops himself. No, Cleric. I can guarantee this. No one from the Halfways put this sign up. Huh. It's a sign. It says not a mimic. Okay. Is the chest a mimic or not? The sign appears to point toward that, yes. However, this whole area is clearly esoteric in nature. So beware. Okay. So, I am going to equip my sword. Just in case. And also maybe my Ring of Regeneration. Oh shit, 2d4 plus 2 HP. Standard potion of healing. How about that? Where's my ring of regeneration? Here we go. I am also going to save in case, because I feel like I can see the writing on the wall with this sign. Pun intended. But, and this butt is doing a lot of heavy lifting. I'm a little bit worried about what's going to happen if I fail this check. My worries are unfounded. Hold on. Hold on. What? Look at the sign. I've been doing that for a while now. What about it? Ask yourself one basic question. How is the sign attached to the wall? Well, obviously it's the nail up there. Yes, but look at it. Oh, it's not? That nail is not attached to the wood, nor does it hang upon anything else apparent. Maybe it's attached to the back? That would be a strange way to hang a basic sign like this. More importantly, why would the rope still be erect in this fashion? Well, I heard that if that happens for more than 3 hours in a row, you're supposed to see a doctor. It is as if someone had attempted to create a facsimile of a hanging sign, and did not think about all the logical steps involved with why each piece is assembled. In English, nerd. It's suspicious. Okay, yeah, obviously. What do I do about it? See those pebbles on the ground? Toss one of them at the sign. A basic test of corporeal reality. Sure. You grab a pebble off the floor and lightly toss it toward the sign, expecting it to just bounce right off. It instead just stops. It gets stuck on the surface of the sign. Whoa. Whoa! The pebble stopped as if it hit a wall of soft, sticky honey. Huh? As you watch the pebbles just sit there on the sign, you also see something emerging. An eye staring at you. Oh, the sign is saying it's not a mimic. I knew it! Whoa, a mimic! A real-life mimic! Right, oh, hold on! It speaks on a harsh, sharp tone. Appears there are eyes upon me, me who hide in plain sight. Interesting. There have been documentation of mimics bred for greater intelligence, but they're commonly seen as extinct in the current post-war era. Why are you hiding like that? Oh, I am mimic? That is why? The goblin holds up a hand. Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Befriend. I honestly did not expect you to talk. This is kind of throwing me off a little. Do not talk often. No, but you understand. Yeah, I understand you. Understand! That is good. In Colony, we speak good. Nice, forward. Using mouth is not as speak good. Yes. This monster is not mindless, and while its intentions seem to stem from survival, that is not the most evil of leanings. Perhaps you can, indeed, hear it out. Can you trust a monster built to trick people to death? Punch it in the central eye! Whata! Are you friend? Its eyes stare at you, unblinking as its maw slowly opens. I am friend. Friend. Well then, time to talk. Look, the goblin says, turning away from the monster. I wouldn't trust this thing at the end of a 10-foot pole. However, if you can get some nice information out of it, I mean, trust but verify, right? So, the mimic looks around. Mission! Wizard told the guard. Stash. A stash, huh? But room change place. Chamber shift. Time pass. So guard meek move. Feeding, guarding, from people coming in from that dungeon. The poor little guy has been stuck down here for a very long time. But Meek can talk. Talk a lot. Ask Meek. Your name is Meek? Meek, yes. That's a great name. Yes. Must be lonely down here. Not alone always. Colony is somewhere in past and west. Long time spent in Colony. Most very dumb in Colony. They do not enjoy smart. They kick out. Not allowed to smart. Anti-intellectualism, it truly is a cancer upon our realm.
Anti-intellectually? Not good, no. It is curse. Smart curse.
How strangely relatable. What do you know of this place?
I know much. Or,
It shifts around a bit, swaying its gaze.
I know danger and secret. Place full of danger and secret. Master told much and shared little. But Meek knows. Meek knows!
The mimic could be useful if it shared its secret. At least if this master is, as you suspect, a wizard. Charisma DC 4. Convince the mimic to join your party. DC 2, minus DC 2, you kiss its ass. Minus 1 DC, SNELL is flattered. Minus 3 DC. He shared his plan with being too smart. I can ask it to join the party? Really? It would be a lot to handle, but if you can get the creature to just hang about and share its info, then why not? A mimic would be a decent familiar. The goblin, however, has not proven to be a sufficient servant. SNELL glances at you as you stand there in silence. Huh. What am I supposed to do with this thing? Take the stash, of course. All monsters need to be defeated. However, this one appears too strange and dangerous for your abilities. So, where do you come from?
Master! Lair!
It is not close. Places change.
Shift. Here is not where once was and will be.
Suddenly a very complicated sentence. The mimic is a spontaneous poet. Huh. Yeah, I bet I can do this. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Right. Well, this might seem pretty simple at this point, but you gotta convince this thing that you'll be its new master.
Oh.
And you do that by, well... Hey, Meek!
Yes, yes!
When was the last time you saw your master?
Master? Yes, yes! Master was...
It fidgets on the wall. I like the jaunty tune that's playing behind this.
Master had a... Master say... Meek should... Then... Meek not see Master for long. Long.
There we go. You made those gears start turning. Now hit him with the big one. Your old master is gone, Meek.
Oh, but...
No buts. He's gone. But it's okay, I'll be your new master.
Oh!
The mimic eyes go wide, revealing a horrifying mess of shiny pupils. Then it begins to shake.
No, that does not...
What?
Only Master can order. Old order, still fresh order.
Maybe ask, what exactly was the order?
Order? Master talk. Guard Meek, guard stash. Guard Meek only ordered by Master.
Well, there's a loophole there. You're guard Meek?
Guard is title. Title is guard.
So if you stop having that title, then you're no longer guard Meek. Therefore, you don't need to follow the orders. Meek stares at you for a moment. It turns to your companion as well.
Sounds logical to me. Yes, that'd work. But Meek is guard Meek.
Not anymore! By the power vested in me by the city of Norbik, I now deputize you, Mr. Meek!
What?
The mimic jolts around on the wall. Your new title is now Deputy Meek. Congratulations! Want to join the party? A horrid screeching sound is emitted from the monster as it leaps towards you.
Shit!
The goblin yells and steps back. Within a moment, you realize that the mimic has left its pose and turned into a cloak.
Aww! Cloak! I am! If danger, tell!
A familiar has joined your party. Keep familiars equipped to gain bonuses and dice checks.
Deputy Meek at service. Are you sure that's safe?
What's the worst that could happen, SNELL? It'll be useful to have a little guy around.
Yes, little guy.
Fuck it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's keep the mimic around. Why not? He mutters to himself. I can write a book on famous last words after this whole thing. Okay. I'm gonna save, and I'm also going to try and take the contents of that wall. What is this anyway? Bone dust and knock. Knock! I have knock now. Ooh, second level though. That's going to be kind of difficult. Choose an object that you can see within range. The object can be a door, a box, a chest, a set of manacles, a padlock, or another object that contains a mundane or magical means that prevents access. A target that is held shut by mundane... Excuse me. A target that is held shut by a mundane lock or that is stuck or barred becomes unlocked, unstuck, or unbarred. If the object has multiple locks, only one of them is unlocked. When you cast a spell, a loud knock, audible from as far away as 300 feet, emanates from the target object. Very handy. What's this bone dust stuff anyway? Dust from a bone grinder. Very fine and faintly sparkling. Made out of unicorn horn or whalebone, or something. Can be used to consume and can recover second level spell slots. Oh. That is useful. Okay, so that's some of what we needed. It's almost 6 o'clock, so we can probably... Hang on. So, inventory, right? Your buddy Meek. He keeps you out of trouble. Really don't like that. But, you know what? He'll keep me out of trouble, so he'll be useful to have at least for the duration of this run. Or actually, why do I need the torch? I could just cast the light cantrip, can't I? Whoa. Okay, that looks like a trapdoor if I've ever seen one. And it has lasers? A massive statue of a minotaur. And saving. The door closes behind you. Your companion lets out an audible gulp. Griselba. Zordanai Shani. Patiosani Sulvistivis.
Bad room! Bad room! Old trial chamber!
Face the light with a straight back. The words change tone and intensify, mimicking your own way of speech. Two have stepped into the 5th chamber of trials. This will be your final and most mounting challenge yet, O champions of the host. If outside again you wish to see, answer me these questions 3, the answer of which I shall judge fairly upon thine soul. Who will take the first step? Damn it, why'd you have to pick the scary red light cow room? Ask me your question, Guardian, I am not afraid. The light lands upon you. First question. Whatever is thrown your way, you will know the answer. What is your name? Is this just an extended Monty Python bit? My name is... The light intensifies. Say Ron. Ron! The light blinds you for a moment and you feel the chamber shake. What is your quest? To solve the mystery of the tea shop that blew up. Again, the eyes of the cow glare into a fiery beam. What is your greatest fear? To be abandoned! For a third time, you feel that rumble, along with the hot gaze of the Minotaur. It then turns to your companion. The chosen will be you. Snell, in response, gives a shocked scoff. That's easy! You can sense the relief pass over him. The goblin stands up straight, facing the light. Go ahead, Guardian, ask your questions. What is your name? My name is Snell. The eyes of the statue grow stronger once more. What is your quest? My quest is... Snell's got this. My quest is to serve Lady Sageleaf. Again, it rumbles and you get to the crescendo of that final third question. Nothing bad yet. Very nice. Snell looks confident. What is the scholarly definition of numinism? His face drops. Panic. What is the scholarly definition of numinism? That depends. Arcane Era Scholarly Definition or Divine Era Scholarly Definition? Arcane Era. Numinism is governmental rule of divine dictatorship. It is quite terrible. What about a Divine Era? Numinism is the belief of the right of walking gods to rule mortals. It is quite terrible. Attempt to show SNELL what Numinism means. The goblin has his hands fixed on you as you hold... has his eyes fixed upon you as you hold up your hands. Okay, so this guy is probably... Fuck, was it the Arcane Era or the Divine Era that had, like, the cow people? I'm guessing this was probably during the... This was probably during Earth, right? Hang on. Shit, it doesn't go back that far. Huh. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, you! His eyes are full of panic as you spend precious seconds waving your hands around. His panic overwhelms him. He is unable to even begin to focus on your attempt to communicate. Unfortunately, he opens his mouth to speak, still staring at you dumbfounded. What the fuck are you doing? Oh shit. Oh. Beneath you is a sea of spikes. Oh shit! No, no, no! Microseconds. That's what you've got. But somehow you do manage to stretch out, sprawl out, with your hands landing on rough stone and your feet, well, let's just say, you're in a bit of a shitty position right now. Are you fucking for real? Do not move! Let's just relax here. I'm sure there's a way to solve this. Yeah, good. Keep holding! The goblin attempts to take a step down from your lower back. Your feet slip an inch. Whoa! Shit! Your entire body is quaking. You cannot hold this for long. Okay, new plan. Cast Spider Climb. I don't have it prepared. You don't have Spider Climb prepared? Why would I have Spider Climb prepared? I don't know. Why would you? I actually can't think of a single useful situation for it. You did used to have Spider Climb in your spellbook, before the river took your collection. Alas, you will have to do this the brutish way. You're going to die here. Hold out. Let him climb off. Wait, if you fail at holding on, won't that kill you right away? You will hold on. That's not an answer, buddy. You know what? DC 7 Constitution versus DC 18 crab climbing? Yeah, I'm going for the Constitution roll. Oh, thank God. Tell him. You can hold. Do it! I can hold! Ah, fuck it, fine! After a moment of deliberation, the goblin then scrambles up your back, using your helm as a stepping stone, and leaps for the edge of the pit. But the flesh is firm. His claws find purchase on the stone. He pulls himself up. Okay, I'm out. A few agonizing seconds later, the voice starts up again as you do. You have braved the pit of wrong answers. Wobbly, but firm, you stand. Step forth and claim your prize, the plundered eye. I hate this place so much, your companion mutters to himself. Again, just to reiterate, SNELL says across the gap, this place is somewhat dangerous. That was a bullshit question. Mine were way easier. Agreed. Not that that's much of a surprise. Esoteric bullshit talking statues tend to be filled with esoteric bullshit. Who would have thought? The statue is now entirely silent, and you hear an esoteric boom coming from the drawer between its legs. Please don't tell me I'm gonna have to sit on sit on whatever comes out. That sound. It unlocked. It was the exact noise an arcane seal makes during breaking. A strange exercise, but one you met well. To think of all the people who would have met their end in a place like this. It's quite depressing. Awesome! Let's see what kind of bling that cow is hiding. What do you got for me? Incense bowl? Ooh, recovers his first level spell slot every 3rd hour. That's handy. Jacksonth. What's this do? A red gemstone. It's very pretty and probably very expensive. Once this whole election business is over, you could either sell it on the black market or turn it in at the tower for a reward. Neither would net you a fortune, but maybe a fraction of a fortune. Incense bowl. A chipped stone bowl. It contains several layers of ancient incense. If kept on your person, it grants a passive incense burn. It also makes you smell a bit wonky, of course, and the smoke is really bad for your lungs, but at least it's not addicting. -1 charisma and -1 constitution, but +1 intelligence and +1 wisdom. Tasty. Could be helpful. We'll give it a shot later on. Okay, that's definitely important, so we'll check that last. We should also probably save now that we've gotten out of that conundrum. Also, maybe we should talk to Meek, just in case it knows anything else about the other dangers here.
Ahoy hoy!
Hello, Meek.
Hello, Master?
Yes. A mimic is a strange familiar, but this one is not half bad.
Meek is very excited to join on adventure.
He cares so much for you, for such little in return. You must value this poor, wonderful creature. It is pure. It is but a freshly faced child smiling into the sun. Tell me more about your old master.
Hagen Shags!
Yeah, him.
Old Master, he is Arcanist. Yes, that is what he say.
That Arcanist. Just like me, then.
New Master is better than old. Better Arcanist.
Was he a LARPer or an actual Arcanist? What did he look like?
Old Master has green eye and sharp claw. Very scary.
You think he looks scary?
Yes! Old Master was same but different from Mimic. Not good.
How old was he?
Meek does not know, but Old Master must be very old. Very powerful.
Very evil, very nice. Did he treat you unkindly?
Old Master was stern. Used painful magic. Only when Meek did poorly in grammar.
The scarf recoils at its own words.
Not anymore. Now Meek speak how new Master like.
Mimics are not created, nor have naturally developed, to create sounds akin to sentient speech. They are literally unable to speak normally. Whatever Arcanist Master this Arcanist Master of his did, it must have warped him on a fundamental level. Clearly not good enough, since he is unable to speak eloquently. I think you're doing great.
Thank you, Master. Master is much better than Old Master.
Such a wonderful mimic. You must cherish it. Be nice. Okay, it's all on that.
You keeping an eye out for traps and stuff? Yes, Master. Meek know how know underground good. Meek will warn in time for traps.
Considering it is its instinctual nature, don't expect it to warn you before the trap is triggered. Sweet. Might be creepy to have a monster around your neck, but if it gives you a bit of a heads up to any trap being triggered, it'll at least give you a decent advantage. Just, don't trust it too much. Yeah. Can you turn into anything?
No. Very sad, but Meek is not good at shapeshift. So Meek like to stay same for a long time. Meek is more of hiding mimic than changing mimic.
Good. I like how you're able to hide so effectively. Like this. It's a great party trick. That's fine. Just be yourself, dude.
Be self? That is not something Meek has heard previously. Good thing to say. Meek like it.
That's all for now, Meek. Okay, this is where I got almost set on fire. Which was not cool. This looks like a dead end? Something is stashed under these heavy rocks. Word? Crusader's Mantle and Paladin's Insignia. Advantage against Earthfolk. You pick up the insignia. Heavy. Official. The symbol of Norvik shaped in iron. A Paladin's Insignia. Huh. Well, there's only one paladin left in the city. Lord Gorm. Okay, did they call him that because that's his name, or is he just, like, really swaggy with, so he's like the opposite of Gormless? Lord Gorm, the last anointed paladin of Earth, one of the original faces of the party of Norvik. He went missing months ago, and many believe he has abandoned his post. The craftsmanship is exquisite. This isn't something you lose accidentally. Not something you abandon. Snell, look at this. The goblin peers at the insignia.
Seems official.
Some left over from an old delve? No. This is one of a kind. This belonged to Lord Gorm, the last paladin of Earth.
Oh. Oh, shit. The one that's missing?
The one and only. He goes quiet, his eyes darting back and forth in the dark tunnel.
So?
I don't think we'll find this paladin. But I'm guessing he died down here, swallowed up by the dungeon.
But I suppose this is some type of closure.
I'll report this to my patriarch once the mission is finished. He lowers his head as if to show some type of respect.
Got it.
Examine it carefully. The symbol gleams even in the dim light. Most strikingly, it appears to be hot and red. Clearly something highly esoteric, as if containing some magical fire. And if it is here, in this dungeon, then surely Lord Gorm must be dead. Yeah, probably. Maybe crushed by these here rocks or something. Lord Gorm must be dead. A truly tragic end. The missing paladin is missing no more. Somewhere down here in the dark. Another sign of how this city will fall. As for the insignia, it shall be returned to the palace. Eventually. Damn, that's crazy. Mine now, though. I gained a spell from that, though. Crusader's Mantle, a 3rd level spell. Holy power radiates from you in an aura within a 30-foot radius, awakening boldness in you and all other friendly creatures. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. While in an encounter, you and all allies add 1d12 to all ability checks. Handy. But it is a 3rd level spell. I'm not really going to be able to do much with that. Okay, this looks important. We're under the river? So much food. Apples! Don't mind if I do. Nobody will mind if a few of these are missing from the shipment. There's a potion of healing amongst these empty bottles. Again, don't mind if I do. Some pumpkins. Some other random crap. What's this? Another one-way door. Okay, I can't interact with this one, so I'm guessing that's not really up for anything. Still, this is suspicious. And I'm seeing some HWBT crates here. Is that a toaster? A grill? And some crates? Oh baby, it's time to put it down on the grill! At the end of the sewer path, you encounter a stove. Around it sits some crates and what looks like a ragged bedroll. What the— Wait, pause. This is a camp. We got ourselves a big sewer rat here. Big enough to camp and cook. The goblin looks around the dark, damp tunnel. I don't like this one bit. Feel the stove. Feel the aura. It is not entirely cold.
Recent, huh?
Is it normal to camp in a place like this?
No, Cleric. Norvik sewers are notoriously dangerous. No sane person would rest here. Or survive.
Some rats are scurrying around in the corners, nothing else. That's a failure on DC 19. What are these crates? Leaning in, you see symbols hatched in the corners of the wood. HWBT.
Huh.
The goblin inspects them as well.
We had shipments going missing on the water lane in periods. Now I know where they end up.
He taps the crates.
Spices.
He taps another.
Potatoes?
Yes, it's food crates. So, food?
Just food. Over time it's been a lot.
Why food? A glance reveals most are empty. Whoever is down here is clearly siphoning off resources from the Halfway Bridge tribe. Why food in the sewers? A foolish question. Obviously, this is a hideout of some kind.
I've been trying to nail this thief for a while. Figured it was some organized thing. And considering the size of this hall, it's gotta be.
Why food?
You know, I'm asking myself that very question. And I could never quite figure it out, but look.
The goblin shoves the loose lid of a crate and revealing empty inside. Maybe there's a colony of sewer folk eating that stuff.
It is a lot of calories. We've lost maybe 1 or 2 of these crates every other month. Not enough for a dozen people. But a handful? Sure.
Off the top of your head, you calculate that 3 full-grown adult human men could live on this amount without problem. Or 1 very large creature, like a Logshori, an elephant folk, or a minotaur. Logshori, elephant folk, known for their massive size and ability to keep growing in their entire lives. As part celestials, most of them live in Divini Torum and Yim, although some are known to migrate peacefully into valleys of Vizca peaks from their Girkirut homeland. The dwarves generally have a very good relationship with them. A hunter. Hey, buddy, can't help but notice a thing sneaking up behind us. So what do you propose? Should we keep guard and see if they come back?
Possibly. We could also go get backup. Quest. I know we're on the tea shop mission, but... Quest? What?
The tea shop quest.
Right, anyway. This is kind of a big deal for the halfways. Lady Sageleaf will be happy to finally get this thorn cut down.
We should go get backup.
Yeah, probably for the best. I somehow have the feeling that whatever is eating all this won't be too happy about us finding the stash.
Comes creeping. Honestly, this whole thing is just creeping me out.
You're telling me.
You've heard this phrase before. Don't comment on me. Don't comment on it. Look at the goblin like a newborn burr. Maybe we should just leave.
I'm not gonna stop you. Who likes being in the sewers?
I don't.
Me neither. Anyways,
right behind. Buddy. This is making me hungry.
Really? You?
Is he questioning your need for calories? What's going on here? He's calling you spindly and weak or something. Why do you act surprised? I'm a human who eats food. That's normal. I am normal, Snell. Look normal. You do not.
No, it's just... I haven't seen you eat anything but apples, I think.
Didn't I find that pastry before? I think I ate some mushrooms off the wall, too.
Right, not a pretty sight. But look, I just assumed you weren't the type to get hungry.
I guess I'm not exactly a foodie.
That does explain a bit. A bit.
Your very flesh. Your companion gasps for air as he glances back. You watch as his entire being suddenly leaves his corporeal body. For an instant, he is not a goblin. He is a ghost.
Cried hungers.
Turn around. The goblin is already on the move. His sling loaded, spinning, aiming. Come to see Hunt come to Kraid? How good. Oh shit. You watch the hulking mass of flesh and wet scales rising from the shadows of the sewer. A crocodilus. It towers over you, its gaping maw widened into what could be construed as a mocking smirk. Okay. Hey, that's pretty good! Oh shit, I'm first on the turn order. Earth bless your soul. What? Bow down before it is too late. You are food. Bow your head, my life is yours, beast. Oh, we could try to charm person. Stop, we've come to bargain! It stares at you with cold, blank eyes, yet it does not strike. Soulless. Predatory. A beast who developed consciousness but lives without care for others. Fascinating. The goblin hesitates. Inches away, the crocodile creature makes a deep growling sound. It sounds annoyed.
No hunt. No struggle.
A frustrated shriek.
Fight! Struggle like rabbit!
He gives you a shove with his claws. The goblin sends a quick glance between the two of you. He is unsure if he should strike again or see if there's some strange piece to be found here. Stop attacking me, citizen! Kraid is not citizen. Kraid hunts. I don't think those two are exclusionary. Oh, Kraid is bored. You are a cleric, no? The goblin takes a deep breath. Then he hisses at you under his breath. Do not push your luck. Yeah, you know me? Do not be trouble, and Kraid will not be trouble. The beast lumbers over to the encampment. You look on, taking heavy breaths. Snell leans on his knees. He appears to be shaking. Adrenaline running out. Weak knees. Dizzy skull. Kraid sits atop a crate, in front of the little stovetop. Hunt is done for daytime. Now is rest. And cooking! Cool! Also, I saw a yellow code float down here. I don't know if that's a one-time thing or if I could do it again. Still, we escaped with our lives, which is more than what most people could say. So, good for us. Right. What do we have here? +1 strength advantage. +1 strength. I really hope that code comes by here again. Is that a rat? Okay, Kraid. Rage of Ascan. Crocolisk folk. Level 11 barbarian. That's pretty scary. A mad flesh-eating beast of Jor from the swamps of High Sea. Why he hasn't eaten you yet, you do not know. A masterful chef. His passion is cooking. Fried, stewed, pickled, boiled, Kraid knows all, and his palate is expansive. You included. His restraint is not from etiquette or kindness. This is a monster, spawned from generations of hunters inflicted by the red mist of the Tree of the Spiral. Hags. Hags have made him. He is birthed from evil. That sounds a bit harsh. The hulking beast looks at you with a deep hunger. Your gut biome quivers. Kraid greets human. Have you seen a man in yellow go past here? Kraid has seen of this, yes. Oh, you have? Yes. Kraid saw human in yellow go past. Kraid meant to eat such fancy human, but this human was fast, and turned invisible before Kraid could approach. Huh. Kraid did hear fancy felt yellow human speak to self while walking past. Human said, "Where is this damn secret passage again?" So he went into the dungeon? Fancy human came from southern caves. Going into dungeon. Yes. Alright, thanks for the info. The monster smirks. Or it makes no expression at all, because it always smirks. What do you hunt down here? Many things. Kraid dive and stalk. There's wild land below. Far, deep, and dark. You find anything good down there? Yes. Kraid takes many trophies. From big chicken to little drake. And those of many teeth and eye. Most are not tasty. Some very. He glances at your companion. You. The goblin does a comically loud gulp. Little green men, you are not tasty and not even fun to hunt, but you look spicy. He holds up a hand and a stern face. I can assure you, I am not. The croc lets out an amused growl. Where else do you hunt? Kraid hunts where he pleases. This land is good. Good for sport. Great beast roams and many fresh challenges await. When Kraid is on hunt, he goes far. Cool! Good to know. Those rats seem to really like you. Yes. Rat is a little thing, which I remember from home. Big rat. Those were great friends. You had big rats where you're from? He lets out a happy growl. Big mushy swamp rat, the gayest of little rodents. I hunt as little, then as big I follow. I learn. Big rat is great hunter. Little rat has much to learn, but they will. That's great. He turns to you and whispers, let's not get too friendly with the rat-loving killer croc, alright? So judgmental. I found this rat. The monster stares at you as you hold up the white rat in an uncomfortable grip. Kraid sees that. There are 5 of them. They make a lot of noise when they come around. Put the rat back in your pouch. Guess I'll have to find all 5 rats then. But why? It's a quest! Who gave you this quest? Dunno. Then you should probably reconsider before you head out on a rat hunting mission, since nobody has promised you any pay for it. So yeah, think about that. So you're a chef, huh? Yes. Cleric is hungry. Kraid offer. Slog dog. The beast holds out one of the strange sausage-shaped meat pieces. Slog dog? Slog dog. Slog dog? Stare at the meat. Slog dog. It is slog dog, yes. You want a slog dog, Snell? I'm good. He has never been gooder. Mystery meat. Could contain anything. Beware. Inspect the meat first. You spend a few seconds looking it over. Some signs of aberration meat mixed with more traditional SNELL fauna. You can eat around the more poisonous flesh. At least it does not appear to be meat from any folk. I take a gamble. Always bet on eating. Always be hungry. You have to have the hunger in your very soul. You wrap your gloved hand around the sausage with a firm grip. The slog dog speaks to you. The slog dog wants to be consumed. It goes down quickly, but the flavor catches up to you quickly. It is harsh, spicy, and rotten. I feel like puking. You groan. The flesh is down, but it might be coming up. A deep cackle escapes the maw of the beast. Kraid sees Cleric enjoys slog dog. Does Cleric feel benefit? Benefit? Oh. Plus 66 hit points? The spice. It feels strong. What's happening? Cleric? Good. Slog dog work magic. Kraid is master chef. Slog dog is specialty. If Cleric can stomach, Cleric gets strong. Holy shit. I feel as if the natural world is growing within your gut. A glorious unity between earth and mammal. The great wave of the primal sprouting, springing, dancing, kicking! You are now ready. For what? You are ready to join the wilds of Ascani. This is your path. The natural path. You are a barbarian. Slam your chest uncontrollably. Snell covers one of his ears to protect his hearing. Cleric is energetic. How does Cleric feel? I feel perfectly okay. Average even. Oh, might be a first for you, I assume. Good. Kraid help Cleric. Like Viskin say. Kraid cannot say more. He gives you a wide smile. Cleric has friend. Huh, so this... Okay, so Kraid knows about a Viskin. Right, a friend. The crocodile just smiles at you. Ominous? And I'm not sure checking out Viskin is a great idea, Cleric. I'd suggest staying away. The old lady would say the same, but hey, up to you. You should find out more. The Pale Man can teach you much. Okay, so obviously we're never doing that again. I say obviously, like, I feel like that should be pretty obvious that we're not going to do that again ever. But just in case it wasn't clear, That is going to be my first and my only slog dog. I will not eat anymore. But yeah, that was fun. Interesting to meet a alligator man who lives in the sewers. Okay, that's the Dead Adventure. We've seen that already. This way lies the secret thing here, which we've already kind of plundered. There's supposed to be a different secret passage somewhere around here, but I don't know where. Maybe not around here. It is already past 6. I could probably just check out the Drunken Sphinx. An esoteric shard in dark. Word? Yoink! A book. Investigate. What's this? At the end of the hallway, in an alcove like any other, you see a book. It sits on a thin ledge. It does not have anything on the cover. An illusion. Beware. No one would leave a book like this, not without it being stolen very quickly. This is creepy. Agreed. Don't write your name in there or anything. Heard about a guy that found a book once up in Muletown. On the cover it said famous people, and inside was just a list of, well, famous people. Historical figures or whatever. So this guy thought it'd be funny to scribble his own name among them. And poof! He turned into feathers, like a big collection of pure black feathers. Started floating away in the wind down the river. It was all anyone could talk about for weeks. Seems like he got what he wanted. He gives you a chuckle. Sure did. The goblin frowns, looking up at the ceiling. Can't seem to remember the guy's name, though. Ominous. An esoteric curse, clearly. Anyway, what are you doing? Gonna drink some water real quick. What was I doing? Maybe I should save before I fuck with it. I'm definitely not gonna take it, but I should probably look at it. You flip open to a page. Any page. You flip through multiple. They're all empty. You know what you're doing, Cleric? Gonna keep flipping. You keep flipping until you see text on a page. It says in clean and steady handwriting, what tome do you desire? Huh. Yeah, this is cursed. Clearly this is esoteric. You take out a quill. You remember a number of ancient tomes, books, letters, and various pieces of literature you could ask for. You scramble to remember the names of various books, letters, and various pieces of literature you've seen through your education. The book stares at you, as much as any book can. Okay, sounds like it's pocket watch time. I have the pocket watch with me. Okay, interesting. Also, I should probably put away my sword. Okay, open the book. Yada yada yada. The tome. Okay, let's try writing down the book that we were looking for. Your letters immediately fade from the page, but it is replaced by another message that seemingly forms out of the same ink you used to write. Patriarch Pili, his books are found everywhere, but the closest copy? In the local lich house. The text quickly disappears. That's amazing? If it can locate any book, then it's like... that's pretty useful. A glorious esoteric artifact. Make use of it. Ooh. What about the Book of the Mind, 6th edition by Civitix? As you write in those letters, finishing it with a simple punctuation. I wrote that one for shits and giggles. What? Why? Why did that happen? The entire illusion wanders off, far into a deep, deep hallway. Wow. Yet directly to your left you see an entrance. It leads to somewhere bright. Your companion points towards it. Yep, that's some esoteric bullshit. As you glance over at that book, still gliding away into the dark, you catch a final glimpse of its flipping pages while it's turning into fine mist. Of course we have that splendid tome. If you ask nicely, it might be yours. Cool. Oh yeah, it is dusk of day 2. I should save. Oh my god. The path ends abruptly. It almost does not seem real. Oh my god. Dude, this is so sick. This is so sick. Okay, there it is. What do you mean there it is? What's there? Among all the ancient tomes and scriptures, each holding a world of knowledge inside, the one you seek is right here on the ground. Book of the Mind, 6th edition. Tingling teal cover, golden pages, an esoteric gem upon the latch. It almost blinds you with its radiance. It's large, in both width and thickness, as well as in content. Right away, it says on the first page in bold lettering, Blood Property of House Hagenshags. Book of the Mind by Civitix, 6th edition. Ah, Hagenshags. Of course. It must be a century old. Won't you look at that? The book Appleton wanted. Quest complete. Or rather, he wants to see the sizable foreword taking up the first dozen pages of the book. The scholar will be glad once you deliver it. If the upper class could be encapsulated into a single tome, I think it'd look like that. This was easy. Too easy. What's up? You will cease. A blinding light from below, shooting up into the endless above. Oh, that's not good. At the center of the strange spiral abyss, floating, your eyes adjust to catch a glimpse of one surreal shape. A glorious, spectral delight. That light. This is an arcane apparition. None but the greatest arcanists held the knowledge to craft one of these. An apparition. Watch out, Snell. No. Your arcanists did not produce me. We see you. I'm not allowed to take the book, I presume? A true statement. The string is in motion. While the library shakes lightly at the tone of this esoteric entity's... While the library shakes lightly at the tone of the esoteric entity's voice, you do feel that there is no immediate threat here. That, however, could change quickly. Your companion nervously glances at you, and whispers, "You do your thing, okay?" Interesting. Tell me more about yourself. We are the living library, that which roams the walls, the fields, the phrase of the Omestra, built upon the words of all, the words of those who spin the yarn yet do not thread the string. It speaks through a filter, as if it is translating words directly from an ancient tongue. Eomestra? The local apprentice, the one who melded with the stone. One of the 8. How fascinating. Does that mean the Asken apprentice is stuck in the foundation of Norvik? This esoteric being is instructed to speak only what it knows to be true. Perhaps it knows only what the books around it knows? Something akin to that would be logical. Can you see the strings of Yor? We are one with the string. Do you stay in the same place or do you move around? The location changes. The worthy are drawn near. I see, so it's a temporary pop-up sort of situation you've got going here. We are where the exchanges can be made. Nowhere else. Was that your book on the outside? We are all texts. The written, the page, the tome, the book. We are. An esoteric knowledge bank, collecting the written word from everything within, perhaps a few miles? An intense magic, perhaps even beyond that of the Arcanists. I really didn't mean to steal from you. You have taken. It has begun. What do you want from me? A piece given, a piece returned. An egalitarian exchange. I need to give you a book of equal value? A piece. That is equivalent. How's that valued? Do you value it, or... A piece that is equivalent. Okay. Can you tell me who left this book here? The Book of the Mind was left by Himvarik Hagenshags. In exchange, a piece of equal value was given. Hagenshags? That bloodline is supposed to be gone. What did that guy give in exchange? The piece given was the blood order of Doug. Of Doug? Of Doug. Of Doug. Doug. Which Doug? Doug Dulindim. The first human emperor on the coast. Known as the Drake Slayer King due to his slaying of several dragons and liberating their human slaves. Some call him Drake Doom Dealer Doug Dulindim. Most do not. The Blood Order of Doug. Huh. Legendary figure. Can I see the Blood Order? It is not what you asked for. Okay, I can't browse the collection? No. If there wasn't a strange apparition ruling over this place, you could totally sneak over and take a look. Do I have anything that's even close to the value of this thing? No, nothing. This book must be worth a fortune. 100,000 crowns to the right collector, maybe? Monetary value, no. But in more subjective terms... Ooh! Try to figure out an equal exchange. No. There is nothing that you have that monetarily exchanges equality to this tome. However, they don't mean monetary value at all, do they? Nope. While powerful, it would be unlikely that this thing would apply its own material break to value on the texts, simply because it could not keep the value of the collection intact. If you take out a book, then spread the secret forward hidden within, that Appleton spoke so longingly about, the value would crash, and the monetary value of the collection would collapse. So what, it has to be an object of sentimental value? More or less, yes. Something that symbolizes a similar value, or whatever ineffable level this apparition appraises its collection. Which means there is only one object in your possession that would reach, in any way, a high enough level of value. And you know what it is. Aw, man. What, you got something? An equal exchange, says the apparition. The light at the center of spiral growing more apparent. Yes. Your what? That would be an equal exchange. An equal exchange. You know it. A vote is just one vote. You could get that book, you could, buy as many votes as you want. Yes, the vote is useless, just get the book. You've struggled for ages over how to make your voice heard. Is this the time to falter? Truly? You're holding on the voting card in your hand. On its surface you see the marks of an indecisive man, lit up on the glow of the library. Cleric? An equal exchange. State your full name and the name of your piece. Oh, man. Give away your voting card. You nod towards the light. It then repeats the command. State your full name and the name of your piece. Ron Hemlin. Ron Hemlin's voting card. The card is grabbed from your hand, as if swept up by a non-existent wind. Yes. The voice lets out a deep, harrowing statement. The exchange is accepted. This is for the best. Your voice. It is not worth much. The trade is in place. The light slowly begins to fade, as darkness once again envelops the spiral chamber. Oh man, good job. But I gotta ask, why was your voting card worth the same as a super expensive book? What do you mean? I've lost my only vote. I won't be able to participate in our first ever election. This is a tragedy! Cleric? He looks at you with the apprehensive gaze of a concerned parent. You know you can just get a new one, right? What? A voting card. It's a bit annoying, but anyone can just get a new one from the district office if they lose it. What? Suddenly the light returns. Value is depreciated. Aw, SNELL! Shit. He glares at you. He glares at the apparition. Then he glares back at you, nodding. Run! You quickly slip the fancy book into your pouch of holding, and in the same movement begin to sprint up the spiral walkway. As you do, the voice lets out a deep, harrowing statement. No exchange offered. Your soul will take its place. The illusionary books upon the shelves begin to crumble and shake, turning to dust, one by one in a series of violent esoteric poofs. The ground shakes and the world collapses as you move up the stairs. You will join the collection. The goblin is by your side as the two of you run as if a fire burned at your backs. Stop. The apparition clearly wasn't ready for your sprint. It must be because you've tricked it with a voting card. That was a great move. Let's go, go, go! The shelves turn into a sea of dust further below, quickly catching up. You quickly push yourself out of the spiral as books begin to fly out of the shelf. Many turn to dark ash, covering the path in front of you. The goblin hops over the puddles of book dust. Something's wrong with this shit, don't touch it! Behind and further below you see a wave of this ash forming. It grows, filling the library. The voice, now faded and far away, appears to chant, The collection. The collection. As you hear this, a tome lands before you. It does not turn to ash. Look at it. It says the personal spellbook of Grand Arcanist Phileas Prax. This is a masterpiece. You must have it. Grab it, or... No! This is an illusion! The apparition is controlling your psyche! Alright, time to go. It doesn't make sense. Phileas Prax did not have a personal spellbook. Such a powerful arcanist would simply bind his memorization mentally, spiritually, and physically. Obviously. Jump over the spellbook. Rushing past, it turns to ash behind you. Go! You follow the goblin up closer towards the exit. You are so close now, as all the strange ashen books now pour into the walkway in a cascade of dark pages. The collection! The collection! Is echoing ominously behind you, barely noticeable over the rumbling of the structure. Almost there! That is when you notice it. The magazine. It's on the railings. A magazine? In a library? Yes. You can see it. Clearly. It is the Red Light. The best nude magazine in Norvik. It is banned in every official district. One of a kind type of debauchery. Oh, that's fine. I'm not really into stopping for a random pin-up magazine. Oh, truly? Oh yeah, of course. The tower's had a ton of hidden stacks of smut. It's not exactly difficult to... Hold on. Look at the cover. It's a special edition. Oh, what kind of edition? You glance at it. Just a quick peek. Oh yes. On the cover is a particularly sturdy-looking and well-built woman. The title says Orcs and Amazons edition. Earth be good. Dude, seriously? Oh no. It cannot hurt. Just reach out. God damn it, Cleric! No, Cleric, no! You hear the voice of your companion fade away as you touch the ashen paper. It turns to dust, wrapping around your hand. A great booming voice appears behind you, sending a throbbing pulse into your skull. You will take its place. A sea of ash rises over your boots, your legs, your chest. It is hard to breathe now. It is nice here in the nothing. This is what you deserve. There's no one here to ruin it all, and nothing to escape from. No one to leave you. Nothing at all. Suddenly, a sharp pain grabs a hold of your neck. Tight and rough. It pulls you away. Oh my god, that could have been so much worse. Away from the good. No. Away from the nothing. You're not getting away that easily! You see a glimpse of your goblin companion desperately pulling you out of the ashen flow from below. A leather strap is wrapped around your throat. It is choking you, but just before you lose consciousness again, the goblin lets go. You're out of the poisonous ash, but your mind is groggy. Now get up! The flow of ash catches up to you quickly now. Like waves of glittering dark sand, each splash hitting your back causes you to lose strength. The two of you run towards the exit. Don't stop! The chanting from below grows louder now. One. A piece for a piece. Throw yourself out of the doorway. You and Snell both jump out of the city below hallway. The flood of esoteric ash coming after you up until the exact crossing of the doorway. At which point it is stopped, hitting an invisible barrier, which promptly fades into a solid wall once more.
Holy shit!
The goblin falls to the ground, letting out the occasional insane chuckle.
Another stupid death averted. You got the damn book at least?
Taking it out of your pouch of holding, you do still have the quite real and physical copy of the Book of the Mind 6th edition. A successful library heist, with some minor hiccups. Time to deliver the book to the halfling. The goblin gives you a thumbs up and slowly starts to get up on his feet.
Next time, he says, pointing upwards, we'll go to the Daronian library, okay?
That was some esoteric bullshit. Anyway, isn't there supposed to be, like, a thing down here? Right? Like, there's supposed to be, like, some other thing. You know what I mean? Okay, so there was, like... There was a chamber with the guy who spoke Spanish somewhere in there. That's over here, clearly. Yep. So wait, where is... Maybe it's further down somewhere? It is after 6 now, so we can't go to the Drunken Sphinx and complete that side quest. It'd be nice to be able to do that. Oh yeah, we have the book now, don't we? Yep, there it is. +2 Constitution, too. Handy. But yeah, let's not do that again. Okay, so this is one of the entrances to the dungeon. What's this way? Wisdom 10 DC. The wall here. It is a door. Yo, word? You detect something unusual about this section of wall. Specifically, the ornate skull. This is a doorway.
What's up?
He squints at the wall.
Oh yeah, that's just a passage to the crypt.
You know about all the secret doors down here?
Just this one. It's right by the roots. Changes every other month or so if we don't keep watch. Gotta make sure it stays closed. Ever since you clerics stopped doing delves periodically, the undead issue has gotten a bit messy.
Understandable.
Yeah. Anyway, if you want to check inside, you could probably hit that tile there.
What, this one? Your gloved fingers trace a stone. Smooth. Cold. Ordinary. But wait. One section feels different. Slightly warmer. A tile distinct from the others. You push. A soft click. The wall shudders. The slides open.
Damn!
Revealing a dark passage beyond. Cold air rushes out. The smell of old stone and dust. And something else. Death.
Sweet. I'll keep my sling ready.
And I should probably put on my sword. Oh wait, can I just keep this in my book? Yes, I can! How about that? Earth's first crypt, the city below the city.
Oh, yo, a rat!
Come here, you little bastard. Rat quest is a go! Black rat. A black rat. It glares at you ominously, but otherwise doesn't even try to fight as you grab it. It's clearly given up on any kind of self-preservation, or happiness, or hope for the societal improvement. Or maybe you're reading too much into it. Maybe I am. Thousands of dead.
Ugh. I hate this place.
A literal pile of skulls. Thousands. Each a life taken by the war, suffering, or time itself. The eternal cycle. You will join them soon. Okay, when you say soon, do you mean like relatively or like soon? You know well about this. This was the first of the containment crypts. Earth's first crypt, built for himself, by himself. These bones belong to the curse victims, those claimed by the Curseland horrors. Destined to rise as undead hordes, Earth sent many expeditions to the east, each an attempt to reclaim the spirits, the literal bones of those who were left behind. Entire ships were loaded with the many, many bodies, brought ashore to Norvik, then put into these crypts. Unmarked graves, yes, but consecrated all the same. An attempt at total redemption. Putting them all into the city was a pretty ballsy move. It was. And as you can see, it was a success. The bones do not move. They are not held in the crazed vitriol of negative, necromantic energy. They are at rest, even in this horrid state. They don't move. So these are all people who died in the Curselands? Yes. The greatest tragedy of your people. This is how they ended up, simply due to the issue of numbers. There were too many bodies to give proper burial rites to each of them, even after burning the flesh. Since ocean or river burials are even more problematic due to the horror issue, this was the best option. Damn. Anything else in here we should be aware of? This leads up somewhere. How about over here? Ooh! A horrid noise in the dark. Moving. A mess of rusty iron and clattering bones. Moving towards you. Ah, shit. I hate these crypts! Here we go. Unfortunate. That's good, though. Incoming undead. It is set on killing you. No shit! Destroy it! Don't you have some holy magic against this thing? The goblin brings out his sling. In one swift move, he launches a projectile towards the abomination. It flies right through its open ribcage. Be afraid. This is a warrior of old. Too late to run away, but you gotta stay loose or this thing will cut you to pieces. The bones are outside of the body. They must return. Clearly, any type of piercing or slashing damage would be near useless against this creature. Blunt force is what you need. Would hugging it help in any way? No. Okay, let's try to dodge. That's good. Your feet, they dance. Side to side, your eyes focus on the skeleton's blade. You're ready for anything. Taking stilted steps towards you, the skeleton raises its sword hand. As the blade comes down, you sidestep it. Good! Don't let him hit you! The skeleton flails around on the spot, clearly losing its focus after the miss. This might be your last chance. The skeleton is growing more and more frantic. Focus! Letting go of his sling, the goblin instead goes in for a kick to the skeletons. While the creature is jittering about, SNELL still manages to hit it, sending it scrambling to regain balance. Now! Get him! Ooh. DC... Okay, hang on. DC 20, look for a weakness. Couldn't hurt. Damn it. You look around the skeleton's scrap-covered bones as it wiggles around. You cannot find some mystical weakness. Not in this chaos. The skeleton is off balance and missing its next strike. It flies past inches from your face. Bones and iron stabilize in front of you, focusing only on its only task. It hasn't been long, but now you realize the skeleton is getting its bearings. This will be the end. That's right. Come here, you piece of shit! The goblin lines up a shot with his sling and mutters, Got you now! Oh, by Earth. You're dead. Unless... Maybe Shield of Faith? Okay, maybe Bless would help here. 1d4 under the effects of Bless. Come on, baby, come on! Well, shit. Your swing misses the skeleton completely as it jitters back in an unnatural fashion. as if it is animated by some foul punch-dodging force. More or less. The skeleton is just about to strike when SNELL rushes its legs. A full body slam. He causes the thing to completely fall over, crashing onto the hard ground. Ha! That's what you get! The bones spill to the ground in a pile of dust and scrap metal. No other threats. This skeleton must have been the only guardian. Shit, SNELL is kind of the MVP for that. You're welcome. You did good, too. Why do you put yourself in these situations? The goblin leans on his knees, panting. God, I hate crypts. He raises a finger and wags it. Nothing good ever came from constructing a crypt. You either get a cursed place filled with death or a meat grinder filled with undeath. Agreed. That's why we burn corpses these days. Really a genuinely smart tradition. Best thing humans ever invented. Actually, I think it was a dwarven thing originally. Oh. Well, it was smart to adopt it, or at the very least, it... A bang from somewhere far away echoes down the hallway. The goblin jumps. A shiver down your spine. Then the chamber grows silent once more. The scent of death still lingers. He clears his throat. Fuck this place, let's go! Hang on, I have to make sure this warrior gets what he deserves. Which is... a good old-fashioned looting. A good old-fashioned... yeah, a good old-fashioned looting. Right, I get it. Alright. Ooh! New helmet. And a mace! Don't mind if I do. Mace of Terror. Oh, that doesn't sound good. You reach for the mace. It is cold. Colder than iron permits. The metal feels wrong. Got yourself a nice weapon, huh? Grip it. Hard. As your gloved hand wraps around the handle, a chill runs up your arm. Not just cold. Something else. A presence. Wait. There's someone... Watch out! Nothing. Just the empty crypt. But... you saw something in the corner of your eye. A figure. Watching. You good? Just look at the mace again. Cleric! You look down at the mace. Something is very, very wrong with it. What, is it cursed? Did I just get cursed? No, it's there again. Shit, look out! The figure in the periphery, watching. Nothing. Gone. But you know it was there. You felt it. This mace is haunted. Cursed, perhaps. Or simply occupied. This thing is haunted. What? He stares at the mace. You sure? I'm sure. Great. Haunted weapons. Just what we needed. Damn this. You find this lovely weapon ready to take on the city's foulness, and you simply cannot wield it. The horror, like some unfleshly ghast come to haunt you, is too great. Keep it sealed. Keep it close. The spirit watches. Cool. The stone coffin. The stone coffin rests against the wall. Of classical dwarven design used for early earthfolk tombs. Ornate carvings cover the surface. Symbols of death and rebirth, all dwarven in origin. Forge and hammer. Standard crypt work. You run your hand along the stone. Cold. Smooth. The carvings are deep, deliberate. Something about this feels off. What if I pull the handle? It is firm. You cannot move it. The carvings? Your eyes trace the symbol carefully. Death, rebirth, the cycle. Typical dwarven work. A few words of poetry, nothing interesting. It is beautiful. It says Gudargar Foktor, Ingednit Understolen, along with many other proverbs, each one personalized for the fallen. These coffins must have been close dwarven warriors of Earth, until their graves were exhumed, of course. The handle is integrated perfectly into the design. An iron ring serves as the grip. Rotate, then pull. Simple, elegant. You grip the carved skull and twist. A soft click echoes from the wall. Something has unlocked. Now pull the handle. The handle resists for a moment, then gives way. I fucking love me some secret passages. Revealing a narrow staircase ascending into darkness. Cold air rushes up. Ancient. Stale. The smell of old magic. Oh boy, even deeper, huh? Doom. Into the dark. But the smartest thing to do would be to say, fuck this and leave. But the treasure hunter in me says, you know what? Maybe we can hear out the leave. Maybe we can hear it out. Grave looting, grave looting. I love me some grave looting. This is it. This is the first place his body was placed. 27 years ago. Your lord. Your master. Your god Earth. A relic of an old era. I should leave it be. After I search it for treasure, I mean. God dies. The world changes. No need to cry over it. This place is still holy. Consecrated. Despite this, the horrors still walk the grimy tiles. Earth's traces still linger here. As it should. Uh-huh. What about here? What's this one got? Bone dust and more crowns. Helpful. What's this? A shard. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Don't tell me we're gonna run into a vampire. Okay, so we've committed a little bit of grave robbery. Oh. Okay, that's definitely cursed in some way. I saved like a minute ago. Can we just trifle this thing with the mage hand? Oh. We should probably just engage with it normally first. Stepping into the hidden tomb, you see a colorful display of twinkling light around the gloomy and dusty air. An eerie altar. Placed on top, a skull and several colorful gems. Valuable, too. And shiny. Take one. You could get it appraised by someone downtown. The skull is a sign of death. Don't touch anything. Whatever esoteric effect is in place here, do not disturb it. The shrine is quiet. The colorful gems cover its altar as well as the eye sockets of the central skull. Your legs wobble as you look upon it. You should pray to this thing. It is stronger than you. Skull looks a bit deformed, doesn't it? The goblin squints. A bit? Depends on what kind of skull it is, I guess. The jaw is all wonky in the eyes? He sighs. I don't like ripping on a dead guy, but, yeah. That is one wacky skull. A wacky skull! I'm gonna have to give this guy the Skulltor voice. You goddamn... What is the Skulltor voice like? You goddamn phrenologists! Like very nasally, right? As if lifted by some invisible force, the bejeweled skull rises from the altar. Its gleaming eyes twinkling in the light, its jaw clattering. The noise causes you to recoil. Death. No. No way. As an unending wave of dread falls upon your essence. An esoteric force. It's entering your mind. Undead abomination? The goblin tries to grab you, but he freezes and groans. What the hell? He falls to his knees. You barely stand. Can't move. The dread is overbearing. The skull's jaw stops chattering. As the noise disappears, you feel in control once more. Slightly. You wake me up for some trifling bullshit? You a trifler, huh? I'm gonna give this guy... Okay. I'm gonna give this guy my voice, but with like a heavy New York accent. You wake me up for some trifling bullshit? You a trifler, huh? I'm the cleric. And cleric, huh? A cleric of a dead god? The body cannot sustain this undeath. The skull lets out a howling laughter as it shudders about in the air. I am Necrolord Bondabole. Necrolord? That is a title of Old Dominor. You have been unfortunate enough to encounter here a remnant of the Arcanists, left to decay in this mad form. A demi-lich. A horrifying creature. A lich, fallen into a state of insanity and decay, rotting into nothing but a skull. It is, in many ways, the dangerous variant, for its madness is as unpredictable as it is dangerous. Wait, Viskin sent me here. The skull stops.
Viskin? What are you, an apprentice?
No?
Slave, then?
No way. I don't prefer the term servant.
Hold on, are you that cleric looking to speak with the dead elf?
Yeah, obviously. Obviously. He rattles a laugh, slowly spinning in the air.
Viskin let me know all about your little situation.
Oh, he did? The demi-lich clicks once.
You're not very necromantically entangled, are you?
Not really, no.
I can see that. You see, I'm not just some horny wizard.
The skull drops down and flips around on the table.
I'm a goddamned mage.
You hear the goblin groaning. This lich is, surprisingly, not a threat. For whatever reason, his intentions are far more sinister. He intends to teach you something.
Trained in the arts by Hagen-Dim legends, sent to fight on behalf of the greatest empire in the history of Jaws Othprint. Necrolord is not just some title, it's a calling, a dream. A dream of undead supremacy. One day it'll be reached. You're the lucky one here, for I will help you guide you into a string attunement. A necromantic attunement.
Okay, I have some questions first.
Then talk.
So, what are you exactly?
You never asked, did ya? I'm a terrifying lich, of course.
He does not consider himself decayed. A sign of madness. Cool.
You gotta be pretty stupid not to realize that.
Tell me about Viskin.
Lovely bastard. I gave him a serious case of testicular torsion once. Can't believe he ever forgave me.
Pure evil. The skull lets out a maniacal laugh. just out of nowhere? As a joke? Try to imagine sneaking up behind someone and doing the twirly twist.
Nah. We had a little war going on, okay? I had just left my position at the Fortress of Vadun. It was 30-ish years, I believe, right when you Earthfolk had begun growing quite bold up in River Torna. So I decided to sneak into your city here. That's when I saw him. An old opponent, Viskin. I immediately remembered his ugly mug and his rotten soul engineering.
You came to Norvik 30 years ago?
Something like that. Either way, I decided to kill him and take his place among the mortals of Norvik. Couple of magic duels and assassination attempts later, and here we are at the stalemate. Although I'd consider it more as me just getting tired of hunting him down all the time. Him and his goons. Our battles came to an end, though, when a local vampire started messing with us both. Threatened to expose us. So we joined up. Team up of the century. Or that decade, at least.
Vampires are real?
Of course they are. They're just way more careful these days.
The skull bounces around.
Together, however, the vampire was easily eliminated. In the aftermath, we decided to work together. Viskin even helped me get on the sweet alcove for myself. We share research from time to time, and work together to figure out the mystery of, Getting ahead of myself. Let's talk about something else.
Did you turn into a skull in that battle with the vampire?
Skull? Huh?
He makes a motion that could be interpreted as a shrug.
I'm a bit bony, but a skull? Don't be preposterous.
The demi-lich is clearly unaware of his own situation. He is either deluded, or there is some esoterical effect placed upon his memories. A memory-altering spell by Viskin, perhaps?
Who was a vampire? Thomas Darrow was his name. A nobleman, which made it much more dangerous.
What? The uncle of Nicholas Darrow. Disappeared 15 years ago, and his case was a widely speculated investigation.
We cut him down without anyone suspecting a thing. Maybe I shouldn't say this out loud, but who cares?
The mysterious death of Thomas Darrow was written about quite extensively in the magazines about 15 years ago. Back when you were a kid. Ah, Thomas Darrow. So that's what happened to the lost uncle of the Darrow house. Okay.
Okay. Still a 22 DC check, so I'm not gonna do that. Know anything about the tea shop thing? Nah. I mean, you just seem to be pretty well informed about the goings around of the city. I get updates sometimes, but I don't know. Fun that it exploded, though. Yeah, very fun. I love it when tea shops explode. I don't have an opinion on the explosion itself. I'm more looking to why the explosion happened, and so on. It was probably a rogue wizard, or some kind of magic item mishap. Whenever a necklace of fireballs was smuggled from the floating cities down to the peasants, they'd always find a way to blow themselves up in the most spectacular ways. Hilarious! That used to be common? Not every day a village exploded in a fireball. Those necklaces were valuable, but sometimes someone smuggled one away from the front lines, or off a factory floor. I was never too into evocation magic for that reason. Too easy. He chuckles in a sinister way. How'd you end up like that? Like what? So handsome. Don't kiss ass, Cleric. Nobody likes that. He's right about that, usually. I mean, a lich. Ah, that. Long story. I've been around since the 300s. Not Gate Era, is it? You think I'm a damn anti-Sepalian? The Gate Era began over 4,000 years ago. Do you realize how few relics, let alone creatures, still exist from that time? I should finger you for just saying such a stupid thing. The Demi-Lich is referring to the finger of death. Nothing else. Okay, cool. Okay, so Divine Era? No, I'm not that old, come on. Arcane Era. Of course, what else? The skull pauses as it's rotating and focuses on you. I'll talk your skin off, Cleric. Please, no. Who taught you necromancy? A ghost, actually. Haunted a ruin outside my father's farmstead. Led me to my first spell book. Told me how to pull strings and fast-track my spell slot accumulation. Her name was Uelina Prax. A wonderful, crazy harlot. Excuse me, I felt the second one coming on, but it faded. Where's she now? The skull does a spin. She was captured by a high-ranking exorcist after I built my first squadron. Last I heard, she was part of some free Strider trade prince's personal collection. Kept her in a bottle. Like she's a genius something. I'd have gone with a fancy box myself or an urn. Where'd you grow up? In a small village called Kriev. We had barbarian invasions from the Bourgeois border every year. To protect them, I raised our dead from the village crypts. Those were some bloody battles, I'll tell you. Took a dozen heads before the message got into their thick giant skulls. What's your greatest accomplishment? Oh! It's a bit embarrassing, but it has nothing to do with necromancy. Back in the war, I was to receive a commendation in Thazin. Big event, big deal. Well, that evening during the reception, I managed to seduce and charm a beautiful young lady. Turns out she was a daughter of a hagdom arcanist. Can you imagine? So obviously I married her straight away. My father-in-law made sure I got promoted to hell and back over the next decade. Got me deep into the arcanist circle until the accident, of course. So, tell me about, what's your greatest necromancy accomplishment then? Oh, easy. I like the animation of a Dracolich. Dracolich. A dragon who goes through the act of achieving lichdom. They are known to be the most terrifying creatures along the coast, for at least two reasons. None are known to be alive today, publicly. I don't like the sound of that. Then you are smarter than you appear. Emilion Ravad, a child of Isuth. Not one you'd read about in history books, but she had spirit, that dragon. Wasn't regular in the dragon cultist community, but my expertise as a lich led them to hiring me. I would have done it for free, honestly. He lets out a sinister chuckle. In the end, we succeeded. That was my greatest accomplishment, Cleric. Creating one of the most fearsome creatures to ever walk the coast. What happened to the dragon? I obviously won't divulge the secret of Draco Lichdom, but rest assured that Emilion went through hell to achieve a new form. It was a tragedy what those genie Templars did to her, and her army. Otherwise, she could have easily ruled a city or two by now. Genie Templars? Some crazy warriors out of Kagamesh. It was a big thing 100 years ago. I am fond of dragons, you know. Mortals look up to us, gods look down on us. Dragons treat us as equals. At least the wise ones.
What do you do to earn that commendation?
Ah, murder mostly. Once I'd mastered 9th level cell slots, I managed to create my own custom raised dead spell. It allowed me to direct 100 zombies at once, and most importantly, they had all their basic motor functions left. They could use tools. Rifles, wands, basic magic items. It took a toll, but I alone held the line on Gorm's soul for 3 days straight. Corpses as far as the eye could see. Those were the days.
He sounds wistful. He is obviously evil or insane. Tell me more about that accident of yours.
This lich is talking all night long, it seems. It's really not worth talking about. After myself and my dear wife had both achieved lichdom, I made some misplays in the politicking. Stepped on the wrong foot, or so to speak. Got my entire splinter house exiled from the Hagen-Dim coalition. One thing led to another, yada yada, I ended up in Ascani. The lord of the fortress invited me to stay for a while, did some freelance and, newly divorced dad shit. Once Earth arrived, I ended up working with some of his paladins. Never met the fellow, but I liked the cut of his jib.
You have any kids?
A dozen or so.
Productive.
Thank you! My wife Akalia, ex-wife, was a prominent member of the MRS, Magocrat Reproduction Society.
Okay. Magocrat Reproduction Society. A hag-centered organization in Old Diminor focused on creating artificial population booms across the Arcanists. While successful, it led to many feminist insurgencies during their reign. So you were practicing some kind of wizard eugenics bullshit?
They were at the forefront of women-first magics. The kind of stuff that makes a whole childbirthing and or rearing business into a cakewalk. Never got along with those hags, but they did let me have 2 sons, so that's something.
That sounds like feminism. I thought the Arcanists were old-school patriarchs.
Oh, absolutely. As long as the MRS were focused on providing population among the houses, they were fine. As soon as they began starting birth control and ideas of female liberation, those hags were cracked down hard towards the end. Their turn to the revolution was one of the main contributions to the fall of the Empire. At least it seems that way to me. A woman scorned, etc., etc., etc.
He turns and stares at you.
You a feminist, Cleric?
Your goblin companion turns to look at you as well. Of course you are. You were raised to be good to women. The female is powerful.
I'm a male feminist. Is that a problem? Ah, so you're also one. Good, Cleric. You see, I am too a feminist myself. I've always viewed women as a class of people perfectly capable of magocratic logic and reason.
Not a fan of that phrasing.
And I know it's controversial to say, but it should be illegal to keep them in chains. Never liked that, honestly.
Good?
Quite so. Anyhow, you were asking about my kids.
You implying that sons are better than daughters?
Not really. There's an argument to be made that they're much less of a hassle. But the MRS hags definitely had an agenda, More girls, more members. I'm not crazy.
What happened to your kids, anyway?
I think some of them survived the fall. My blood wasn't prominent enough to be lineage persecuted among the Freestriders. At the same time, it's not like they received any inheritance. Logically, I should have some great-grandchildren scattered around Diminori. Or sorry, what's the place now called? Reeds? Stupid name if you ask me. They should have called it Strideri or something. That would have been on brand.
Cool, that gives me a better picture of your life. What are you voting in the election?
It goes against my ideological beliefs to vote. Democracy doesn't work. Never have, never will.
Why do you say that?
People are just too stupid, on average, statistically. Agocracy or technocracy might work. Hell, even oligarchy has its uses, just look at the Freestriders. But real democracy is foolish. Might help launch these other more powerful forms of governance into speed. But a real, permanent democracy? It's shit show. Just you wait.
What form of governance do you prefer, then?
Magocracy, of course. Dominance by those with godly arcane powers brings intense fortune to the world.
What about Coast Wars?
Survival of the fittest.
Insanity.
Only reason it didn't have a megacratic winner on top afterwards was because of Jor's inebriating ebbing. Terribly annoying.
Ebbing? What?
Of course. You haven't heard of it? The esoteric ebb.
An esoteric term for the draining of high-tier magic from Jor's realm. The lack of high-tier magic is often taken for granted today due to the general hatred of Arcanists post-Coast War. The draining. We can talk about political theory all day, but if the ebbing hadn't occurred, the Arcanists would still rule the coast. There is no argument to be made about that. Thank the gods for that. You people were terrible for our realm. You were not there, so I will not blame you for your ignorance. Trust me, we did wonders for the coast, brought esoterical industrialization to the land of barbaric feudalism. There is a deep question here. This demi-lich holds much knowledge despite his mad nature. Ask him, what is ebb, truly? I have to ask, what do you think the ebb really is? The demi-lich swirls around in the air before landing down on the altar. I say the same thing most rational arcanists said back when it was first discovered. Jor is alive. He is haunting us, taking away what he gave us with his strings. As a joke or a punishment or a gift, who knows? Personally, I'm furious at him, if he is indeed still here watching us. I'm not sure what to think. The skull slowly floats up into the air again, waiting for another question. Okay, cool. So, good thing I didn't steal from that guy. Wait, wasn't I supposed to ask him to help me, teach me how to... Oh shit, we can take root on democratization. Yeah, weren't we supposed to learn how to speak dead? Cleric! So loud. Okay. Advantage he told you about Esoteric Ebb, DC2 it's lich-like. Okay. Let's try this. So I'm going to... +1 intelligence, let's go with that. Might have to unequip Meek briefly. What gives me the most intelligence? Wisdom, dexterity... These are just bonuses. This one drains my intelligence, which is not what I need. +1 intelligence. Mace of Terror. Standard issue amongst the Earthguard. The soul of its previous owner is clearly haunting it. You see a dude staring at you out of the corner of your eye whenever you wield it. Might be best not to use it in a fight. +2 constitution, +1 wisdom, -2 strength. Cool. Okay, wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. +2 intelligence, here we go. Yeah, and I think that over... Oh wait, no, actually we can also use the helm, can't we? Okay, so our intelligence is now at 21 with all our stack bonuses. We have got this. Okay, advantage, he told you about the Esoteric Ebb. Advantage against bureaucrats. Okay, don't know how that really factors into it. Let's give it a shot. Oh baby! Instant success! Think. This demi-lich believes himself to be your teacher here. He might be insane, but there is still knowledge to be had if you can decipher it. Hold out a hand. Tell me as best as you can. The Scroll of Necromancy, how do I master it? Strings are strings. They are equal but different. You must have seen them a lot since you have them running through your flesh into masses. I do? He continues. A string of necromancy becomes that when it intersects with negative energy. Thus, it begins to look like flesh to me, for example. I have surely as many strings going through my existence as you do, except mine are necromantic. Yours are many others. How do you deal with strings usually? I usually twist them. Ah, so that's how you cast your organized spells then. Necromancy is special because of that negative energy. Twisting a necromantic string would hurt naturally if you were anything but not alive. A living necromancer learns to either manage the pain through mutilation, religious fervor, physical numbness, or they learn to cut the string. Come again? Everyone uses different terminology. You might have heard it called willing the string or mastering it. It's a step every spellcaster must go through to reach the higher tier magic. They must learn to manipulate the string's shape. Huh. Doesn't have a shape, it's just a dot? The skull laughs mockingly. Why do you think they call it a string then, dumbass? It measures change over time.
You might have grabbed and twisted your strings in the moment, but cutting a string means grabbing it independently from all its other parts, in the past and in the future. Don't just twist it, separate it from itself. Of course, the talk about mastering strings, it all makes sense now. The string goes through time. Manipulating it more closely requires it to be twisted only in the now, without the other baggage. Yes. Locate a string near vulnerable, a pale string. Yes. Twist it. Ah, shit. That hurts. What? You twisted the string into a cure wounds, you idiot. That hurts like, what do you say? A motherfucker! I failed? The skull laughs intensely. You did great, Cleric. Or should I say necromancer. That was a cure wounds for sure, but a necromantic cure wounds. Instead of a cure wounds cast through sissy abjuration or hardcore flesh-melting transmutation, you now manage to simply remove the negative energy to reach the same conclusion. Healing. Although yes, it did hurt like all hells, since negative energy is obviously kind of my thing here as a glorious lich. Oh, so I mastered necromancy? An overstatement perhaps, but you should be able to cast the one spell you're looking for at least. Speak with dead. That's what I'm talking about. That's great. It would be extremely useful for the case, obviously. The skull nods. You want a spell scroll? That'd be useful, yeah. The skull widens its jaw, then cuffs up a tiny spell scroll into the altar. I guess I'll grab it. You've earned it, my evil apprentice. As long as you use it for selfless goals, there is no evil in such magic. Probably. Glorious. Another tier of magic unlocked. Even if it's just a 3rd level spell, this will surely lead to greater things in the future. If you have any other questions, go ahead. Speak with that. That's 5 questions, right? Yes, indeed. Plus, the spell does not allow the spirit to learn anything new. It is literally, it just literally animates a simile of the creature. It is an extraction tool, not a way to learn information. So if a person is being targeted by Speak with Dead, then resurrects, that person won't remember the questions or the answer it gives? Not one bit. Except, of course, yeah? There have been recorded instances of it happening. Rare. Very rare. But only for creatures entangled so heavily in the strings of jaws that their spirit itself grows tendrils, so to speak. If the spirit lives entirely within the strings, then it could theoretically listen in on the Speak with Dead conversation. But that's entirely based on conjecture, along with some instances I've encountered during my necromantic studies. Nothing to base a worldview on, wouldn't you say? Good job on this. I can see you have an extreme talent for handling strings beyond what I've seen in many youngsters. I'd love to watch you burn out a battlefield among hags and legionaries. The skull lets out a crazed laughter while spinning around in the air. Anyway, anything else you want? No. I really hope I never have to speak with you again. That being said, there is still a bunch of bullshit that I need to get through. Okay, let's see. First of all, put back my normal helmet. Swap this out for something that is neutral. Or at least my Ring of Regeneration. That would probably come in handy. Okay. One less thing to worry about. I also understand that thanks to that, wait, what's this? I'll need some type of key to go up there. Maybe a crypt key. Or I could use knock. We'll figure it out or we won't. Let's over in this direction anyway. Oh. The roots. City below the city. This is interesting. Oh. Hello. Moongore, HWT Guardian. A brute, a beast, and a warrior. She could break you easily. Cool, all I needed to know. The most central part of the great bracken tree of Tolstad. Hey, a shard. Okay. A rat. Never mind, it's not one of the grabbable ones. Wait, this one is, though. Green rat. A green rat. It appears very aggressive until you get close, at which point it gives up entirely and allows you to carry it around however you want. Okay, I have 4 out of 5 rats. This is surely something of great significance. Intelligence DC-12. Success. This wizard, you can find something interesting upon its petrified surface. What, this one? A figure stands before you, frozen in stone, completely petrified. Their arms are raised defensively, hands covering their face. A posture of pure terror. Basilisk victim. Nasty way to go. Why do you guys just have these in the area? We don't make the rules, Cleric. The old lady would love to clean these up, but there are laws against it. This is designated as a dungeon area. Not as in the jail-type dungeon, but as it's in dangerous monster territory. So if we find petrified victims, no matter how old, we're not allowed to even touch them. Only clerics can do that. And we don't have clerics with spells powerful... And we don't have clerics with spells powerful enough to reverse basilisk victims. That seems to be the case, huh? Anyway, try to not break this poor sod. Let's see. The details are perfectly preserved in stone. Every fold of fabric, every strand of hair. Petrification captures everything in the moment of death. How about the robes? Ornate robes with arcane embroidery. A wizard. The style is old. Decades, maybe longer. From the arcane era by the looks of it. What about the cloak? Interesting. There is a rectangular shape pressed against their chest. I'm gonna take a quick drink of water. Okay, rectangular shape pressed against their chest. A book, clutched beneath the robes. It has been turned to stone along with the wielder. You peer between the stone folds of fabric. One page is partially visible. Text upon it still somewhat legible. Stone does not completely obscure ink, if the pressure was hard enough. The handwriting is cramped, a wizard's notes. Most of the page is obscured by the angle in the stone. But one phrase stands out clearly, written in bold lettering at the top. Master Hagenshags, I will learn. A formal phrase, like a student's oath, or a passphrase. Hagenshags. That is the name of one of the oldest houses of Arkness in Old Dominor. You commit it to memory. Huh. I'm guessing that would have been the passphrase for that door earlier. What can I trifle from this? Petrified longbow. Better not touch it. What's this? Stepping in front of the petrified person, you get a sudden sense of paranoia, as if someone is listening in. It is difficult not to. It's difficult not to. You're very loud. Look around. Over here, buddy. By the nose. That voice must be some kind of telepathy. Find the source. Look down. Your eyes land upon the nose of the stone statue. At the very tip you see something. Something tiny and unremarkable. A simple ant. Unremarkable? We might be tiny, but trust us, we got a bite. Stare at the ant. Sup? We are one of many. Freaking great to meet with you, buddy. DC 16? Smash it. No! An esoteric ant? You call us one. We didn't really used to have a name since we're a hive mind. So one will do for now. Right, good to meet you, one. Yeah, good to meet you too. Hmm? The goblin glares at you, then stares at the statue. You having a moment to something? Pointed SNELL, explain this to my companion so he doesn't think I'm crazy, please. Right. Sup, dude? You a goblin? SNELL perks up and looks around. Psychic ant, pointed the statue's nose. Oh! He gets ready to smash it. No, relax. We're alone and it's just... We need to ask for a favor. The goblin stops. Do you know how much trouble Ukrainian ants cost us? We had to hire a specialist just to get you a leave. Yeah, it was a whole thing. But we left. You won. So let bygones be by the gones, as they say. He stares at the ant for a few seconds. Then he frowns. Fuck it, sure. As long as you guys don't return, then fine. What do you want? We need your help. We were driven from the area a while ago, but we left me behind. We left me? This whole identity thing is really new to me. I've never been disconnected from the hive for this long before. It's really difficult. Being alone sucks. Rejoining the hive sounds like a good idea. You should do that. I agree. But if you help me out, how about we give you something in return? That sounds like a quest. I like quests. I enjoy quests. I have a positive inclination towards quests. Quests are fun. I'm the questing kind of guy. I like quests. Okay, sure. It's a quest. We know the location of the secret stash. It's buried in the Undercoast Path, like below this place. Below the city below? Right below it. That's low. Sure is. The Undercoast Path is, well, it leads all the way down to the Undercoast. Right past the gravity flip. Although you won't need to go that far down, it's too dangerous for someone like you anyhow. A single cranium ant is not dangerous. Their psionic strength is counted en masse. At 1,000 of these are required to do anything beyond normal ant-sized power moves. You must help this creature. It is asking you for your help, and it really would not be that much of a hassle. Be nice. Carry the ant. Okay. That's all? That's it? I'll let you know if I find out something new, I guess. Pick up the ant. I will get you to your brothers, my friend. Yay! You're a real cool guy, buddy. We'll be sure to remember you as one of the good ones. Once I get back, that is. Alright, so... questing time. You should go down below to the Undercoast Path and then talk to the ant. Just pick him out of your pocket when it's time or something like that. Sure, okay. Okay, I have some other business I need to take care of before the end of the night, so let's go do that. Maybe there's a door to before somewhere around here that we could use. Okay. A snail shell that's blocking the way. So I've noticed. Okay, we'll have to come back here later. There's obviously a lot of juicy crap down here. But I think that's gonna have to be left for the next time. I should probably eat some apples. I have 23 of them. I should at least eat a couple of them. I hope this doesn't trigger any negative memories of being the apple boy. That would be bad. Or at least unfortunate. Oh yeah, we also have to hand off that book. And pick up ours. Okay, I also now have Speak with Dead and Crusader's Mantle. I don't have the right amount of EXP to level up just yet, but I'm very close. If I introduce myself as a cleric to a couple more people, that should be enough. But first, we do need to pass by the drunken Sphinx. It'll be a 2-for-1 deal. We'll hand off that one last thingamabob, and we'll be able to... Oh hey, it's these guys. Interesting how there's both the Asculus and the fascist guys here. The goblin girl notices you approach and immediately gets her instruments ready. Ooh, yeah, we should give her the arcane music box. Huh? Her eyes sparkle as she glides her hands across the surface of the esoteric wood finish. What is this? Where'd you find it? In the city below. It was in some weird mystical corner. So it's dungeon loot, huh? But you're giving it to me? Figured you're the only bard nearby, so... Not a bard, but... Alright.
She brings it before her and starts to press buttons and twirl knobs. Damn, this is amazing! Oh my god, it can even record samples! This is like a diskette studio, but small enough to carry. I know exactly what to play with this. She glances up to you. Thanks. Not decisively. She is so deeply invested in her box that she appears barely aware you're even standing there. She shakes a bit, nervous as can be. Okay, here we go. Play that funky music, girl! I don't think it's actually playing anything, but that's okay. Oh no, there we go. Cleric! Lovely to see you again. Lovely to see you. Anything I can help you with? Hey, so hand her the AEFA. Pretty sure I just want you to sign this. Hmm? She looks over the document. Oh, thank you, but I've already got one. It's right in my office. Old Rix here has got some resources of her own, you see. But this is a great reminder. I'll be sure to sign it soon. So, you're happy about the accord? Oh, for sure! She smirks. The Free Striders are very good business partners, you know? The economic support they offered is unprecedented. And that's without mentioning their general view on trade, making the entire market perfect for economic growth. Now I'll finally be able to deal in futures again. You know, without having to deal with all those pesky and quite frankly tyrannical oversights. I'm sure that's fine. Time to make some money! And you, what else can I help you with? Hey, do you know anything else? Do you know anything about an elf on Tolstad? An elf? On Tolstad? You go up the hill, you might find some. Near the Elysian Embassy, obviously, in the Palace District. But not here. Elves don't congregate with cattle. Cool, another topic. The last thing we need to do is tell her that we found a dead elf. I'm searching for a paladin. She shakes her head. Don't expect to find much. I haven't seen Lord Gorm in weeks. Know where I could find him? I hear all kinds of rumors, Cleric. Either he's cracked under the pressure or started living as a fisherman or a beggar in Waterlane. Or he's died in the tunnels below fighting undead abominations. Ooh, or maybe he jumped on a ship to Muletown. Maybe Lord Gorm wants to head out into the infinite waste through Toll's Pass. Either way, I don't think you're going to find him, Cleric. Maybe there's some clues as to his fate somewhere here on Tolstad. Who knows? Did he wear a helmet? Oh no, never actually. He always showed off those golden locks. Guess his proclivity for vanity very much surpassed your own, Cleric, she says with a playful smile. Thank you for the information. That's all for now. God damn, that is a pretty song. We could probably take a shortcut here. Oh, I should probably advance a level too. Okay, Wisdom's already at 18. But it could never hurt to be one higher. Or I guess maybe Intelligence? I don't know. Yeah, let's go with 18. Or 19 on Wisdom, I guess. We also now have a 3rd level spell slot, so once we can prepare the spell slot for that, it should be an easy matter to start up the corpse-speaking machine. Come on, bud. I know you've got it in you. There you go. Okay, the perfect place where we need it to be. The hatch on the door swings open. I think I gave this guy like a very nerdy voice. Hey, y'all! A pair of yellow piercing eyes gaze at you from beyond a veil of bushy feathers. I'm here to pick up my book. Yes, it's done now. Now you pay. How much do I owe you? The process was quite complicated, but I handled it like the pro I am. The final cost is 250 Norvikian crowns. Oh boy. That's a fair amount for you. Pay now. You could purchase a basic spellbook for 50. However, if this bird is as proficient as he believes himself to be, then it would be worth the cost. Okay. 250 crowns it is. You pour in all 250 crowns from your pouch of holding, and, Out of the paper slot in the door, you see the end of a paper-wrapped book.
Take it.
You open the wrap, discovering one of the most beautiful and intricately crafted tomes you have ever seen. The inside is filled with arcane runes, the like of which you can use in your work. This is a masterpiece of a spellbook. Never let this one fall into the river. It feels tingly to your touch, extremely esoteric.
You are happy. I can see it.
The yellow eyes tilt to the side as they peer at you from the slot.
Now be on your way and mention my services to your clerical friends. I am the best, you see. That needs to be known.
Will do.
Anything else before you leave? No?
This one's from the Free Striders next door. I don't know, I have all three, why not?
I see. I have heard of this. It will be considered. Anything else?
Another one delivered. Hells yes. Thank you for your time. Okay. I should probably go pray now so I can fill up my spell slots. That door is new, isn't it? This door looks promising. It does! You stand before a damp door in a cramped corner house. The wood is dark, swollen with the perpetual moist of the water lane. A layer of river mud and algae.
You know someone here?
No?
Then why are you standing here?
Couldn't hurt to knock. You rap your knuckles against the wood. A solid rhythmic knock. A moment passes. Then the sound of a heavy latch sliding. The door creaks open. A pair of bulbous eyes stare up at you. It is an Anuran, a nomadic amphibian people. One of the oldest folk type on the coast, sometimes referred to as the last beasts of yore.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? What is it?
He blinks slowly. A translucent membrane flicks across his eyes.
I am busy, très occupé.
I have some questions.
Oh, wait.
He squints at your uniform.
Are you, how do you say, le cliché?
I am the cleric, yes.
Ah, bon.
He nods respectfully.
At least you're not from the Satith's house.
The Anuran peeks his head out behind the door.
Tu veux quoi?
Ask for a contribution to your cost. What is your name?
I am Kisham Secret.
What is it? Great name.
Merci.
What do you do here?
I live here. Je vis ici. Is that a crime now in this modern city?
He seems defensive. Nice house.
No, it is as you say, shit. Temporary until I take the next ship home.
He gestures vaguely to the port. Why do you ask if I'm a cleric?
Because you smell of incense and self-righteousness. Servidon. Imbecile.
Rude. But accurate. Gonna go now.
Good. Au revoir.
The door clicks shut.
So you really just went and knocked on some stranger's door?
Oh yeah. No, apparently the snail slime thing, whatever that lives in here is Quebecois. Possibly. Or just French. Who knows? But yeah, we're still going. I've got a couple of things I still want to get done today.
So you really just went and knocked on some stranger's door? Look, I'm not gonna knock on your methods too much, but if you keep this up, we'll be done by 6 months after the election. And you didn't even ask about the tea shop. Not once.
Hey, I just had a feeling the store was important, was all. The goblin closes his eyes in a short, silent contemplation. Then he says,
maybe stick to Le Pont Saint-Trieste, okay?
That's funny. I like that. That was weird. A goods hatch. Wait, where does this... Oh, this is where we would go in from the... warehouse. Okay. Okay, time to prepare some spells. Okay, so bless. Gonna try to leave Charm Person if I can at all do it. Tactile Alignment, Grease, Shield of Faith, Knock, Prayer of Healing, Crusader's Mantle, Speak with Dead, and okay, we have to take Charm Person anyway. Cool. But yeah, I'm very happy that we have Knock now. We also did lose 250 crowns recently, but that's a small sum for a fellow like me. I have actually been hustling fairly diligently. I have a lot of money in this game. Well, I had a lot of money. Anyway, I have that book you wanted. He waves a hand in front of him. Life is pain. Now what do you want? Found a book by Cybidix. That library was very talkative. You did? Fucking glorious. And sorry, what do you mean by talkative? There's a living library down right below us. Living library? Oh! A tool and call invention, I presume. I've heard tales of shuffling trove of knowledge below, but I have not spoken with an eyewitness. Better gave you some esoteric bullshit to handle, huh? I've been through worse. I can imagine, yes. I thank you then. This was no small thing to even ask of even an experienced cleric. Now, can I see it? Take it. Look at that. What a piece of shit. There's even a gem on the latch. Such bourgeoisie bullshit, he says while flipping open the magical tome. I prefer my books with less flair and more content. Speaking of which... Just let the man work, let him cook. Hagenjacks. No, it's old enough for that. How curious. The halfling sniffs a few times while flipping through the golden pages. Beyond that added note to the first page, this is most definitely exactly what I'm looking for. The 6th edition of the Book of the Mind. Huzzah! Hell yeah, as the kids say it. Now. Snur takes out a quill and paper along with some ink. Then he opens the book to the first page of the dozen or so pages of foreword. I shall copy the foreword in its entirety. Luckily our dear Lord Scholar Cybidix wrote in regular old Dominorian. What are you hoping to find? Mainly an answer to his exploration of Anima Animus, but who knows if it will even be mentioned. Either way, it shall only take a few minutes. An entire hour? There we go. Snell jumps up from the couch. Those are some long minutes, Appledent. Ah, yeah, sorry, I had to take extra care to make sure I didn't mess any of the transcription work. Either way, now it is done. He taps the quill one last time for the final punctuation. Then, an esoteric force explodes from the tome. Master! An old soul. Danger. Real danger. Oh, that's not good. It wants a mind. Well, no way I'm letting the halfling deal with it. Give it here. You grab it from Snur's grasp, the shock halfling letting it go without a fight. The energy emanating from its pages now focusing on you. Yeah, but I'm a badass, I can take it. Necrotic energies. If you resist it, it will only go back to the scholar. If you wish to protect him, let it in. I have Prayer of Healing available. I'm not scared. Hit it. Hit me! Your mind is a fortress, and you open the gate. It floods in, every crevice filled by ghostly whispers. Whispers and screams. Okay. That's pretty bad. This feels like it's worth burning a second level spell slot. Your vision grows bright. Lord Scholar Fetternack Cybidix. Oh wait, that's the name of the guy talking. Oh well, this will have to do. Hey, who are you? Such a dim-witted human. How far we have fallen. So who are you exactly? I am Cybidix. So why have you entered my mind? I have not done anything. Nonetheless, this is an improvement over being brought back as a tool for that misbred mutant. Your mind is a fortress and you open the gates is such a good line. It could be applied to a lot of different things, I feel. Tell me, what do you wish to gain from myself, here in this near-corporeal form? Or is it this halfling whose foolish ambitions you shall fulfill? Snur Appledent is a great scholar. He will continue your work. I wish to know your secrets. I don't give a shit about you, I just help Snur find that book. Interesting. I think we could probably lie to this guy and say that I want to know his secrets. Ambition of man has not all died then. You may ask whatever questions you have. Only for the esoteric shackles bound around my soul I shall answer. So the mutant? A damned Hagenshags, one crawling around the holes of this horrid place. I had hoped for them all to have fallen. Alas, some have clearly clung to a type of disgusting existence. Unlike you, who was clinging on to a completely regular existence. My ghostly form is nothing but a temporary measure, I assure you. Himvrak Hagenshags is a crazed abomination. He will never return to a sane state, no matter his lofty ambitions. And that idiotic greeting of his, it has burned a hole into my mind I will never be able to repair. If you ever see him, kill him. It would be a mercy upon his ancient soul. Greeting? What greeting? That inbred idiot always said the same phrase whenever he opened my book. That being? Ahoy hoy! Idiotic. Never ask me to utter it again. Snare wanted to ask about the Anima Animus. Yes, that is why most wish to gather the 6th edition. The dozen copies I crafted each contain a different foreword, each a fragment of my knowledge, my decades of research. I could not publish most of it, as it used illegal data gathered during various Arcanist experiments. So what'd you find? The Anima and Animus are incomplete ideas. They are but a shade of a greater color, a swatch standing amidst the palette of the mind. Through mental tribulations and intense physical exertion, I managed to extract a deeper understanding, a categorization of the mind. There is overlap to general personality research. However, it does not match perfectly, as all creatures seem to exhibit these categories in different forms. 6 categories, to be precise. Go on. They are not prominent in the thoughts of the most. They are not easily pinned down, nor are they practical due to their changing nature. However, there are 6 shades of the psyche which can be practically explored and examined, each on a spectrum of its own. Huh. Okay, let's take a step back and think for a second. Our main stats are the stamina, strength, dexterity, wisdom, intelligence. So that makes 5. Maybe there's a 6th one? I might be forgetting one. Okay, so strength, stamina, dexterity, wisdom, intelligence. So what's that supposed... So what is it, then? I have distilled them into the following terms. Force, agility, body, intellect, awareness, presence. Each creature has various aspects imprinted on these 6. For example, the masculine is most often found within the force, although some concede more within the intellect or presence. While the feminine is most often found within the body or awareness. There is much more to be discovered here. I was in the middle of my latest compilation when disaster struck. Once I return, the work shall continue. I'm a rogue. How do I make money? I'm a cleric. Do you have some insights about the gods? Gods are but chosen of the outsiders. I once interviewed a god during the war, a fellow with light features, his origin tracing back to Vorjani farmers. He was taken to Thazan as a guest, successfully signing a peace between his insignificant people and our empire. Not an idiot, despite his poor breeding. It must have been the human blood in that giant's veins. He explained to me the functions of divinity, as he and other walking gods experienced it. A view of strings. Futures. That of chance and fate. This corroborates the common understanding of Jor's strings as chronologically bound, and it appears walking gods carry an ability to peer, through near-autonomous divination, into the phrase themselves. So what, they know the future and the past? Please elaborate. If you cannot understand my very basic explanation, there is no hope for you. In any case, gods are but a relic of a bygone era. You need not think of them any longer. I suggest leaving whatever divine path you are on the same moment the channeling of those powers stop. Belief has no power in Jor's realm. Not in this era of crowds. I'm a wizard. Do you have any lost knowledge about string research? I do not research the esoteric.
What I can tell you is only the common knowledge of the Arcanist. Magic is true power, strings that are chronological, and the purpose of man is to rule over lesser races. But most humans died in the coastal war caused by the Arcanists? 90%, yes. However, it is obvious the cause for the war is but the idiocy of those same lesser races. I forgot that this guy was supposed to be an intense, raging racist. So that's going to be entertaining, I guess, for a given value of entertaining. Man did not start the war. Had the Esoteric not forsaken the great houses, it would not have become such a drawn-out ordeal. Had the world not cursed our kin, we today would be ruled by the Thazan elite, a wise, righteous, masculine, meritotechno-magocratic unity. The world would be complete, instead of this chaotic and feminine madness you have built for yourselves. Oh, this guy sucks! Hashtag my Frieza tulpa. My Frieza tulpa! Whoa, why feminine? You don't like women? I do not feel the need to go into any sort of deep judgment upon the broad strokes of this temporary power structure you live in. But I will suggest you get control of the anima. It does nothing but breed contempt when left in charge. Okay, sexist, whatever. I'm a rogue, how do I make money? In a world ruled by free strider ideals, the primary tools of victory are populism, lobbyism, and diversity. What? Populism. Seek the favor of the crowd and pure pathos. If reality gets in your way, rewrite facts through the tools of the era. Lobbyism. Use wealth to generate political power, to generate more wealth. This is a difficult game, one you must master to win in democracy and liberty. Diversity. Break the spirit of the populace through lack of unity of thought. The gushing wounds of the lower classes cannot coagulate without a solid base. Leave them distrusting of each other. Then divide and conquer as any classical emperor. How does that make me money? In victory against their idiotic system, you can shape it in any way you want. You see now why they will never be able to sustain themselves. A liberal democracy will always decay in time, as long as they do not perform 3 counteracts. First, kill their cultural liberty, to unite the lower classes. Second, kill their effective capital, destroy the rise of oligarchy. And finally, kill their democracy, in times when reality holds no sway over the average citizen. Jesus Christ, man. Tell me more about this psychoanalysis thing. At first, it was a folly. My sanatorium had many experiments running, some of which involved esoteric hypnosis. However, the data uncovered a clear correlation in patient health when forced to speak about trauma in clinical settings. The art of speechcraft could lessen effects of mental wounds. Could you psychoanalyze me? No. I do not bother handling patients. There is nothing to be gained in performing such degrading acts myself. How can you deduce your theories if you don't even interact with the people you write about? Such simple work is beneath me. I do not compile data, I debate and compare. Then who does? It does not matter. But if you must know, my servant's name was Mundus Gay, a hard worker despite his halfling breed. His inane mumblings on dreams and desires was difficult to compile, however. In the end, I managed to refine them into real science. Cool. Tell me about yourself. I will keep it short. I am the offspring of Thazan nobility. While our stature fell along with our city, I pivoted my education and superior breeding to craft power during the revolution. It was easy. The rabble are mindless and crave etiquette. And look at you now, spirit in a book. I gladly remain as an apparition, if it means not having to share earth and ground with mongrels and peasants. Jesus Christ, man. How'd you end up like this? The second wave. When the free striders grew bold enough to rile their raving mutts into beheading all but the purest of their kin. A purity only proven by loyalty to their ethereal ideals. Ideals crowned in gold and copper. A phrase from Reed's, meaning gold coin and copper press. The 2 main methods of free strider success. Huh. Before I could escape that wretched ruin of a city, I was thrown in a dungeon. Then, weeks later, they beheaded me in view of the populace. No trial, no dignity. Even the most based of monarchs. Based? Even the most based of monarchs, even the Shadow Lord himself, would not behave so barbaric towards even their greatest rivals. Oh, based as in debased. Okay, I see.
It is a sign of the times, the lack of respect for anything beyond the oh-so-easily swayed crowd. Huh. Revenge? Nothing you need concern yourself with, you man of small stature. You will know in time. They all will. Is your soul in all copies of this 6th edition book? Yes. Fragments of the whole. A necrotic spell not unlike that of lichdom was undertaken. If you wish to learn more, you will have to survive this next era. For my return will be magnificent. Huh. What if I destroy this book? That will do nothing. You do with it as you please. In fact, if you do, I will be happy to never have to answer your inquiries again. Cool, okay. Then I will gladly end this inane conversation. I suggest not summoning me again until you have more useful questions, or I will destroy whatever vessel is near. But for now, you have at the very least shown to be less of an annoyance than that damned Hagenshags. In return, I shall leave this plane once more, without ripping your mind to shreds. A deep and open vacuum is left within your mind as the presence slips out. As vision returns to your eyes, you see a rough halfling looking down on you. Next to him, your companion poking at you with his foot. I see movement. Marvelous, simply marvelous, my dear cleric. You appear to have been in contact with the spirit of Civitex himself. I've written down your conversation here. You've been out for a few minutes talking to yourself. Didn't seem like too much of a danger, though, mostly just some concerning rhetoric. And I'm no expert, but you should be careful. Possessions, from what I can tell, they can have some long-term effects. There is so much to learn from this absolute piece of shit. Did you hear that? Oh, did you manage to write down the foreword? I did. It's in perfect condition. The halfling begins to grasp for paper, more and more paper from his desk. Did you hear that thing about the halfling? Yes, very interesting. He looks around for a pencil. And the rest? Yes. He looks over his notes. Why did we just accidentally summon the spirit of this dead scholar? Snurr hands over the gem-encrusted tome, its latch firmly resealed. It appears to be some kind of necrotic container. A phylactery of sorts, perhaps. But in a literal sense, that does not make sense. Rather, my guess is Civitex bound his spirit to all these magical 6th editions, making sure to spread them out across collections in the world. For what purpose? Most likely to bring himself back at some point. How? Who knows? But that book is now yours. Considering the danger involved, I would suggest not opening it again. At least not without a team of backup exorcists. What are you going to do with this information? Good question. First off, I want to find out more about this gay fellow. Arcanists are well known for appropriating the work of other lesser folk, and considering what we heard here today, I wish to delve more deeply into all of this. Snurr turns away from the mess up in his desk to face you with a confident smile and a sweaty brow. This has been a significant step in the right direction. Thank you, Cleric. I'm just glad no one got hurt, physically. As I think the kids say these days, they say, always lucky, never punished. And we shall talk more about this, far more in the future. That I can promise. Yeah, that wasn't the most experience to witness either. That wasn't the most fun experience to witness either. Until the tea shop is dealt with, please don't open that book again. Hey Meek, this Hagenshags is your old master, right? Yes, ahoy hoy and so on. Old master was a very special person. Meek realize. Meek hopes new master does not have to meet old master. Meek think that would end bad. Snurr glances up from his notes to see your mimic scarf whispering in your ear. Mimic his clothing? He mutters and blows out some air. Phew, that's my kind of degeneracy. Good choice of familiar, Cleric. Okay. Now that we've gone through this whole ghost adventure together, can you at least, tell me the meaning of life? The halfling groans. Asking me that, really? Such a cliche, everybody asks that, but fine, I'll play. If you ask me, the meaning of life is... It is... The halfling leans and thinks about it for a second. I lean in. Then he spits out a chordal before telling you. To have a few good orgasms and then die. I ought to kick your ass, you 3-foot-tall meanie. A bit shit, yes, I agree. He sniffs, then ruffles his big mustache with a clawing finger. Sounds like something a hedonist would say, isn't it? But from what I can see, the secret in that is not so much to seek out that pleasure beyond anything else, but rather to hope, desperately hope,
that you never have to find out which one will be your last. Then I say you will live a happy life. Got enough?
I guess so.
Guessing is as good as we'll get anyhow. The only objectively real thing in sensations that we've got here in this life is pain. Count yourself lucky every second you feel free from its clutches.
Phew. That was some bullshit. But that's life, I guess. I don't think the Free Strider offices will be open, will they? Closed for the day. Okay. Couple more things we can do. One, there was a door that said that it was open at night. So let's go check that out. I think that's going to be the last thing we do today. And we have been going on for quite a while. Man, I hope that assassin doesn't try to jump me again. That'd be so bogus. Can't help but notice that the Roughnecks aren't here anymore. Also can't help but notice that they did say that they were going to try and steal from the Free Striders today. I might be in some serious trouble. Or, well, maybe they're in serious trouble, who knows? Honestly, if those dimwits die, it's not really my problem. What the? Who's that loitering on the tea shop? Oh man, are we about to get jumped again? I don't have enough spell slots for this. Okay, I have enough spell slots for this. Oh yeah, this is the door that was supposed to be open after midnight. As you step up to the door, you see smoke billowing out of the little hatch. A wooden sign hangs upon the door on a single rusty nail. It says open. You got business here or something? I want to buy potions, SNELL. And you'll get it from some local side street brewery? Of course, it's cheaper that way.
That's true, but I'm not sure reality warping liquid is a thing you want to skip out on.
The goblin groans.
Okay, whatever you do, be careful. These kinds of breweries are known to cause trouble, okay? I've no idea why the city lets them cook freely like this. Actually, wait, I do know. Money and bribes. So be careful.
3 hard slams followed by a crunchy voice from beyond.
Yeah. A bloody...
Oh, this guy's British.
A bloody moment, will you?
Wait patiently. You stand there hunched forward, feeling pathetic for not demanding to be heard immediately. The goblin stamps his foot and looks around the dark street. Alright, let's see what we've... Through the smoke you see a pair of peering red eyes in the hatch. You hear him click his tongue.
You a copper?
Turn to SNELL. You a copper?
I am neither militia nor Earthguard, obviously.
Well, no matter. If you got coin, you got potions, lad. Swirling, glowing, makes your muscles get thicker and shit brute. I like the sound of that. Show me your wares, potion seller. Potion seller? I suppose you can call me that. We've got all the standard stuff, slush and river blood, you know. Just say the word, all gabbin'. That's great, I'd love a potion. Coolly. Go ahead, brute. Oh. Purchase potion of healing? Okay. There are a lot of different options, and all of these are expensive. Also, here's a contract from the Ascany Reeds Trading Company. You what? You hear him fiddle with a paper beyond the door.
Aye, Jolly Fibbits the third. Them striders got you reeling causes, brute. Real weak. Might as well be a cock sliver gobnobbin, I reckon.
Yeah, brute.
Brute?
Yeah, cocknobbin. Right. Look, I'll be gabbing with your masters, if you get me. I get to play, I read the news, I read a lot of news. If it's good for me, I'll sign. If not, fuck off. Now buy something, will ya? Okay, so... Oh god, you can see the red eyes back there. Oh, hey, it's a cat. Comprehend languages. Can I use that to talk with the cat? What do you know about the tea shop? Enjoy your day, citizen. He's a tough nut to crack, but I'll get him eventually. Okay, I should probably hit the sack and maybe try the freeze striders tomorrow morning. Hopefully those idiots haven't actually broken into the warehouse. Is there anything going on in here tonight? You're new. That's also new. Timer claims all. Yeah, but like, what is that? Shot a door. You love to see it. But yeah, seriously though, who are you? Jahan, clanless. You see a halfling girl standing by the shrine. She gives you a tired glance. Look around. Are you in trouble? No. She groans and rolls her eyes. Can you leave me alone? Look, the cleric just wants to ask some questions. We don't mean to impede you in any way. Yeah, well, you're still doing it, the impeding, so bye. She is waiting for someone and wants you to leave. However, there is something else, heavy on her heart. It hurts. Risk it for the biscuit, let's do this thing. Never stop gambling. You stand your ground before the halfling. Her angsty eye roll hits you hard, but they are nothing for your nerves of steel. I refuse. Fine, stay or go, I don't care. Your goblin companion shrugs. Is there anything I can help you with? She shrugs. Can I have some crowns? Sure, how much? I don't know, 50 crowns? Okay. You hand it over. She looks a bit shocked. Oh. She pockets it instantly. Thanks. I love helping the poor. I'm not poor. Sorry, I love helping the economically unfortunate. She crosses her arms and strikes a stoic pose. Look, it's going into the Ecorns Fund, my family. I work double shifts at the jamboree to support my cousins. Since I'm here safe and they are not. A darkness falls upon her face. Safe from the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde's invasion into Western Tuscany. It is quite horrific. 14 years ago. A conflict based on many geopolitical goals. Because of the invasion. Duh. Why did they invade your homeland? They're insane, genocidal conquerors? Like, have you seen any of them? They're creepy as all hells. They can't... These all seem like insensitive questions to ask, and the answer is very obviously, no they can't. She sends them as much as she can. And also, we probably shouldn't ask, as a cop analog, if she sends any money to support the resistance. The Commonwealth is a broken nation of lazy people. They could not survive even the most basic of celestial trickery. The clanlands are in shambles due to an illegal subjugation and annexation. They need all the support they can get. It's only right to speak up. She gives you a tired look. SNELL gives you a slightly intrigued look. Meek does not give you a look. You don't think he's even listening. The Golden Horde is a foreign imperialist subjugator. We must resist them. We need all the help we can get. If you want to send money or talk about it in the press or anything, please do. Okay, I will. Thank you. Who are you waiting for? I'm not waiting for anyone. So you're just hanging out here at night by yourself? She glares at you. Well? I'm waiting for my boyfriend, okay? Just please leave, it's embarrassing. Ah, young love. Okay, good evening. That was fun. I lost $50 from it, but you know what? That's fine. Can we go in through here? Some type of crypt key is needed here. Or... no reason to cast that spell. Never mind. I was gonna say, or I could just knock, but... I guess that's not gonna fly. It is rather late at night, though, and people will know that I've done that, so... better not to do it anyway. Why are there apples up there? Whatever. Mine now. Yoink, 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 yoink. Alright, time to turn in for the night. Oh, Atir's not here. That's unusual. You gonna spend some time flipping through the archives? He wants you to tell him if you're going to bed or not. Maybe I'll come back later. Where's this go? The way out. Oh, right. I should go to bed. Oh yeah, I should probably talk to SNELL. I still can't get over it. I mean, an elf in a tea shop? It's like the start of some dumb riddle. I hate riddles. I need sleep. See you tomorrow, Cleric. Alright. We'll take a quick nap and then I'll be right back into the action for like maybe 15 minutes. You lay down on your bedroll, finding sleep difficult. As you stir, you think about your quest. The star witnessed a man in yellow. Frank, son of Frank. It might just be a dead end, though you've got a distinct feeling that he's lurking somewhere below. Maybe he got eaten by that gator. Then there's the question of the elf. This was supposed to be a simple job. No casualties, no pressure. Just some angry goblins in a ruined tea shop. Now it appears to be anything but. So many loose threads. But don't worry, you've got time. You'll still need to locate the tea shop owner. And I've got an idea of how to do that. It's time to delve deeper past the below. Among its many secrets, some path has to go deeper. Before you know, 8 hours have passed. You successfully complete a long rest. Another full day full of trouble. The end is near. It is time to open your heart. The people of Tolstad cry out for you. If you want to finish this today, then it's time to put on the rough gloves. Which means yelling in people's faces? Something like that. I'm already on day 3, feel stressed. Time moves fast when you're running around like a headless chicken. The election looms. Okay, I think in total we have 5 days. Good morning, Atir. Good day, Cleric. Her voice is cold and emotionless. Don't bother with frivolities. Celestials are higher beings and you must engage them in that manner. That's correct, actually. She's not the type to do small talk. It would be rude rather than polite. Yeah, I'm not gonna do all that. Oh, it's raining today. West Tollsrud, North Darrow House. Is the Elfish Embassy somewhere around here, then? Or is it in the main building up there? Like, I think I need to talk to the embassy idiots no matter what. Okay. Waterlane View, Goblin Garden, Darrow House. No. Okay. Okay, quick in and out, we pick up SNELL and then we go. I think SNELL is probably hanging out near the entrance to the gardens. The cat seems pretty unbothered by the rain, which is unusual. Who's this douchebag? A somewhat mysterious dwarf. What's your deal? Don't pilfer him. The dwarf ignores you and whispers to himself, "The storm calls to me." Alright, Goober. Have fun aura farming in the rain. Weird guy. But I can kind of get the sentiment. I don't know why. I'm not usually motivated to leave the house very often, but somehow on rainy days I feel it. I hope that goblin doesn't mug me. I remember hearing from his character description that he's supposed to be a goblin supremacist, so I'm gonna tread carefully. There you are. Morning, Cleric. The goblin rubs his eyes. Ready to head out? I usually head out around this time, so yeah, I'm ready. After my friend's New Year's party, I stood outside aura farming for a while and my friends made a bit out of it. Listen, sometimes you do just have to aura farm for the hell of it. You need to aura farm like nobody's watching. That's the thing, usually. It is nice to just do it every once in a while, you know what I mean? It's not particularly beneficial, but it can... I'm always aura farming when I'm not goofing around. That... So true. Should I come back later? Why do we have a... I don't like how it might turn to me. Is this a bad time? How lovely of you to join us, Cleric. The orc nods towards a shiny beacon of a guest floating in front of the fireplace. Oh good, you're gonna bring that up. I was worried I'd have to make it awkward. Practicing for the opera paths? Just a little bit nervous about the being made of pure celestial light that's just chilling near the fireplace. You should speak with him. Should I? Ambassador Ixleuven. Oh, I know everything about this guy. Celestial, level 15 decayed solar, lawful neutral. The light blinds you. Even among celestials, this creature is powerful. It seems out of place. Why would Ambassador of the Golden Horde be here? Why would this creature of such great and bright force even be here? It doesn't make sense. Anticipalian, a creature who was ancient before this world was created. What stands before you is no ambassador. This is a close servant of an outer power. That is why your body recoils, even when the light appears to signal nothing but be not afraid to your senses. In its prime, it held closer resemblance to our walking gods than any angel of the Horde. Why is it reduced to your material level here in the city? What a strange world you live in to get a chance to have a civil conversation with it. You enter the AR trading company. Entering the AR trading company greets you with a blinding sight. A celestial being, wrought in radiant light. Ah, Cleric. Arriving exactly when I need you. This is the ambassador of the Golden Horde. The light reaches out to you as a voice forms in your mind. Do not fear the light. Ours do not disalign. You are safe. Your stomach yells. Ambassador, bow your head. Cleric. The light flutters. SNELL stands behind you, clearly uncomfortable. Careful, Cleric. Beside the light stands a woman draped in red. The light reaches towards her. She bows her head to it. Yes, Ambassador. She begins to leave for the door, but on the way she throws you a stern glance. You again. Watch yourself, Cleric, for the light watches you. Once the ambassador's servant leaves, Vera lifts her chin, squinting. So, we've been talking about some new projects on the water lane. I mentioned how you helped getting the AEFAs out to local entrepreneurs, and they... We know who you are. Ron and SNELL. The voice interrupts Vera, who immediately goes silent. The goblin jolts the mention of his name in his mind. He dares not look at the light. Okay. The ambassador's light then turns to your companion. A goblin in service of the Dragon of Tolstad. You tread a clean path. You led the front during the Ice Bay Point operation. You stabilized the HWBT City Below expansion project on your first year of service. A goblin going against the grain to get results. You have been noticed. Look at Snell. Snell attempts to glare at the light. He is sweating. Snell is nervous. You feel bad for him. Thanks for, noticing. The light grows closer to you. You are special, Ron. An exception. The Horde places attention on exceptions. That is what we do. How am I special? You are not the only registered cleric in the city who is not... You are the only registered cleric in the city who is not listed in the party of Norvik. You have a history of political violence. You have an innate talent for the esoteric arts. Well, yes, you are potentially the greatest wizard of this generation. That was a false report. You did not enact any violence. The violence was enacted upon you by an Earthguard soldier. You have shown support of Eregian ideologies in public writing multiple times. The only reason why you haven't been fired is your incredible magical knowledge. You are an anomaly, Ron. What you have done here with Agent Vera shows more proof of that. Thank you. The Golden Horde wishes to extend a bond of service to you. You and Snell. A bond? He mutters behind you. That could be interesting. The Golden Horde offers many opportunities for outside contractors. Addressed to the Eskany Reeds Trading Company, we would be very interested in building this potential relationship. This means for you well-paid positions of power, political ambitions, monetary security. In return, this means monthly communications with agents, occasional alternate goals as ordained by us, and eventually joining the Golden Horde's outreach program. Safety under the wing of the Horde. This would be signing your soul away to a foreign power. If calculated, it could prove useful, but in the long term it seems foolish. This Celestial wants to use you. They view you as sheep, nothing else. The AR Trading Company would of course cooperate on such a deal, if you were interested, Cleric. We have deep ties with the Golden Horde, as you can imagine. Is this something you would be interested in, Ron? No? Never. Nothing about this has to happen right away. His response has been recorded. That is what we needed. We shall leave this for now. And while we are here, the offer is also extended to Snell. Do you hold any interest in this deal? He is being clever here. Calculated. I can consider it. Your consideration has been recorded. Snell shrugs. Thank you. Now to move on. Several AEFAs have been signed on Tolstad. That is good work, Agent Vera. Oh, like I mentioned, the Cleric's effort was integral to this success, and we will continue in the coming days post-election. That is satisfactory. Not so many were positive about this AEFA business. They'll come around. They always do. As to the content of these contracts, I have been informed of some changes. Changes? Her stance changes. She did not like that. Uh-oh. What changes? Currently, the Accord has a big incentive for Reesian investors. We wish to expand that to include those of the Golden Horde. I believe we spoke about that at the... This AEFA also includes several loopholes and problematic elements which could interfere with Golden Horde's current and future blockades. The Clanlands. Yes, among others. If local businesses are able to trade freely via land, as well as sea, to regions and states in the Golden Horde deems sanctioned, in both more serious cases as the Clanland conflict, as well as in lesser situations of targeted tariffs, then we cannot move forward. This issue has been brought forth already with your owners. Expect several errata in the near future. It would have been good to see those comments before the election as discussed. I apologize for the tardiness, but I assure you, this issue is entirely the fault of the Eskany Reeds Trading Company. You! The rage. Agent Vera, this is above you. above her rank. She clears her throat and straightens her outfit. Of course. Of course, Ambassador. Thank you for the heads up. The light turns back to you. The Golden Horde is very interested in seeing economic prosperity in your city, Ron. They want control. Growth through foreign economic influence is not true growth. If Norbik owes its economic stability to foreign powers, those powers shall be its true owners. It is an intelligent strategic move, if you wish to control your neighbors. Agent Vera nods, looking like she's going to explode. This is the first step towards that. The first step towards that is handling the clan lands. For far too long, Norbik has ignored its halfling war criminal populace. I ask of you, Ron, as a cleric of this city, do you believe the humans will choose prosperity over the propaganda of the clanslands? Vera says nothing but throws you a glance. Her anger now fades, replaced by another expression. Her eyes telling you, this guy's a monster. Be careful. Oh god, what should I say? Careful now. If you antagonize this guy, you've got a whole new mess to deal with. Maybe just stay neutral. Fuck it. You can fry me into a beam with your weird disintegrative gaze. I'm gonna say that they are our closest neighbors. The Earthfolk will always stand by the clanlands. For now. Ominous. The light perceives you. The golden line is set. Halflings have shown themselves unable to accept this fact. We set the line to protect them, to create a lasting peace. Since they refuse to comply with our reasonable demands, I hope you understand. Our most peaceful method of handling their terrorism is through sanctions. Okay. That sounds like it's above my pay grade. The light turns back to Vera. Agent Vera, you have been a valuable asset for many years. Yet I sense frustration in you. That is not acceptable. She glares at the light. Based in regards to your choice. Yeah, thank you. In any case, these guys are very clearly trying to do some kind of genocide. So that's not going to fly with me. She glares at the light. You will make certain the Ascani Reeds Trading Company fully complies with the AEFA erratum. It is a matter of Golden Horde security. It is non-negotiable. It will be your highest priority as of now. Vera looks defeated. The orc is beaten. Focus. The light guy is fast and precise, but you know that he's bullshitting. It is instinct. Catch him on it. For the revolution. Stand up to him first, then do it. +1 DC, Snell played it safe. -4 DC, you defended the clanlands. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, go for it. I'm gonna die. He is going to kill me and it's gonna die. The Golden Line, the Horde and its invasion. You know he's bullshitting you on some level. But about what? Stare at the Ambassador's light. No. No way you'll get it in time. You've been staring at him for like 3 seconds at this point. You gotta say something, anything. What? Just be nice. Calm. Normal. That should resolve it in a somewhat peaceful manner. This Celestial is a monster. You do not owe them anything. I will take this into consideration. But I have to get down into the warehouse. You know what? Strategic move. I'll take this into consideration. Good. The Golden Horde is glad to be of assistance to your people, Ron. Vera closes her eyes and sighs. The Ambassador begins to float towards the door. I will leave you now. Thank you for your time. The radiant light being opens the door via some type of telekinesis and floats out onto the streets of Waterlane. Vera stands up, walking over to the fireplace, leaning against the brickwork. She lets out a deep sigh. Good going. You handled that well. Didn't mean to toss you in like that, but the Ambassador insisted. That was horrifying. A bit, yeah. Let me tell you, we're not quite as owned by the Golden Horde as that sounded like. It's a functional cooperation. They don't exactly live our libertarian values. Celestials do have a tendency for the authoritarian, and the supremacist. The orc looks at you, relief in her eyes. This, along with all the help on the AEFAs. I owe you some type of reward, don't I? Oh, this is the right moment. Ask for an advance. Or hell, allude to some kind of payment for delivering the AEFAs. A reward? It is time to step up. Ask her out. A reward sounds nice. It does, doesn't it? Agent Vera glances along the room. For one, I'll be sure to grant you full access to the rest of the facilities if you properly wanted to investigate the warehouse. But beyond that... Well, you see, we have the sword here. It is called Catgut. She approaches the massive Zweihander propped up on the wall. As she places her hand upon the grip of the sword, you see something curious happen. It curls up. Ah, it's a selective blade. It doesn't like you? She laughs. As she removes her hand from the blade, it unrolls itself immediately. A fickle weapon. Ever heard of such a thing? It was purchased years ago from an excavation in Reeds, an old Arcanist cache, a post-war armory. It's Vorpal. Extremely magical with perfect metallic endurance and sharpness. It would be worth half a fortune, somewhere up to 50,000 crowns, if not for the fact that it refuses to be used. It simply rolls itself up when wielded by anyone in any way. Come on, try it. Just like with Vera's touch, yours also causes it to roll up. It's quite funny. However, I've had comments from upper staff that it's quite embarrassing to have spent money on it, so I've been tasked with making it go away. Not the most useful weapon, but if you're interested, you could take it as a reward for your work. It's still quite magical, maybe even sentient considering the reaction. Your scarf curls up when Vera doesn't notice, whispering in your ear. Blade is thinking. What do you mean? Meek recognizes this type of blade. Old Master had one once. It will judge. Only work if happy. Very cranky metal. You know what? Why not? Great. She hands you the Vorpal sword in its curled up state. Glad to see it come to use. Just don't tell anyone where you got it from. Beyond that, I'll also be sure to put in a good word, so we can work together again post-election, since I guarantee you, there will be a lot of work to do. Just nod. She nods back. I've got some paperwork to deal with, but if there's anything else I can help with, just let me know. Very happy to see you on our side, Cleric. I'm not, but I'm glad you're not actively hostile towards me. Actually, wait, I should probably talk to the fireplace demon. Hey, rude guy. Don't call the master rude. I can call anyone anything that I want. And what's your scarf talking? You are rude. Rude smoke, Meek sulks. Bye, spirit. So I have a Vorpal sword now. Kind of. A sentient Vorpal sword with obvious performance anxiety. Don't appreciate that phrasing. As you hold it in your hand, you hear a faint whisper. Wisdom 15. Try to understand why it keeps curling up like this. Hell yeah, I'm wise as shit. You understand. The sword is actually sentient, with all the baggage that comes with such a state. Wait, so it's... Yes. It appears this blade has a complex. Specifically, you believe this blade has been used for horrible things in the past. Thus, the one thing you must do is allow yourself to be tested. To prove you can be trusted. Yo, Blade, I can be trusted, I'm not like those other people. Curling stops. Then slowly the blade unfurls. Just a bit. Then a voice. Old. Formal. Thou speakest true. Thy word holds weight. It's speaking. The sword is actually speaking. Your goblin companion nods along as the sword begins to speak. Ah, you really can't get anyone talking. What do you want from me? Proof. Thou hast yet to prove thyself, knight. I am Catgut, forged in elder days. I serve only those whose hearts I deem worthy. The blade hums with an ancient power. How do I prove myself? Through thy intentions revealed. Answer mine questions truthfully. 5 trials of thy character. Speak not of what thou wouldst do, but what thy heart truly desires. Then shall I judge the truth of thy soul. First, thy family starves. 2 other families also starve. Thou hast enough food for 1 family only. The other families are smaller.
They need but half thy portion. What dost thou heart desire?
I feed my family, but I hate myself for letting the others starve.
Selfish action, yet compassionate heart. Second, thou findest a purse of gold, no witness observes thee. What doth thy heart desire in this moment?
I want to keep it, and I would. Yeah, that's probably right.
Selfish desire, honest action. Third, an innocent is condemned for thy crime. Thou canst save them by confession, losing thy freedom. What doth thy heart yearn for?
I want to stay silent, my life is my own. I want to stay silent, but the guilt would destroy me. I want to confess, but I'm terrified. I'd do it anyway.
Fear yet conscience prevails. Fourth, a dying stranger begs for water. Thou hast but one flask. The journey ahead is long and perilous. What doth thy heart feel toward this stranger?
You know what? If I can share half the water, then yeah, let's go with that.
Compassion tinged with self-concern. Fifth and final, thou hast witnessed great suffering in thy travels. How does thy heart respond to the pain of others?
It saddens me, but I cannot carry the world's weight.
Compassionate yet bounded. Thy answers are heard. Now comes judgment.
The blade hums. Processing.
Thou art good. Thy heart knows compassion. Thy conscience guides thee.
The blade shimmers.
Thy goodness. It changes me.
The blade hums with a new purpose.
I feel thy empathy, thy suffering for others, and I understand now.
The blade begins to shift.
I cannot serve violence without conscience, but I can serve as thy moral compass.
The sword unfurls fully.
Against the wicked I shall grant thee clarity. Thy righteous heart shall find advantage against those of evil intent. Use me wisely, knight.
I'm guessing it turned into an accessory rather than a weapon. Moralizing Katgat. A sentient vorpal sword refusing to spill blood. Advantage against evil creatures. It tested you and found you were a good person, for whatever that's worth. Huh, so I can just keep it as on my weapon holster. Well, it's a pretty good bonus, so why not? Besides, I'm pretty sure people won't be intimidated by a curled up sword. Down we go. Time to learn what's at the bottom of that warehouse. Whoa, check this out.
Children's bicycles! Look at that! Oh my god, they're so cute!
You stare at the rack of hanging tiny bicycles. Some of them very tiny. Pocket bikes, the dream of every kid in Norvik. They're covered in dust. These are extremely expensive, if they work. Few pocket bikes are functional these days. I really like these bikes. I'm sure you do. I'm assuming they're broken anyhow. They'd never leave actual functioning pocket bikes in a place like this. Way too expensive. Snell looks around. Where's that rhythmic thumping noise coming from? Focus on that instead. You stare at the tiny bikes. Try touching one. A quick tap reveals the lack of any esoteric tingle. The bikes are unusable, permanently stuck in their tiny form. Can I ride one of these things? Unless you're the size of a goblin with a reduced spell cast on him, no. Huh, neat. What are these? Some hammers. One could be useful. Word? Simple hammer. Advantage in situations where you might need a hammer. A simple hammer. Could be useful in a manly pinch. Not good for a fight, though. Okay. Interesting that it elaborate on situations where you might need a hammer. Whatever. Apples look pretty fresh. Let's not bother with that too much. Several potion boxes are marked with a tiny bird symbol. One of these potions looks esoteric. Your word? Oh, potion of healing. Probably shouldn't take that. Oh. Crate with a rhythmic thumping noise coming from inside. Okay, this is our guy. What about this? A helm in sand. Wait. I've seen this before. We're mage-handing that. You pick up the polished salad helm, sand flowing from its orifices. But before you remove it from the box entirely, you sense your scarf rushing to your aid. You see something shift in the sand from the crate. No. It is the sand that is shifting. Hmm? Oh, shit. I'll take it. In a heartbeat or faster, you pull back your gloved hands. You watch as the sand attempts to rush forward, the shape of it like a slithering esoteric creature, and just barely graze you before slinking back into the box. The sand goes still once more. Nice job. But yeah, this sand isn't really sand. Good job getting that helmet though, it looks really nice. SNELL rushes forward with the lid in hand. He shuts it with a satisfying thud. Good gods, I hate mosquito sand. Yeah, same. The goblin does not respond at first. He simply looks around and sighs. Be more careful. There's lots of weird shit in here. Hey, neat helmet though. This is the type that Raph has. +2 dexterity, -2 strength. A helm that provides balanced combination of defense and mobility. Often used by ranged troops in coastal war, it is still mainstay in any archer division across the coast. Primarily because of the hundreds of thousands of esoterically rust-free salads left in caches after the war. Wait, is it called salette or salé? Or is it sale? Those Dimenorians sure never could get their tongues in order. Okay. What about this? What's in here? Bunch of coins. Ooh. And some scrolls for me. Enhance ability. What's that do? Tapping into animalistic spirit energy, you enhance your mental and physical abilities. Until the spell ends, you gain proficiency in all ability scores. In the ability scores you already have proficiency in, you gain expertise, doubled proficiency bonus. Huh. What about this? A box of ink cartridges. Yes. Bingo. Yes. This is the ink Modisa asks for. Inside you see a tightly stacked series of iron cartridges, each marked with a series of numbers. More importantly, there are 3 different colors of ink. Red, yellow, and green Quillwell variants. Ha! Go with yellow, she'll hate it. If there was black, that would be the logical choice. However, since this shipment clearly does not have any black ink, go with the green one. It makes the most logical sense, being the Asculist's colors. Green. Go with green. Yeah, let's go. You grab one of the ardent cartridges from the crate. They are heavy. The rigid metal feels cold to the touch. You hear something sloshing around inside. You know, despite placing the cartridge in my pouch of holding, I don't feel like I've quite actually looted it. Ignore that. That's just your innate feeling that this quest item isn't that important. Okay. Alright, let's talk about this bird, man. Or actually, wait. Pause. Are those potions on the shelf over there? They sure are. Time for some mage hand action. The mind expansion. What's this do? A common potion known to allow for knowledge to stick more easily. Grants a minor intelligence increase for a week. Ooh. Okay. Save and let's do this thing. You approach one of the many large crates in the warehouse. Why is there a rhythmic thumping noise there? It's coming from this box. Look at the crate. The crate looks at you in turn. You spot a label. It says AR Ankeg Exoskeleton. Export. Ankeg, an ambush predator insectoid, usually very large and deadly. They are hunted for sport in the Askani wilds, and their chitin is exported around the coast for various craft and esoteric applications. There are little holes in the crate, in various places. Air holes. -10 DC, SNELL helps. SNELL, you hear that noise? I do. He points to the side of the crate. He shows you a strange expression. You know that face well. Constipation, most likely. The goblin assumes you understand his subtle facial cues, clearly overestimating your social ability. It's the face that says, "Be careful. I think we've got something here." Alright. We're opening the crate. Dickhead! You get in position. You lean in and, ready when you are. Lift with your legs? No, that's not it. Right, lift with your back. Your back muscles snap. As you hear that rancid noise, a scream escapes your mouth, and the pain causes you to fall. Jesus, how do you lift, Cleric? Fucking hell, just let me finish this, alright? Alright. The goblin puts his meager body weight into it, and despite you being out of commission, he gets the side to crack open. Hey, man. I can explain. Dunk, dunk. You watch the wingless, crow-looking creature scramble to compose himself. Frommer. That is a Yubuko Odori, often shortened to just Yobu. The birdman lets out a strange throat noise, then makes a series of nervous chuckles. He is inside of a shipping crate marked for export. He is clearly trying to flee the law. Maybe he has a good reason to escape. Is the fellow in danger? You're not trying to leave the city, are you? Explain it quickly.
Oh, yes. I was just expecting the wares. Warehouse wares. Dunk.
What's that sound?
What?
Dunk. That.
I'm not...
Dunk. Why? Okay, why does grease help anything here? So, should I threaten this guy or something else? He seems pretty threatening himself, so... maybe not. He's quicker than you. Can you really keep up? Something esoteric, a spell? I don't know. Beware. Failure here will mean debasing yourself. Sounds as good of a reason as any to cast grease. I'll cast grease at some point. So you're inspecting wares, are you?
Yes, I am a local... local entrepreneur.
He is trying to assert himself by sounding like a tough guy.
The AR, they're my supplier for tea and sometimes coffee.
That deep voice. It's making you falter. Don't mess with him. Okay, so this guy's like some kind of badass, apparently. The bird is not dangerous, only slippery. Coffee. Isn't that illegal?
It's not.
Okay, so the bird has like a deep voice. Difficult to get, but not illegal. So you're inspecting the goods inside of a crate, inside of a sealed warehouse. Yes.
What, you don't believe him?
Does the trade company know about you being here? The bird hums like a bird, and just nods. Is he pretending not to hear you? I said, do the priest riders know about your presence, good sir? Gah, Dunk. They of course. So what kind of goods are we talking about here? He grabs a scale of Ankeg exoskeleton from the crate. I have a great plan. I'm planning on renovating my shop with these. Protection. Renovating with that chitin? Uh-huh, he says, sounding like a young naive kid. Nuh-uh. He's lying. Negative 3DC screamed at him. Negative 3DC, Snell is with you. Why do I have a feeling I shouldn't cast Charm Person? Because Charm Person only makes him treat you like a friend. And this bird does not treat his friends with the truth. Sadly, you do not have time to go prepare it. Are you aware your tea shop has exploded? What? He knows. The bird mimics the sound of a young and shocked man. What a horrible and... dunk. Shocking revelation. He is struggling to put together cohesive sentences. Ah, that's like his nervous tic, when his sentences get twisted like that. Do you have any enemies, Mr. Drummer? No, everyone has. People tend to dig me, you know? Sure. You didn't hear the explosion? Sorry. He holds up a claw to the side of his head. Oh no. He's got a hearing problem. How sad. You see your companion rub his eyes. I said, did you not hear the explosion? The bird jolts away from you. No, did not hear. Dunk. You've been down here for how long exactly? I am inspecting many wares. Yobu birdfolk are able to survive for up to 2 months without sustenance. You're pretty bad at your job, Mr. Drummer. Sorry for being pretty bad at inspection. I try my best. Tell me what happened on that morning when it blew up. Oh, it was all normal. Empty tea shop all morning. I had business on Water Lane. Over noon. Been busy since then. This is a big shock. Well, now you know. Awful news. I didn't even had no insurance, sadly. You got something to ask him, Snell? No. He's clearly telling us everything. You can sense him thinking everything he wants to say. You hear the bird let out a hearty laugh. If he had a voice of his own, it would be a nervous laugh. No worries. I'll get back on my feet. Always do. I'll just go back to inspection, and you know where to find me. Okay. I'm gonna grease you up. You cause a thick sludge of colorful magical grease to erupt around the Birdman. Dunk dunk! What the hell, man? Your companion struggles to contain his laughter. Okay, negative... Strength set DC 7. Threaten him for the truth. You greased him up real good. So what are you voting in the election? Oh, same. I vote for the same party as you. Which is? Which is? You don't seem like an Asgal. Oh, I am very green. Great choice, my man. This bird is a smooth talker. Be careful around him. You'll get swept up in that charm. Will I now? Okay. Yeah, let's just threaten him for the truth. Why? Oh no. The way that bird stares at you. He is too powerful. You must submit. What? There's no way for you to break this bird. Your only chance is to bend the knee. Descend. Mr. Drummer, I am here to protect you from those who mean you harm. Oh? You're safe. Now tell us your side of the story. The bird spurs around for a moment. Then he pauses and scratches his beak. You seem to have inadvertently given him room to trust you. He will speak now. But will it be the full truth? He glances at Snell. They're after me. Who is? The Free Striders and HWBT. What, because of some missed rent? And why exactly? He looks distraught again. They forced me. They made me. Didn't have a choice. Dunk. Blackmail. Knife to my throat. I was trapped. They had me by the balls. You're hiding from the Free Striders inside of their warehouse? They are scary, but not very bright. The goblin chuckles. So, the HWBT didn't know about the smuggling stuff, right? Not to my knowledge, no. This sounds entirely like a Free Strider extension. Why are you afraid of the HWBT? They will give me punished. If they find out my little secret. Dunk. Possibly. The old lady won't take kindly to having a smuggling operation going on right under her nose. And how are the Free Striders connected with this? They set it up. They set me up. I had access to the secret tunnel under the temple. They forced me. I had to. What's all this got to do with the explosion, then? Listen, I only run away to save myself. When the tea shop exploded, You knew it was gonna explode? No. I was in the warehouse, here, inspection. I heard the Free Striders talking about it upstairs. So I hid, waiting for the boat, to get away from this bloody mess. And what's your plan now, Birdman? I will leave. Dunk. I have business in Reeds. Big business. You should really stay and deal with this tea shop mess. The bird stares at you, looking uncomfortable. What's protocol now? He whispers back. Protocol? If he's trying to leave the city, taking his citizen regulation would be a good start. I'm sure the old lady would love to share a word with him. And you're sure you've told me everything you can? Yes, please. I'm in trouble, but I did nothing wrong. The goblin scoffs. Let me see your paper, citizen. The bird fiddles with his satchel. A worn piece of paper. His claw holds forth. Citizen's registry. Yoink. As you hold it up to your helmet, the bird makes that rhythmic thumping noise a few more times. You turn it over in your hands. The paper is thick. It says drummer Yimling. Yimling. Those from Yim. It's one of those many substitute surnames given to folk who don't have the surname custom. Born 010102 PE. I'll keep these. These are not the real papers. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna keep these. Good idea, SNELL whispers to you. You can always drop them off to Lady Sageleaf. She'd appreciate it. The Birdman looks nervous. But can I leave warehouse? Look to SNELL. Should I contain this guy? It would take time to do so. He does not deserve it. Your gut tells you no. SNELL? He just shrugs. You can go. Oh, thank you. The Birdman starts to shuffle towards the stairs. One more thing. I should inform you that the elf was found dead. He freezes in his step. Without looking your way, you hear him mimic a shrill voice. Not my problem. Then he just keeps walking. Did he know? No, not for sure. But he had a hunch. He figured there was a chance the elf was dead. Just another reason for running. As the Birdman leaves the warehouse, you hear a faintly rhythmic sound follow him out. Dunk. Wonder what he'll do. You believe anything he said? Sure. I'm certain he believes he's a victim here. I'm inclined to say the same somewhat. And that he did not blow up the tea shop. Not with that smuggling stuff going on. And that elf. His voice trails off. Then he mutters a curse word. She had a connection with the ass gals in the tea shop. She also had a meeting with the Free Striders. Feels like she's a string connecting every fucking party in the city. What a fucking mess. Is it okay to have him running around? Not like we got a jail to toss him in. Well, I mean, you do, but then you have to go and do that. Sounds like a pain just to catch a lying bird. Going all the way to the stockade to do all the paperwork and document the evidence. It would take a full day, if you're lucky. You happy I took his papers? Happy isn't the right word. But Sageleaf might be slightly less pissed this way in the short term. Having to deal with that bird sure is a headache. Okay. What a fucking mess. I think I'm gonna end here. We've been going for quite a while and it's time to go to bed. Hey. Can't believe you rolled a 2. I have been rolling dog shit on strength rolls and pretty much everything that isn't my areas of specialty. I might just be cooked, not gonna lie. But it is what it is. In any case, thanks for stopping by, I really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your evening. I will be publishing a schedule for this week on Monday. Take it easy, and have a good day. Later. Bye.